I was born in 2002, so I obviously wasn't there when the original Lion King came out. But I still ended up experiencing a lot of things from the 90s, and one of them was the Lion King franchise. My introduction to it was Simba's Mighty Adventure on PS1. Then I watched Lion King 1.5 and then the Lion King 2. Honestly, I don't remember the exact order because I experienced all three when I was about 6 years old. Later, I watched the original Lion King, played the Sega Genesis game, and saw a few episodes of the Timon and Pumbaa show. So yeah, I experienced everything years after release. The first Lion King project I got to enjoy as it was coming out was The Lion Guard. When the first trailer of The Lion King 2019 dropped, I decided to research the franchise more deeply. That's when I learned that Simba and Nala had a son before Kiara and Kion, so I ended up reading 6 new adventures. I started learning about early versions of the original movie, old draft, cut characters, and I began wondering, was a continuation to Simba's Pride ever planned but cancelled? So I googled it and accidentally stumbled upon a Lion King fanfiction. I didn't have internet access until I was a late teenager, so finding that story felt like opening a gate to another universe. And I got addicted. I started watching AMVs on YouTube, reading fanfictions on Wattpad, browsing fan comics on DeviantArt, and saving fan arts from Pinterest. Suddenly, The Lion King, a franchise I was once just casually fond of, became an important part of my life. My entire free time was filled with nothing but The Lion King, both official and unofficial. The remake was bad, sure, but I didn't care because the fans were creating things that were good. That was my life for 3 years until I eventually drifted to other franchises. Then in the latter half of 2024, I decided to start my YouTube channel, inspired by my favorite creators. And with the Lion King's 30th anniversary and the upcoming Mufasa movie, it felt like the perfect time to make a Lion King retrospective. An excuse to visit and revisit every single official project. Making those videos made me fall in love with the franchise again. And now that I've reviewed all the official stuff, it's time to explore the unofficial. The thought might make you roll your eyes, but trust me, there's some great work out there. The Lion King fanbase is talented, courageous, but sadly underrated. So I made this video to give it the spotlight it deserves. But first, let's have a brief history of the Lion King fandom. The Lion King released in 1994, and honestly it couldn't have picked a better time. By the time everyone had seen it, it was 1995, the year internet was born. Of course the internet already existed before that, but 1995 was when people began using it to share their interests, even though it was different from the internet we have nowadays. And that's when the Lion King community was born. Not just a community, but a kingdom held up by 4 pillars. First was the Lion King World Wide Web archive. In it you would see archives from anything and everything the Lion King. It was created in 1995, and in it you would see news about every upcoming Lion King stuff, interviews from the creators of the Lion King, and many archived concept arts, musics, sound effects, screenshots, and many more. The second pillar was the Lion King mailing list, or TLKL. This was the fandom's brain, a place for discussion, analysis, and deep dives. People would debate things like, was Scar truly evil or just misunderstood? How does the circle of life reflect real world philosophy? What are the Hamlet parallels? And much more. Back then there was no social media. People communicated through email. If you were subscribed, every day your inbox would fill with thoughtful, funny, and sometimes philosophical discussions. The third pillar was the Lion King Fan Art Archive, or TLKFAA. This was the fandom's heart. Before TLKFAA, you had to host fan art on your own website. But with this archive, all Lion King fan art could live in one place. Artists could share their drawings, create original characters and lion personas, and easily find each other's work. The fourth pillar was the network of fan sites and web rings. There were web pages like Scar's Lair, Nala's Den, and Simba's Kingdom. You could click a next button and hop from one Lion King fan site to another. An endless savanna of creativity. Many people actually discovered TLKL and TLKFAA through those smaller pages. One of the earliest major fan projects was Chronicles of the Pridelands, released in 1996, 2 years before fanfiction.net was created. You could say it was a fanfiction before the word fanfiction even existed. Starting from Mohatu's reign and going all the way to Simba's children, it predated the Lion King 2, so even Kiara didn't exist yet. It's so old that parts of it have become lost media. In the 2000s, the fandom got restructured and expanded. The older sites still existed, but new platforms made creating and sharing content much easier. Fanfiction.net in 1998, DeviantArt in 2000, YouTube in 2005, Wattpad in 2006, and more. Fan artists began developing distinctive art styles and exploring new ideas. One of my favorite projects of that decade being Dividends by TLKwhatif-Shattered. My favorite fan comic of that decade, and possibly the oldest Lion King fan comic still around. And also by the late 2000s, artists like Kopa were carrying the torch forward, and the creation of the fandom website was a big help to the community. The Lion King fandom wiki became an infinite source of Lion King knowledge. It has informations about every single piece of Lion King media, and you can find lots of informations about their development. Every Lion King thing is organized there. Making some of my Lion King videos without it would have been impossible. The 2010s were, in my opinion, the golden age of the fandom, when it truly perfected itself. So many amazing fan arts, comics, and fanfictions emerged, some rivaling or even surpassing official works. Madness of King Scar by Eduardo Quintana were so polished it could be easily mistaken for an official animation. YouTubers like Slothastic kept the fandom alive with passion projects and analysis videos. Savo to 11's comics became legendary, and artists like Audrey Cosmo 13, Hydra Carino, Nala 15, and Albino Raven 666 fan art started long-running comics that still continue today. And the artist TC96 would come up with an idea so good many people would try to copy it. Fanfiction writers like Sky 15 produced massive years-long sagas. My favorite fan comic, fan art, and fanfiction come from this decade. Now we are in the 2020s, the modern era. This is when I entered the online fandom, and honestly it's divisive. Now even a 7-year-old can publish a fanfic, which means there's a lot of cringe, but also a lot of brilliance. New fan comics like King and Vagabonds, Anything to Win, and The Evil Eye are incredible, and artists like Evening Yara produce stunning work. At this point, the fandom has something for everyone, no matter your tastes or beliefs. You want something light-hearted or dark, Scar as a good father or a monster, a canon-friendly story or a total reimagining, it's all there. This is the way I like to describe the Lion King fandom. Imagine official Lion King media, especially the printed ones, as the original ancient Greek mythology, and the fan projects as the countless adaptations, reinterpretations, and retelling that came after. The official books and side materials often introduced characters who were basically info dumps, tiny hints, names, or one-line personalities, and then the fans came along and breathed life into them. They turned those fragments into fully fleshed out characters, stories, and family trees. Take the cubs who were around the same age as Simba and Nala, Kula, Chomvi, Tojo, Malka, and Tama. In the original materials, they barely had any characterizations, but in the fandom, these characters became something entirely new. For example, in one comic, Tojo breaks his leg and has to entertain himself by raising a few orphaned birds. In the official stories, those birds could just grow up and fly away, and Tojo could become a troublemaker again. But the fans said, what if they never left? What if Tojo and those birds became inseparable? So in the fan stories, Tojo becomes the lion who lives with the birds. Even as an adult, they nest in his mane. He is gentle, laid back, kind, the opposite of the traditional lions. Some fans even take it further. Tojo becomes a peaceful guardian who sees other animals not as food but as friends. He communicates with birds across the savannah, his eyes and ears everywhere. Some people also turn his injury into a disability, and that's just one cub. Fans give everyone new depth. Malka, originally just a cub from another pride, becomes the future king of that pride, sometimes even Afua's father. Tama becomes Vitani's mother because of their similarities. Kula and Chombi are usually paired together and often become Kovu's parents in alternate timelines. And yes, every single one of them had a crush on Nala at some point, even sometimes the girls. The same mythology expanding creativity extends to the adults. Fans have endlessly reinterpreted Ahadi and Uru. In the official lore, they're basically names, but in the fan canon, they're complex characters. Uru often looks like a gender-swapped Scar, and fans love the idea that Scar was closer to her heart than Mufasa was. Meanwhile, Ahadi changes completely from his book version. Some portray him as a noble but strict king, while others make him abusive, even the reason Scar becomes who he is. And then comes one of the fandom's most popular myths, Scar's Scar. In the official story, it came from a buffalo, but that never sat right with many fans, so they reimagined it. Sometimes Ahadi gives him the scar, accidentally or intentionally. Sometimes it's a punishment, sometimes an act of love. Some fans even reinterpret his name, saying Scar's real name was Takasa or Askari II, or Ahadi cruelly named him Taka, which means waste out of hatred. But Taka also means to want, and because of that there are also cases of Ahadi naming him Taka out of love. The origins vary widely, but that's the beauty of it. Every version says something different about who Scar is. Some fans add a sister to Mufasa and Scar's family. Others make them half-brothers or even adopted to explain their lack of resemblance. Some stories give Simba a little sister, sometimes stillborn, sometimes born after Mufasa's death. And of course there's Kopa, the lost prince of the 6 New Adventures books. His story is one of the most retold legends in the fandom. Many fans theorize that Kopa was killed, usually by Zero, which explains both her banishment and Simba's paranoia in The Lion King 2. Others say he survived but lost his memories and wandered far from the Pridelands. Zero herself evolves too. In canon, she is just a good enough villain. In fanon, she is either a tragically broken lioness or a terrifying slasher villain. A lioness that has killed many characters, Kopa, Serabi, Serafino, and Mitu being her most common victims. Speaking of Mitu, Nala's little brother, He was cut from the original movie, but fans brought him back. And he isn't the only revived cut characters. Serabi's sisters are also characters that usually show up in the Lion King fan comics. Even obscure magazine characters get woven in. Simba's childhood cheetah friend sometimes becomes Fuli's father, and Bebo, another side character, sometimes becomes her brother. Fans also reimagine the ancient royals. Some make Mohatu Ahadi's fathers, others say he is Uru's father. The genealogies vary widely, but they all connect somehow, like different versions of the same myth told across time. The Outlander lionesses even have nicknames now. The two identical twins, for example, are usually called Dottie and Spotty, one with 6 dots under her left eye, the other under her right. They're often Nuka's age, and some stories pair Dottie with Nuka, with her giving birth to his cub after his death. Scar's character, of course, is when fan creativity truly explodes. Some stories make him sterile or gay, others make him hyper-fertile with multiple mates. Sometimes he is cruel and manipulative, sometimes he is broken, lonely, and deeply human. Sometimes he and Zero are madly in love, other times their relationship is toxic and destructive. Some fans even make Zero his daughter for some reason. And then there are the hyenas. Fans explain their absence in Lion King 2, explore their hierarchy, give them backstories, even tie them to ancient Pridelands politics. Some writers go further and connect 6 new adventures, Simba's Pride, and the Lion Guard into one cohesive timeline. Others flesh out minor characters like Serafino, giving her her own history and motives. Some pair Vitani with Kopa, others give her a girlfriend. Scar is sometimes in a past relationship with Serabi or Serafino, and in some stories he even has cubs with them. In others, Serabi becomes a mother figure to Nuka. The magical elements also ramp up, with ghost lions, ancient kings, and even time traveling. Nuka too has widely different portrayals. Sometimes the heroic misfit, sometimes a darker figure. Some versions show him as a bitter failure, others make him a tragic, selfless protector. Vitani is often rewritten as a fiery troublemaker or a daddy's girl. Kion and Fuli become one of the fandom's biggest ships for a while. And the fan-created parents of Zero, Kizumi and Azula, got so popular they practically entered fan and canon. So sometimes even the fan ideas become part of the mythology themselves. Like the fan invented concept that Kiara and Kovu would have triplets. Or the multiple theories about how Rani's parents died and how she got her scar. So yeah, the Pridelands mythology is vast. It's not just a fanon, it's an evolving mythos, retold and rebuilt by every generation of fans. A shared creative jungle where every idea can grow into a legend. Now that you know the Lion King Fandom 101, it's time for the main course. I can't review fan projects in chronological order. There are simply too many. So instead, we'll do a top 100. I'll rank my personal favorite Lion King fan projects from worst to best, reviewing them along the way. And if some of the lower ranks look cringe, just skip 10 spots or something. Because trust me, there's gold above. This one was created in 2002. It is even a few months older than me, but despite its old age, it looks beautiful. The characters here have a very special texture in here, and they look so fluffy I want to give them a hug. It's just the original Lion King style but slightly more realistic, which looks really interesting. Zero was an abusive mother, and despite that Vitani misses her, which results in self-hatred because she thinks it is a very selfish feeling, and Kiara is comforting her. And also I love how huge Vitani is here, and she is kinda a main lioness here. I kinda like that design. Zero meeting Shenzi by accident, and I can totally imagine what will happen next. This is probably the reason the hyenas weren't in the Lion King 2. A bittersweet fan art of Simba meeting the ghost of his father. I don't have more to say, it just have really good vibes. It's tragic and relaxing at the same time. The art style is good enough, but I think my imagination is the reason it is on the list. I don't know how Scar treated his family in this picture. Maybe he was quite an abusive one, or maybe despite being evil, he was a good husband and father. But it makes me wonder, maybe Scar kept his family a secret in order to protect them. What if the moment Simba told Scar to run away and never return, he did as he was told? And in that case, Scar could get an undeserving good ending. And I am all here for it. Scar and his family and a few of his followers went far from Pridelands and started a new life. And yeah, it's cute, I like it. Another case of Ahadi giving Scar his scar. Here it is because of Taka befriending hyenas, and Mufasa was the one to tell Ahadi about it, although he had good intentions. Here Scar is an antisocial, and the fact that he made a friend made Mufasa happy. He didn't care that his friend was a hyena, he was just happy that his brother finally made a friend, and he just wanted to give this good news to Ahadi. But some tragic stuff has happened to Ahadi because of hyenas, and because of that he really hates hyenas. And now that his own son has become friends with one of them, he sees it as a very big betrayal. So he will attack Taka and will tell him that he is not a prince anymore. And as a result, Scar will hate his father and Mufasa for the rest of his life. A dark fan art. This one follows the theory that Scar and Nala are Vitani's parents. And yeah, it would be interesting to see that Nala at first was very protective of Vitani, but later she would abandon her. And Zero at first hated Vitani, but would later adopt her as her own daughter. Lion King 2, but the heroes and villains have swapped places. So somehow Scar returned, killed Simba, and banished the ones loyal to him. So now Nala is Zero, Kiara is Vitani, and you might think that Kopa is Nuka and Kion is Kovu, but this fan comic was created years before the Lion Guard. Kion did not exist at that point. So Kopa is Kovu, and for Nuka we have Tanabe. He is Simba and Nala's firstborn son from the popular fanfiction of the time Chronicles of Pride Rock, and apparently the name Tanabe was given by a person who worked at Disney and actually told a few Lion King fans on the Lion King mailing list that at first Simba and Nala were supposed to have a son named Tanabe, but I am not sure about that. Zero's introduction scene in the Lion King 2, but here Nuka shows up instead, so he's trying to be a responsible big brother here. I don't have much to say, just looking at the fan art says it all. What if Scar was bipolar? It is interesting enough to be in the video, but not interesting enough to be higher than the rank it is at the moment. So Scar has a side that hates his brother and a side that loves his brother, and he is usually controlled by the evil side. there is this cute art of Nuka and Vitani, and it's interesting that it is kinda in a manga style. And there is also this fan art. I think it is probably the only fan art of OCs on the list, and that's because of how beautiful that lioness looks like. Like, wow, that's one of the most interesting OC designs I've ever seen. Presentation of Nuka. Yeah, maybe at first Scar wanted Nuka to be his heir. I mean, he himself is small for a lion, so I could see him be okay with Nuka's small size. Maybe later that he realized Nuka is an idiot, he changed his mind. This is a relatively popular fan idea. Maybe Dottie was expecting Nuka's cub when Nuka died, so a few months after his death, he would give birth to his cub and Nuka's spirit would look over them. Is this a manga? I don't know, I don't read mangas a lot. Maybe it's just a black and white comic. It is still a new project, so I cannot really evaluate it a lot. But it looks interesting enough. From this comic that is the future of the story, I can see that Scar would go on a redemption. His body gets bulkier, he becomes a good person and respected by many people, and will become a good father to Nuka. It's kinda like Kratos, isn't it? Okay, I can't remember where I downloaded this. I know it was a Japanese website, so even if I did find it, I would have no idea what the platform of it is. Like, I don't know, I could just use Google Translate or something, but never mind. It just looks cool. We take a look into Scar's broken mind and I have nothing more to say. Just look at it and enjoy its creepiness. I wish there were more Lion King mangas like this. This one is kinda a depressing fan comic, but it is on the list for its vibes. It has a creepy atmosphere that I enjoy. So yes, Scar forces Serabi to have a cub with him, and yeah, she would give birth to a daughter, and yeah, in it mostly Scar is just being violent to everyone, even his own mother, and yeah, just that one single moment that to everyone's shock Scar gave a hug to his daughter. That single moment really put this comic on the list. If it wasn't for this one, then the comic isn't really anything special, but it's still good enough. This comic got cancelled before it could become anything special, but it is still good enough. Again, it is here mostly for the vibes. Here, Scar is sterile, so he cannot have cubs of his own. When Shandy tells Scar that in her clan only the strongest is the leader, and all the time other hyenas try to challenge her and she always wins her battle. So yes, she is not the leader because she is royal, she is the leader because she is the best. So Scar gets an idea. Maybe his heir does not need to be from his own blood. He just needs someone to have his own ideologies. So he talks to Tomo, who is his prisoner at the moment, because despite his rules, he went and conceived a cub with a rogue. Now he tells her that if she wants her cubs to be alive, she needs to hand them over him. So yeah, here Kovu and Vitani are Tomo's cubs, and Scar will take them away from her. There is also this heartbreaking fan art of Zero mourning over Scar's corpse. Kopa and Vitani was a popular ship in the Lion King fanbase for a while, and fan arts like this was common. So yeah, Zero kills Kopa and Vitani will mourn him. This artist also has one of the oldest Lion King fan comics. It's not really my cup of tea, but I know it is kinda considered a classic by some people. In the timeline of this fan art, Zero killed Mitu, and years later when she was going to kill Kopa, Mitu's ghost will come to rescue Kopa from her. It's interesting. An on-throw version of Scar. I like the vibes of this fan art. An on-throw version of Simba. There are much better on-throw versions of Simba, but it is still good enough. Scar as a mage. Yeah, it's interesting. An atmospheric fan art of Simba and Kopa. To me, it looks relaxing and bittersweet at the same time, as if like Kopa has died and now Simba is remembering his final memories with him. I did not intend to have 4 fan arts in a row called Scar and Zero, but here we are. Among all 4 of them, this one looks the most beautiful to me. A fan art of Scar and Zero that is relaxing and creepy at the same time. Yeah, maybe both of them started as innocent cows but later would turn into monsters together. A shipping art of Scar and Zero. I dig it. A cool fan art of Scar and Zero standing next to each other. A cute fan art of Scar and Serafina. More than a few people have theorized that they used to be in a relationship. A cool fan art of Scar. A very cute fan art of a toddler version of Zero. Yeah, it's kind of funny that a psychopath like her would start as a cute cub like this. A very short comic with no dialogues in which Ahadi gives Scar his scar. An on-throw Lion King fan art in which Zero is comforting with Tani. Yeah, it looks cute. I didn't want to include redraws on the list, but these few that I'm including are cute enough to be included. Yeah, I really like how here even Kovu's mane is shaggy. I mean, the place they are living in, looking good, is far from your first priority. A cool redraw of Zero. A redraw, and the art style is interesting. I would like to see a Lion King video game that looks like this. Rafiki being silly, I like it. A cool fan art of Scar and Zero. In this one, Zero mostly wants to be with Scar to have power, and Scar also knows that they are both planning to stab each other in the back and they are both fine with it. This one is kinda depressing, so feel free to skip to the next rank. Ahadi and Uru had Scar at first, but then Ahadi dies, and then Tanglemane shows up, who is evil in this timeline, and he forces Uru to make him her new king. And yeah, very short after that, Mufasa will be born. But Scar is so small that Tanglemane easily makes Uru lie that Mufasa is the firstborn, and yeah, Uru, poor girl, goes through so much stuff because she can't tell anyone that she is actually in danger, but everyone think that she easily replaced her first husband, and because of that she lost a lot of credibility. And also apparently the Outlanders are the real Pridelanders, and Tanglemane and his sister just secretly killed the Outlanders so that their own kind would replace them. And yeah, it's really some dark stuff. But an interesting thing that happens is that Scar and Mufasa would realize that they are actually half brother, and when Tanglemane kills Uru, they will banish him. Now Mufasa knows that he is not son of a king, and actually Scar is the one that deserves to be the king. But Scar will make a selfless decision. They will keep this whole thing a secret because they know that even if Mufasa says that Scar should be the king now, still some of his followers wouldn't accept it, so it would lead to a civil war. So yeah, Scar tells Mufasa that he will stay the king. But later Scar would slowly become evil because of circumstances, and we know what will happen next. I don't have anything to say other than how funny it is. It's just funny, but it was funny enough to be on the list. A cool fan art of teenage Kovu. A sad fan art of Nala. Yeah, living under King Scar's rule is hard. You know how in the ending of The Lion King 2 Vitani isn't there? According to this fan art, she is still where they were fighting and she is mourning Nuka and Zero. It looks cool, it's all I have to say. Kopa and Kion being silly and Kiara being unamused with it. When it comes to the Lion King comics, there is a big 8. Most of them are in my top 10, but not this one. I'm not saying that this comic is bad, it is in fact really good, it just isn't my cup of tea. Like, I personally only get depressed each time I read this comic and doesn't have any moment that makes me say, oh hell yeah, it is a really good comic. No, in this one, Scar is such a horrible person that I just stop having fun. This is one of the popular new Lion King fan comics, but personally it is not my cup of tea, and that's because it focuses on characters that are basically OCs, and yeah, I don't care about OCs that much. It can't get more classic than this. I have heard from some Lion King fans that were there during the 90s, and according to those people, in those days, this fanfiction was really popular at the time. It has a few good moments, but personally it is not my cup of tea. I have nothing but respect for this one, but personally there are many more Lion King fan projects that I like much more than this one. The production values of this one is high, but as a person who has really enjoyed their Sonic animations, their Lion King animation is not as good. So yeah, objectively it deserves to be much higher on the list, but subjectively I am kinda disappointed because my expectations was really high for this one. Despite its title, this comic is actually a reimagining of The Lion King 2. In this alternate timeline, Simba has a younger sister named Shani, born sometimes after Mufasa's death. Serabi tells Scar that Shani isn't Mufasa's daughter so that he won't kill her. In my personal headcanon, Scar knows the truth but strikes a cruel deal. If Serabi gives him an heir, he'll spare Shani. That's how Sumai, Scar and Serabi's daughter, is born. Here Nuka, Vitani and Kovu are all children of Scar and Zero. Zero only pretends Kovu isn't Scar's because she fears Simba might kill him. Something Simba even considers acting on. I love how the family tree describes Kopa and Kiara. Kopa, the cub whose death began the Great War of the Pridelands, and Kiara, whose love finally healed that rift. This comic ranks at number 100 mainly because it repeats a lot from the first film, and similar ideas have been explored more effectively somewhere else. Still being among the top 100 out of the thousands of Lion King fan projects is a big achievement. All projects on this list are works I respect and enjoy, even if I have some criticism. Shani and Kiara's relationship mirrors Simba's and Scar's dynamic. But unlike Scar, Shani truly loves Kiara. She just had a hard life. Simba affectionately calls Kiara Fluffy, a callback to the fandom nicknaming that cop at the end of the first movie Fluffy, which is usually a variable name because some people say Fluffy is Kopa, meanwhile others believe that it is Kiara, and a very rare third group of people that believe Fluffy is neither Kopa nor Kiara. Simba avoids having another cop because after the death of Kopa by Zero's hand, he is terrified of losing another cop. And he already fears for Kiara every second. Doubling that fear by having another cop will give him a heart attack. Shani urges him to tell Kiara the truth, but he lacks the strength. Serabi spends much of her time quietly sitting atop Pride Rock, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zero believes Simba is dead and that the current king is an imposter. She becomes ruthless, killing Outlander cubs not her own. Even Afwa, Sumai's son. Some Outlanders begin to question following her. One of Zero's sisters remembers when she was kind and admits that memories by day still stay. I'd love to see someone further explore the idea of Simba having a sister. A daughter who never knew her father has real potential. Killing of Kopa is common in the Lion King fan works, but another popular route is to give him amnesia instead. This story follows that path. An adult Kopa suffering memory loss returns to the Pridelands where no one recognizes him. If that premise intrigues you, I recommend reading it yourself. It ranks low mainly due to some rough writing and pacing issues, above number 100 for being a bit more original in its approach. A short but striking concept. Scar was so consumed by darkness that his evil literally became a demonic entity within him. After the Lion King won, that demon abandons his body in search of a new host. Scar survives, but with the evil gone, he is tormented by guilt. He lives quietly, burdened by regret, until he discovers the demon has possessed Kovu. It's only a single-page comic, but the premise is fantastic. I'd love to see someone expand on it someday. It's ranked low for its uneven art style, but otherwise it's creative and memorable. I also love the design choice of Scar's mane. The white streak within the black looks great. A warm, laid-back continuation of The Lion King 2. It's not high-stakes drama, but a gentle story about family and love. It's one of the first fanfics I've ever read, so I have nostalgia attached to it. Spoilers. Kiara and Kovu have twin daughters. The elder loses her memory and disappears, believed to be dead, only to return later and become queen when her sister declines the role. Though that sounds intense, the story remains very mellow, more slice of life than epic. Each chapter introduces a small conflict that resolves neatly by the end, and Kiara and Kovu remind each other I love you on nearly every page. It's this slow due to uneven pacing and a few cases of bad writing here and there, and being cringe very few times, but I find it charmingly relaxing. A tragic fanfiction with an interesting twist. What would happen if Mufasa survived the fall and Scar was killed for his crime? If you want to know the answer, then read it for yourself. It is again low on the list for pacing and writing issues, but it is above number 97 for having such an interesting idea. Spoilers: Simba will run away before realizing his father is alive. Mufasa and Serabi will have another son named Akila, who will become the future king because they think Simba is dead. Serafina will have another daughter named Malaika, who will be Akila's betrothed. For Akila, we have a situation similar to Tai Lung from Kung Fu Panda. He is told his whole life that he is the next king, but when Simba comes back, they take that title from him. Like always, the traditions are the main source of conflict. Mufasa and Serabi so casually destroyed Akila's life and just assumed he will move on from it. Akila and Malaika will become villains because of their parents' unintentional cruelty. Only when they destroy themselves, Mufasa and Serabi realize what they have done. When it is too late, they realize they are the ones that turned Akila into a monster. And in the few remaining days of their life, they will mourn Akila. Now that they are old, they reflect on their life with regret. If they chose to let their sons rule together, they could have prevented the tragedies. A charming short comic following Nala's adventure during her search for help. Along the way, she reunites with childhood friends who now protect a group of cubs and can't join her. It's simple but sweet. Sometimes that's all you need. It ranks low because it's not groundbreaking, yet it's above number 96 for its tighter writing and lighter tone. According to this fan comic, Scar is a fallen hero and Mufasa is a redeemed villain. So in the beginning they are totally different from what they are in the OG movie, and would have seen what would change them into what they are now if it wasn't unfinished. It is low on the list because of being cancelled before it could get great, but it is above number 95 for being just so interesting. Mufasa is thirsty for fame. He wants to be even more well known than Mohatu, so that he would become the brightest star when he dies. That is his number one priority, and he would do anything to write his name in the history. Scar, named Ascari here, still has ego, but he is a good person. He has a strong sense of justice, and the safety of his family, friends, and Pridelands means a lot to him. That's why he doesn't take Mufasa seriously and doesn't respect him. Mufasa wants the Lion Guard to pay a visit to the Red Empire and forge an alliance with them. They have been their enemies for generations, so by doing this they will make history. Ascari is disgusted by what Mufasa wants them to do. The Red Empire is misogynistic and he doesn't want Pridelands to be their allies. And also with the guard gone, Mufasa can't defend the entire kingdom alone. Ascari knows that Mufasa wants to do this only for himself and not for the Pridelands, but he has no choice but to do as his king tells him. They have an uncle named Menelik who blames himself for how arrogant Mufasa has become. Apparently when the ruler is unfit, the Lion Guard leader can dethrone and exile him or her, which is exactly what he did to Queen Uru and her consort Ahadi. But he kept Mufasa and Ascari in the Pridelands. He crowned Mufasa the king even though Mufasa was a preteen at that time. He tried to teach Mufasa despite knowing nothing himself. Now he admits that he did it because of jealousy and not for doing the right thing. He was jealous of Uru because Mohatu had to spend more time with her to train her. He could live with it until the time he was betrothed to a princess of another kingdom. He had to break up with his love interest to marry that princess. He didn't want to do it, but he had to sacrifice his happiness for the Pridelands. But when he sees Uru has married the one she loved, he couldn't couldn't take it anymore, so he found an excuse to use the law to kick out his sister. He tells Ascari to be better than him and not to make the same mistake as him. He told this story to Ascari so that he would learn to fix his relationship with Mufasa. In this timeline, Ascari has married Duala, one of Serabi's sisters, and Kula and Chamvi are his cubs. I love his dynamic with them and I love his attitude against Mufasa. Duala is a close friend with the hyenas, unlike Scar who finds them annoying. She is pregnant with their third cub. Ed can't talk at the moment. Ascari complains about not being the king to Duala. With all the respect, she tells him that he is not king material. Besides, making an alliance with the enemy is sometimes needed. She knows when to support Ascari and when to tell him he is wrong and when to be my favorite character. After a few funny and cute family and friends moments, the next day comes and the Lion Guard should leave Pridelands. Before they do, Mufasa tells the details of their mission, which is a lore dump about the Red Empire that foreshadows Zero and the Strange Lion. And this is where it ends. What if that moment Rani told Kion to run away and never return, he did as he was told? What would happen if Kion wasn't here? Hints suggest Kovu may have accidentally killed Simba and Kion witnessed it. Consumed by venom and rage, Kion challenges Kiara, easily defeats her and declares himself king. Those who reject him, including Kiara, Nala, Serabi and most of the guard, leave the Pridelands. Only Fully stays, believing she can fix him. It's ranked here due to inconsistent tone and art, but it tells an engaging story. One standout scene is when Zero strikes Nuka in anger, scarring him like Scar. Her instant regret and Nuka's bitter words make it one of the most powerful moments in the comic. No, your claws broke our bond. At least now I look like him. I'm out of here. I can't stay here anymore. I freed you from the problem. The Nuka you knew will cease to exist. One day I will come back, smarter, stronger, fearless, and you will hear my name. A meeting of Scar with Scourge from the Archie Sonic comics in the House of Mouse. They both have scars, or evil kings that reached power by killing the last king, who was a good king, probably killed their fathers as a result of being neglected when they were young. And both of them look cool and powerful, but they are actually cowards, which actually makes them endearing. Realistically, they wouldn't get along, but this is a fan art that exists to be fun and cool. It's low only because other stuff are better, and it is above number 93 because I really like this idea. A clever blend of the Lion King and the Godfather. Scar fits naturally into this reinterpretation, and his design, complete with a cane shaped from that elephant's skull, looks incredible. There's also a related fan art piece featuring Uru, Serabi, Zero, Nolo and Kiara as Lion Queens, with Zero's look being especially striking. It ranks low because there are stronger Anthro interpretations out there, and also in some related art Scar isn't really likable, but above number 92 for how well the concept suits the characters. A quiet, emotional illustration of Scar trying to hide his tears, perhaps from guilt, grief, or both. The ambiguity is what makes it powerful. It's this low because other pieces explore the idea of a regretful Scar in more depth, but it edges out number 91 with its simple beauty and emotion. Nuka mourning Scar just as Simba mourned Mufasa, a poignant parallel. It invites reflection on how even a flawed father can still be loved. Imagine a Father's Day special where Simba and Nuka in their separate worlds both honor their father's memories. Scar could have been a bad king yet a loving dad. That contrast is fascinating. It's ranked here because others have explored the idea more fully, but it stands above number 90 for its emotional resonance. In one word, fire, both literally and figuratively. This piece depicts Scar and Zero united in flames, a darkly romantic image that feels epic and symbolic. It's lower on the list because there's an even more creative Zero revival later on, but I still love this one. The title's pun fits perfectly, and the concept of two evil characters bound by loyalty and passion never stops being compelling. I used to ship these two, but not anymore. Still, this artwork has a nostalgic calmness I enjoy. It's ranked lower because I now prefer seeing fully as Kion's sister figure. Yet it sits above the previous entry for its serene tone over pure cool factor. It's a dark and edgy continuation to the Lion Guard. I cannot say what happens in it because it has sensitive topics in it, but it is interesting. It is not one of those projects that only exists to have adult content for weirdos. No, it does have questionable stuff in it, but they exist for a reason. They exist to make a point. So don't think that this one is for edgy teenagers. No, it really has some good and interesting stuff in it, but again I will warn you that it is dark, it has depressing moments, some characters will die, some characters will get depressed, and some messed up stuff will happen to some of the characters. Before anything, note that this story involves Scar and Nolo as a pair. Though handled carefully, I still found the need to warn you. What makes it even more questionable is that in this timeline, Scar and Zero used to be mates, but now they act toxic against each other. And Scar has a specific hate for Nuka, his own son. That said, Scar's portrayal here is fascinating, manipulative yet vulnerable. Despite being a villain, his humanity shows through his moments of honesty. Nolo agrees to become Scar's queen to protect Mitu and convince Scar to send away some of the hyenas, a plan that succeeds to some extent. Scar eventually reveals Taka to Nolo, and Nolo begins to see his broken side and slowly starts loving Scar for real. There's also a sharp moment of dark humor when Nolo's father confronts Scar saying, "Couldn't get the mother so you got the daughter." Yes, Scar and Serafino used to be an item in this timeline. The story ranks low because the premise is still questionable, but above number 86 for its deep character exploration. Okay, when we talk about Lion King fan comics, there is a big 8. 6 of those big 8 are in my top 10, but the other 2, first is Scar's Era by Albino Raven 666 fan art on DeviantArt. That was in my top 100 because it is well written, well drawn and popular, but I removed it because of how depressing it is. So yeah, objectively it deserves to be on the list, but this is a subjective list. The other one from the big 8 is this one. Objectively it deserves to be much higher on the list, but subjectively I don't find much to talk about. Yeah, the visuals are nice and it is well written, but it doesn't have that one moment that I say, oh yeah, this is a good one. But overall, yes, if you like Lion King, then you won't regret reading this one. It is low on the list because it is not my cup of tea, but it is above number 85 because this comic is kinda a classic and it is many people's cup of tea. Now that I think, there is one thing I really like about this comic. So relatively minor spoilers. Uru is betrothed to Ahadi, but she doesn't love him. She will give birth to Mufasa and she does love her son, but just being with Ahadi feels wrong to her. So when Ahadi suggests a betrothal between Mufasa and Serabi, she is against it. They will argue and Uru will run away to the jungle as a result. There she will see a lion named Rehemo and falls in love with him. So she will have an affair. Rehemo has no idea that Uru has a husband and son and she is the queen. When Taka is born, Ahadi instantly realizes his wife had cheated on him. If it was any other story, Ahadi would have killed Rehemo. But this version of Ahadi is open-minded. He knows that Rehemo didn't know Uru was already married. He knows that Uru was the one who took advantage of Rehemo. So if one person should be punished, it is Uru, but he won't punish her. He loves her, so he gives her two options. 1. To go with Rehemo and Taka and live with her true love for the rest of her life. Or 2. Stay here as his love and queen and he will treat Taka as his own son. Uru chooses the second option, and when she sees how reasonable Ahadi is and how much he loves her, she will finally fall in love with Ahadi. Even when Rehemo shows up in the Pridelands again, Ahadi lets him stay. Okay, this one is big. 6 relatively big fanfictions that starts from the days of Simba's grandparents and will go up until the days of his grandchildren. So if you are into that lineage type of Lion King fanfictions, this one is for you. I have the most nostalgia attached to this one. Before getting addicted to YouTube, I was addicted to Wattpad and this was my favorite thing there. I was a big fan of it and I was reading it as if they are the Harry Potter books or Lord of the Rings or something, or like any popular fantasy book series. For a time, this series of fanfictions were an important part of my life, but I have to say, if you dislike stories that focus on OCs, then you might need to skip some chapters. But I personally like some of the OCs of this series. They are far from the best Lion King OCs, but they are still good enough. It is low on the list for 2 reasons. First is that now I think the story is too long, and second is that its writing isn't perfect. I mean, it is not bad, it's just good enough. There are fanfictions that are written much better than this one, but still it's some really impressive work by the standards of fanfictions. Well, there was one thing in this series that I didn't like. In the later half of the story, the twin sons of Kiara will fight each other for the throne while a heartbroken Kiara watches them. The older one was living with the hyenas because he had amnesia and everyone thought he was dead, so the younger one was forced to become heir to the throne. He didn't want it at first, but they talked to him about it so much that now all that matters to him is being the next king. They forced this burden to him so much that now his life would be meaningless without being king. And they easily gave that title back to the older twin when he came back. They forced him to love something, and when that happened, they took that thing away from him. And people called the younger brother a villain and compared him to Scar when he became frustrated as a result. So yeah, it's kind of a situation like Tai Lung from Kung Fu Panda. I don't dislike it because it makes a good tragic story. The fanfiction Sibling Jealousy made it to my top 100 because of that. My problem is how it gets resolved. While I am happy it didn't end in tragedy like Sibling Jealousy, the happy ending they gave it was unearned in my opinion. You know how it ended? Yeah, so a spoiler warning here. The younger brother killed the older one in a challenge. Not by backstabbing, no, he defeated him in a fair challenge. And when he won the throne, Simba's spirit and the other rulers of the past took the younger brother to the skies and revived the older brother. Simba told the younger brother to just let it go and start his own pride somewhere away from Pridelands. And the younger brother easily accepts it. I have two problems with it. First is that nobody learned the lesson naturally. Kiara and Kovu didn't realize how unfair they were to their second son, and the younger brother didn't learn on his own that he wasn't justified to kill his brother. When he killed his brother, the dead kings just undid his mistake, which leads to my second problem, which is this question. What makes them special? Why didn't the dead kings did this when Scar killed Mufasa? Why weren't Mufasa and Scar given a second chance to live a happy life while their descendants were? It is so unfair and it's kind of bad writing. But with the exception of that, it is a good story. If this happy ending was earned through legitimate ways and not through cheap supernatural ways, it would have been much higher on the list, but now it is just good enough. But well, Scar does treat Nuka well in this one, so an extra point for that. It is a fanfiction that is The Little Mermaid, but the characters are replaced by Lion King characters. Because it is the story of two prides of lions and not mermaids and humans, it will have more than a few differences with The Little Mermaid. There are stuff from The Little Mermaid, there are stuff from The Lion King 1 and 2, and there are stuff exclusive to this fanfiction. It is this low on the list because the story has just begun and it hasn't reached its full potential yet. But it is above number 83 because it is not too long. We have some new characters. Kiara is a friend to a dog named Samaki. There is a king in the Outlands who is the father of Nuka, Vitani and Kovu. Yes, Scar doesn't have a family here because even Nuka isn't his son. And Zero doesn't even exist in this story. But the hyenas are still loyal to him. And yeah, I think I have said enough. In some fan stories, Serobi is one of the few people that never wronged Scar, and that could be the reason he didn't kill her. Maybe Scar did regret killing Mufasa and Simba, but only because he feels sorry for Serobi. It is this low on the list for being incomplete, but it is above number 82 because its concept is much more interesting. A dark yet powerful piece reminding us that letting Zero raise Kovu and Vitani was far from merciful. It's difficult to look at, but it captures a tragic realism that fits the canon well. It ranks above number 81 for that reason. Unsettling but true to the spirit of the story. Scar's final moment, haunted by regret. What makes this comic so powerful is a single line. The flames are coming to consume my mangled body, but please don't let it consume my soul. It's ranked this low because several artists have explored a regretful Scar more deeply, but it earns its place above number 80 because it doesn't leave me feeling quite as heavy afterward. I wanted to have a romantic art of Ahadi and Uru, and I think this one's the best. It is this low on the list because it is far from my favorite ship, but it is above number 79 because it is the best at what it does. A cute trilogy of Lion King fan comics about the childhood of Ahadi and Uru. I won't have a deep dive on this one because to be honest I only read this comic for the vibes. So if you like to see some stories about the childhood of Simba's grandparents, read this comic. It is this low on the list because it doesn't have a special story, but it is above number 78 because it makes me feel better and it manages to continue doing that despite being longer. After getting his scar from Ahadi, Taka kidnaps Uru and with the help of the hyenas prepares for war against the Pridelands. This is a Lion King adaptation of a musical scene from Tangled the series, and it fits shockingly well. The energy, the tone, even the lyrics. It's ranked here simply because others surpass it, but it's above number 77 for having such a clever cinematic idea. Also that song, it's fantastic. Many fans imagine that Scar had a much closer relationship with his mother Uru than his father Ahadi, and this might be the most heartwarming depiction of that bond. It's placed here because it's simply cute and doesn't go beyond that, but it ranks above number 76 because Scar treats his mother better in this one. Another single page comic with an interesting idea. What if the Lion Guard couldn't reach the Tree of Life in time and Ono would become blind as a result? This is the worst thing that could happen to Ono, but luckily he is smart and his friends are always there for him. Beshti's wise and kind words make Ono more creative. From now on, Ono will use his other senses to see. It's ranked here because stronger works follow, but it's above number 74 for being genuinely heartwarming. A step above just cute, at least for me. A charming piece showing Kopa, Mufasa and Scar asleep together. Well, mostly. Mufasa's awake but refuses to move so he doesn't wake up Taka, who is resting on top of him. It's adorable and I appreciate that this version of Kopa Mufasa looks unique enough and does not look just like Kopa Simba. It's low on the list because others stand out more, but it beats number 75 for its distinct and thoughtful character design. The second funniest thing on the list. Stay tuned for the first. This art pretty much sums up everything wrong with the Lion King fanbase. Can you guess which one I am guilty of? All of them. And because of it, every panel of this comic page makes me laugh. Except for the last one because I actually love the Lion Guard. But seriously, stuff like Simba being an edgelord, hyenas being punching bags, Nuka being just a victim, Zero being a serial killer, turning the Circle of Life into a politic, turning Scar into the Joker, and of course adults arguing over the Lion Guard, are stuff that happen in this fan base. These trends became so common that many fans actually mistake them for canon, like the infamous Zero killing Kopa theory that has been adapted countless times. As one commenter suggested, Ahadi deserves his own parody. He tries his best in the book, yet in the fan stories he is often portrayed as the most abusive father imaginable. But of course that's only a small slice of the fandom. As you'll see higher up, many creators turn these very tropes into masterpieces. It's this low because it's purely comedic, but above number 73 for being so clever, self-aware and creative. Mufasa, Scar, Zira, Serabi and Serafino as cops. Yeah, I could imagine them as childhood friends. It is low on the list because there are more interesting stuff above, but above number 72 for being cuter. Also, this artist has two OCs as Zira's parents, her father Kazimu and her mother Azola. These two OCs are so popular that some other fan artists integrated them into their own stories. Also, there is this fan art of Kopa meeting Zira, who will be the last person he will meet, and also this fan art of Cubs Simba and Nala and the other Cubs around their age, Malka, Tojo, Tama, Pula and Chamvi, the Cubs that come from the books and the comics. I should have at least one fan art of the whole family, Simba, Nala and their children, and this is the best art of all 5 of them. It is such a sweet fan art. I also love how Kopa looks more like Nala here. It's low simply because it's only cute, but it ranks above number 74 for being extremely cute. Bloody Psycho Nala, a new favorite of mine. She looks so cool. It is this low on the list because the description of it tells how depressing it is. But it is above number 70 because ignoring the description, it is one of the coolest and most unique Lion King fan arts. Mufasa as an angel, majestic and pure. It's this low because others go even further, but it's above the lower ranks for sheer beauty and imagination. It makes you imagine the perfect counterbalance. Scar as a demon, returning for one final battle of light and shadow. This artist has another artwork of Scar's spirit watching over Zira, proving that even the darkest souls can carry a spark of light. Simba's fiery form from Kingdom Hearts 3, both figuratively and literally fire. This is one of the coolest versions of Simba ever drawn. It's low simply because it's pure style over substance, but above number 68 for being so unapologetically awesome. Take a look at the description and the things the artist said in the comments for more information. Nuka isn't strong or smart, so cheating through dark magic makes more sense for him. It is this low on the list because there are 2 other projects that do the idea of a mage Nuka better, but it is above the ranks below it because I still really like the idea. One of the most heartwarming things ever. Mufasa was there for his grandson since the beginning, and it could have happened for real. We can easily say here Kion is too young to remember it. The curiosity of Kion and Mufasa's smile, it's perfect. It is bittersweet. We could have more cute moments like this if Mufasa didn't die. And well, I feel a connection to this art. My grandfather passed away 3 years ago, and I got a baby cousin a few months ago. He won't have any memories of our grandfather like me and the other cousins, and would only see pictures of him and hear stories about him. But who knows, maybe they did have a meeting like this, but he won't remember it. This art is this low on the list because there are even more heartwarming arts above, but above number 66 for talking more to my heart. Serabi as a grandmother, something Disney should have given us. It's such a warm and tender piece. It's ranked here because there are stronger Serabi moments higher up, but above number 65 because Mufasa already gets enough love. It's nice to see her shine for once. A depiction of Nuka's love for Vatani. It's lower because other takes explore their bond in a more complex way, but higher than number 64 for showing a relationship dynamic we don't see often. What if Zero once loved Nuka deeply and that love slowly faded? That thought alone is powerful. It's low because the moment is fleeting, but it's above number 63 for being quite heartwarming. I've seen countless adult Kion designs. Too many that make him look like a skinny Simba clone. But this is the version for me. He still resembles Simba as he should, but you can instantly tell it's Kion. In my head canon, this is what Kion looks like fully grown, but larger than any lion before him. It's this low because more creative works lie ahead, above 62 because this feels right to me. If anyone knows who the original artist of this fan art is, please tell me. It's a really sweet piece of Scar and his family. Despite how evil Scar is, here at least he seems to love his mate and cubs. It's adorable and it makes me wish for a reimagining of The Lion King 2 where Scar is still alive, ruling the Outlands alongside Zero. Things would have been very different if Scar had survived. It's this low on the list because of its fairly standard art style, but it ranks above the previous ones because I'd love to see this become official canon. A stunning fan art of Scar and Zero. It would have easily made it in my top 25 if not for one small mistake. They're both showing the good sides of their faces. You're the villain, show the scarred sides. Scar's scar is on his left eye, Zero's on her right ear. If they stood the other way around, they'd be showing who they really are. Still, despite that, it's an incredibly stylish piece, ranking higher for how striking it looks. I needed at least one Nuka X fan art and this one's the most unique. I love how Nuka is thin but still looks appealing. It doesn't give much to analyze, but it earns its place above number 59 simply for being a flawless, well-made piece. The description of the art says it all. What if Zero died soon and Nuka had to raise Kovu? He would give all his food to Kovu so that he would grow up to become a strong man, while he himself had so little food that he was very weak all the time, until the day that he died to illness and weakness. It is a very sad story that somehow doesn't depress me, and I will feel better when I'm finished crying about it. I think I should stop saying this low on the list, because from now on we reach some good stuff. Yeah, we aren't even halfway through the list and I can already say stuff are really close to each other. This is number 57 today. Tomorrow it could be number 25. It is above number 58 for Nuka being such a bro to Kovu. This animatic says what if Ushari's venom was stronger and it killed Kion after a few hours. So watch it for yourself if it interests you. Spoilers. It is sad in a beautiful way. In his last moments, Kion is in Pride Rock next to Simba and Nala. Kion talks in a way that shows he knows he won't make it. Simba tells him that he is proud of him but asks him to save his breath. Kion tells Nala that he is sorry that he can't be with them anymore. Nala puts her paw on Kion's. She tries to keep Kion awake by talking to him, but it is too late. Man, Lion Guard would hit much harder if it wasn't a preschool show. It is above number 57 because that one is a little bit depressing, meanwhile this one is tragic. Possibly the cutest Lion King fan art ever. It's incredibly charming and heartwarming. Honestly, knowing Timon and Pumbaa, the only way they'd get married is finding gender-swapped versions of themselves. And this art nails that idea perfectly. If they ever remade Lion King 2, I'd want this version of them. It ranks higher than number 56 because it's just too adorable. A cool fan art showing Nala and other young lions of Pridelands preparing to rebel against Scar. No Simba because it is when Scar still rule. You can feel the courage and tragedy in the air. Their rebellion will surely fail, but the spirit is powerful. It's above number 55 for its intensity and tone. And because that one admittedly was a bit cringe. Cute cringe but still cringe. Tired of the abusive father Ahadi trope? Then this one's for you. It's a wholesome and heartwarming piece of Ahadi being a loving dad. You can read everything from their faces. Taka's pride, Ahadi's joy, and Uru's clear don't you dare step in here with those muddy paws. It's above number 54 for being pure and comforting. This is canon and I will kill you if you disagree with me. I'm 100% sure this is the scenario each time Scar, Vitani and Zazu are in the same place. Vitani would be quite the troublemaker and Scar encourages it instead of being a responsible father. Especially when Vitani is torturing Zazu. It is above number 53 because if you don't like Vitani being Scar's little shetani, then you are my enemy. An interesting idea. In this fan story, Mufasa has a twin sister named Hazina and Scar is much younger than them. Their mother will die as a result of giving birth to Scar. Mufasa used to bully Scar when they were young, but Hazina was the exact opposite. She became a mother figure to Scar and was always supportive of him. She will be betrothed to another kingdom, but after years she will come back to the Pridelands with her son. Her husband dead and her kingdom destroyed by rogues. She will die soon, leaving a devastated Scar alone, who now will take care of Hazina's son, Kovu. Yeah, it means Kovu and Kiara would still be related, so the artist changed it a little bit and now Hazina is Scar's adopted mother or something. I say the better change would be to just replace Kovu with Vitani. Vitani won't marry a child of Simba, so she can be related to Scar. So yeah, I would turn this origin of Kovu into Vitani's origins because there is another fan-made origins for Kovu that I like more. Okay, since fanfiction is the theme of this video, here's an idea I have based on this art. Imagine in an Untold Lion King universe, Scar wouldn't die, and when Vitani becomes an adult, he finally finds the strength to tell Vitani's origins to her. It would be similar to the story of this art, but Vitani replaces Kovu. Then imagine Scar giving Vitani a dress that he bought for his sister to gift it to her on her birthday, but she was sent away before that, so she never got to wear it. This dress would become Scar's only reminder of his sister, and because of his love for her, he kept this dress in a safe place and took such a good care of it that after all these years the dress still looks new. Then imagine Vitani, despite being a tomboy, would wear that very girly dress and Scar would look at her with tears in his eyes. Or maybe Scar's sister did wear that dress only once and somehow both Scar and Vitani could feel her familiar scent on it. Then Scar could die a few days after that, so this dress would have an extra meaning for Vitani, because now it also reminds her of her uncle that have been like a father to her in her her entire life. So she would wear this like 2 or 3 more times because she fears that something might happen to this dress that reminds her of family members that are no longer with her. Even though in that dress she looks so beautiful that she catches all the attention while wearing it. This art is above number 52 because I think more about this one. Some fans disliked how the Lion Guard portrayed Kiara. I'm fine with her, but I agree she could have been handled better. One easy fix, make her older. When siblings are close in age, there's rivalry. When one's older, they can become a protector or a comfort. This art shows Kiara as a loving big sister to Kion. It's beautiful. It ranks above number 51 for being gentler and less divisive. Before season 3, people had different theories of where Kion will be in Lion King 2. Some killed him off, others just made him leave. This piece belongs to the latter group. An emotional farewell between an adult Kion and Simba. Both are crying. Both know this moment is necessary. Simba has to find the courage to let go, and Kion has to find his own path. It's above number 50 purely for the vibes. A fusion of Scar and Hades, and it looks god tier. It's like Scar's fire spirit but even cooler. Above number 49 for sheer coolness. Description of this fan art says it all. What if Simba was so pure-hearted that even Scar couldn't help but smile at him sometimes? It is above number 48 for being so heartwarming my heart could explode any moment now. Here Simba runs to his mother instead of running away after Mufasa's death. It is bittersweet. Serabi lost a great husband and Simba lost a great father, but at least Serabi and Simba have each other. It is above number 47 because it is much more bittersweet. I think the upper and lower halves of this artwork should swap places. I can picture it as an animation. It starts with young Simba and cub Kiara. Then the camera rotates around them like the everything they like touches scene. And when it completes the circle, Simba's old and Kiara's grown up. It's nostalgic and bittersweet. Above number 46 because it lingers in my mind longer. Heartwarming. That's one word I would describe this fan art with. I don't know what more to say. It is really cute to imagine Nuka loving Kovu at first, and it would be heartbreaking to know what events would happen next. It is above number 45 because of my bias for Scar and Zera's family. A creepy, beautifully drawn single-page comic that captures Simba's inner torment. You can feel the unease. It's the kind of nightmare I can totally imagine him having. Above number 44 for being more unique and atmospheric. I literally don't know what to say. Just look at this beauty. Serabi's beloved Mufasa looking after her even in death. It is above number 43 because it is more bittersweet. First time I saw this fan art, I thought it was the moment that Serabi finally died, and after so much suffering Mufasa is guiding her to the heavens, so that they could be together for eternity. I mean, it could happen after a few nights. A sad art of Scar and Zero. With his last breath, Scar tells Zero that he will always be with her. Both smiling, but both have tears in their eyes. Their smile being a facade in order to fool each other and themselves. They are sad that they won't see each other again, but they want to prevent each other from feeling sad. It is above number 42 simply because I like Scar more than Mufasa. A beautiful fan art of Scar and Zero. I ship these two so bad, as a result I have more to say about it. Scar and Zero only have each other. Everyone else betrayed them at some point. The entire world is against them and yet they fight back because they have each other. The world wounded them and their love for each other is what heals their wound. Their scars never healed, so their hearts become corrupted. And yet, despite how evil they become, they never stop loving each other. It is above number 41 because I had a little bit more to say about it. A cool fan art of Fully. She looks a little bit scary, which fits her actually. With that speed, I could see some of her enemies to be afraid of her. She looks a little bit gothic. I'm not into gothic characters, but since she's just a little bit gothic, I am fine with it. I don't have more to say, just a really cool Fully fan art that I like a lot. It is above number 40 for the vibes. A fan art of Vitani that looks relaxing and depressing at the same time. I can feel that here Vitani developed a deep depression after the Lion King 2. I mean, she lost her mother and brother in a day. She was treated like a soldier since childhood, and now she is living in a world in which her blood family are the villains. That is too much, and since unlike Kovu she didn't find love or something, yeah, it makes sense for her to get depressed. Her mental healing will take a while. It's above number 39 for having more to talk about. An interesting fan art of Nuka. I like how the artist managed to make Nuka skinnier without making me feel too bad for him. I have seen other realistic takes on Nuka, and in them Nuka is so skinny I feel horrible. But somehow here he looks cool instead of horrible, even though you can easily see his ribcage. He looks unhealthy, but he also looks very determined. I feel like he is about to start his villain sign. This is the coolest Nuka has ever looked. It is above number 38 because Nuka is my boy. One of the coolest Lion King fan arts ever. Giving specific powers to different Lion Guard leaders is such an interesting idea. I want a Lion King game like this. It is just begging to become a hack and slash. Imagine a classic God of War clone but playing as lions. That would be cool. It is above number 37 for being cooler. There is also this art of Zero and Nuka. It is bittersweet, and I also love how here Zero is a main lioness. Probably the best realistic take on the Lion King. If the live action movies look like this, they would hit much harder. It is above number 36 because this one is the background of my phone. Number 36 gives me an idea for the mechanism of my dream Lion King game, and this one gives me an idea of what the art style of that game should be. It is realistic enough to be cool, but it is still colorful enough that it still looks appealing. The very short fanfiction attached to this fan art says it all. I also believe that Zero knows she is the one responsible for Nuka's death, but she just doesn't want to admit it. It is above number 35 for being in line with my Lion King beliefs. Also, there is this dark art of Beshti. The description says it all. Hippos live much longer, so long that not only he will witness the natural death of his friends, he will witness the natural death of the children of his friends. A unique fan art. We see the ghost of Scar comforting his son. Nuka doesn't see it, but his father is there for him, trying and failing to save him from Zero's abusiveness. Only once he actually manages to interact with him and tell him how much he loves him, making him sleep easily for once. There's another art that shows Scar and Shenzi were best friends for a while. And then there is this art of the ghost of Nuka asking Kovu not to be so hard on himself. So yeah, 3 beautiful fan arts and 1 beautiful animation. It is above number 34 for having an actual art style. Now we see a beautiful fan art with an interesting concept. It is based on a scene from a fanfiction that I never had the opportunity to read it because it was removed long ago. But I can clearly see what this art is about. This is one of the few Lion King fan projects that I will talk about that tries to give Scar a redemption arc. An idea that I like. I mean, if the likes of Kratos and Darth Vader can get a redemption arc, then so can Scar. I can read it from his eyes what he is saying to Kopa. I feel the hyenas left Scar after a few seconds of tearing him apart, believing the fire would finish him off for them. I have heard your entire life would pass in front of your eyes in a second when you are dying. Maybe that happened to Scar. He saw his entire life from another perspective. He realized that he was the bad guy. So he waited for his life to be taken away. But somehow he didn't die, leaving the rain to be sent by Mufasa to save him from the fire. So he will run away and will lay low, helping everyone in need he finds. He will meet Kopa and will talk about all his mistakes to Kopa. I am imagining all the stuff he would tell him and I love it. It is above number 33 for the vibes. Serabi and Nuka are the 2 most underrated Lion King characters. So some people pair them up, giving them a mother and son dynamic. This fanfiction is one of them. There is a fan art attached to each chapter, but the art isn't good. But I am here for the fanfiction, which is really good. In the story, because of Serabi, Nuka will leave the Outlands to live in the Pridelands. So if that concept interests you, go and read it for yourself. Spoilers ahead. In the Outlands, Vitani and Kovu mourn Nuka, believing him to be dead. Serabi will present Nuka to the rest of the royal family. Simba will reluctantly accept Nuka. It will take a while for the rest of the pride to get used to Nuka. He will become the babysitter. His relationship with Zuri was rough at first, but when they realize Scar is the father of both of them, they will start over and have a non-toxic siblinghood. Simba will eventually accept Nuka for real. Nuka will become a respected person. Once Kiara and Kion ask Nuka about his life in the Outlands, and he will have a very bad panic attack as a result, so they decide to never bring up Nuka's past again. Kiara and Kion remind Nuka of Vitani and Kovu. He feels guilty for leaving them behind at Zero's mercy. Nuka will become a guardian and will try Kion to be the Lion Guard leader. He will become a cool big bro to him. Nuka and Zuri will become honorary members of the royal family. Nuka and Tifu will fall in love. Kovu will save Kiara just like the Lion King too, but here Nuka will show up. Kovu will be shocked and Simba doesn't go as hard on Kovu because he has seen firsthand that a child of Zero can be good. Kovu will feel betrayed by Nuka for living a good life while he had to suffer. The next day, they and the girls will enter an underground maze for fun. The boys and the girls will get separated. When Nuka is alone with Kovu, he tries to talk it out. He knows without him being Zero's favorite punching bag, she would be harsher on his siblings. Kovu won't forgive him. He attacks him. When he almost choked Nuka to death, he will let go in horror of what horrible sin he almost committed. Nuka will run away. Kovu will dig his way out. Nuka and the girls end up in the Outlands. Nuka makes sure the girls have run away. But when it is his turn, he will fall similar to the way he died in Lion King 2. The girls will run back to Pridelands with tears in their eyes, making everyone devastated, especially Kovu, who feels guilty. Vitani, with an almost lifeless Nuka on her back, will approach Tifu. While they are taking him to Rafiki, Serabi and Kovu are talking about Nuka. Zero will show up with a few Outlanders. They will knock Kovu out, kill Serabi, and frame Kovu for it. Simba wants to punish Kovu, but Zuri, not wanting to lose another brother, uses the evidence to prove Kovu's innocence. In the Outland, Zero says that now Vitani is their chosen one. Nuka will wake up. Rafiki tells him that he will never walk properly again. Nuka wants to cancel his eventual marriage to Tifu, but she says she still loves him. Kovu enters the tree, his eyes full of both tears of pain and joy. He gives Nuka a hug. A missed opportunity in this story is that we never saw Nuka's reaction to Serabi's death. Vitani and a few Outlanders secretly talk to Kiara and say they don't want to follow Zero anymore. Nuka and Kovu will reconcile. In the Outlands, Vitani challenges Zero to a machine dano because she believes everything she told them is a lie. Zero will defeat her and will slash her throat. That's when all the Outlanders stop supporting Zero. This act drops her facade. She had told them before that Simba challenged Scar to a machine dano, but despite the rules he killed Scar when he won. And now that Zero killed her opponent, it reveals the truth. They will leave Zero, one of them carrying Vitani on her back. Vitani isn't dead yet because Zero miraculously missed the mark. Two Outlanders approach Simba, begging him to let Rafiki save Vitani. He agrees. They tell him that they all left Zero but are afraid she might have a plan for him. And she did indeed. Simba will end up hanging for dear life, and Zero would end up violently hanging from Simba's limb, her claws making his limb bleed violently. Kovu will go down, offering his paw to save Simba, but Simba hallucinates because of the blood loss and would see Scar instead of Kovu. Zero would also hallucinate. Nuka is looking at her from afar and she mistakes him for Scar. When Zero says Scar's name, Simba freaks out, now being sure that this is the real Scar and not a hallucination. Zero will fall to her death. Both the Pridelanders and the Outlanders work as a team to save Simba. Kovu will take Simba to Rafiki fast. Vitani wakes up, seeing Simba in front of her. He asks her to take care of the rest and then leaves. Her brothers enter and they will reconcile. But here's the twist. Simba actually died. Rafiki only had enough resources to only save Simba or Vitani. So now that Vitani is alive, Simba kinda sacrificed himself to save Vitani. That was his soul asking Vitani to take care of the rest on his behalf. This was probably one of the manliest versions of Simba. He made sure everyone was safe, even the children of his enemies. We could have a scene in which Simba would ask Rafiki to save Vitani instead of him. That would make this story even better. Time will pass and Nuka would marry Tifu. The rest of the Outlanders would live in a territory very close to Pridelands. The story ends with Nuka, Vitani and Kovu hugging each other in a beautiful crystal cavern, free from their parents. This one has something interesting, but I am here for the vibes. Scar will kill Mufasa, but when it comes to Simba, he takes him back to Pride Rock and tells everyone that now Simba is the king. So if you are curious to see what will happen next, go and read the comic for yourself because I'm going to spoil everything about it. You might think that Simba will be Scar's puppet, but no. I mean, that's what Scar wanted to do at first, but he would change his mind later. Scar wants to make everyone suffer as he has, which is a headcanon I have sometimes. Maybe Scar was totally capable of managing Pridelands, but he intentionally was a bad king so that others would suffer. This is what Scar wants to do, but I think Serafina will change his mind. She tries to call him Taka, which angers him. Serafina says she just wanted to talk to him. Scar becomes sad. He says they used to be in love. Then he remembers a bad memory. Apparently Serafina cheated on Scar with Mufasa Mufasa. Now Scar just wants to be left alone. Serafina asks Scar to teach Simba how to be a king. She says Scar is their only hope. Scar finds that ridiculous. Scar asks her why should he do it. Serafina hugs him and says because it is their home. Scar reluctantly agrees. A year passes and Simba is a teenager now. He refuses to listen to Scar's lessons. He tries to teach the circle of life, but to Simba this is all BS now. He is an angsty teenager. Considering the death of his father, yeah, I can't blame him. Nala comes and tells Scar that her mother wants to see him. When Scar goes for her, Serafina starts nuzzling him. Serabi shows up. Now that her son is with her, she is happier. She tells them she wonders why don't they have cubs yet. Scar tells Serabi that he doesn't know how to control Simba. Scar goes to the elephant graveyard. He wonders why did he stop being vengeful. The hyenas are making fun for him for going soft. I, like some people, have wondered why are the hyenas so friendly to him. Shouldn't they be unhappy that Scar didn't bring them into Pridelands in exchange of killing Mufasa? There is a reason for it, but the comic will get cancelled before revealing that. Scar gives a piece of zebra to each hyena. No need for sharing. They wonder why is Scar becoming so kind. Scar goes back to Pride Rock. On the way he cries. He remembers Serafina gifting him a flower necklace that she made for him. He had been keeping it after all this time, but now he destroys it. He has seemingly descended into madness. He wants to kill Serafina now. Here it gets 100% confirmed that in this comic Nala is Mufasa's daughter, making her Simba's half-sister. Now before you freak out, nobody said they gonna get married in this one. Maybe they won't marry each other, but I won't freak out unless I see an actual romance between them. But the comic is cancelled, so we won't know. And I don't think this fact is a secret because a few pages ago Nala casually called Scar uncle. It goes by lion logic, so Serabi was actually cool with it. What Scar says here is so heartbreaking. Think of how many times this memory has made me sad. But life's like that, isn't it? Never fair. Always bittersweet. I've tried to ignore it, to forget it, but it's still the most horrible truth. Just like you, Serafina. Even you fell for his charisma. Loved him and left me behind. I was alone. You left me like this. Even now you haunt me. Toy with me. No more, Serafina. Just like this silly necklace. It's over. I don't think Scar will kill Serafina. I mean, he wanted to torture everyone and so easily he forgot about it. He clearly has feelings for her and will eventually forgive and give her a second chance and will continue doing a fine job managing Pridelands. Simba is telling Nala that he wants to leave Pridelands and is asking Nala if she wants to come with him. This is where the story ends for now. It is probably cancelled. Now this is something I love for the vibes alone. It is a very short comic that shows Scar's descent into madness, so if it interests you, check it out. Spoilers. Taka hears someone calling him, so he wakes up. He can't tell reality from fiction anymore. He hears his parents arguing. Uru telling Ahadi to stop being unfair and Ahadi telling her to stop filling Taka's head with lies. Ahadi spends more time with Mufasa because he is the future king and Ahadi believes that's a harsh fact that Taka should accept. Mufasa is more important than him and he can't do anything about it. Uru on the other hand says being the future king doesn't make Mufasa superior and Taka needs something to aspire to. Taka goes out in the rain hoping it could clear his mind. It doesn't help a lot. This page is so intense, I love it. Lightning strikes and Taka sees a shadow that doesn't belong to him. He sees a cup and he doesn't know if it is his past self or if it's a cup that looks like him. And that's where the comic gets cancelled. Get used to it, you will see a lot of it. I've seen a lot of African on-throw designs of Lion King characters before. But this one is the best, especially when it comes to the clothing. Each character's outfit feels both culturally inspired and perfectly tailored to their personality. Also, Scar as a mage, that just makes perfect sense. I don't have much to say, just look and enjoy. What makes it cool is that not only they worked hard to make them work in Anthro form, they also tried hard to make their clothes cool as well. Their fashion choice is amazing, makes them even more iconic. Especially Scar, he is so handsome here. I also love how Zero's clothing matches with him. Shout out to my boy Nuka because in the OG version they hadn't drawn limbs for him, but now he is good. Vatani, yeah, I could see her dressed like that. Kovu is of course a handsome boy. They didn't go the Zootopia route, so some characters are bigger so that everyone would be human sized. There are also other Disney characters, but personally I only like Shere Khan, Sabor and Prince John. The rest of them overpopulated if you ask me. Shenzi as a gangster, yeah, makes sense. Rafiki still wants to be handsome despite his age. Nala always looks good. Mufasa having a few white hairs in his red mane actually makes him look better. Oh yeah, of course Kopa is there as the forgotten son. I also like how they included Kion and Fully. Even if you neglect Lion Guard, these two should be included. Ed, and Serabi. To see an animal wear the skin of another animal can be weird, but it looks good on Serabi. And yeah, I've rambled enough, let's move on. Now this is probably the coolest Lion King fan art. A commenter said it looks like a Mortal Kombat version of Zero, and that person is absolutely right. Now I just want her in Mortal Kombat. If she looked just a little bit cooler, I would get inspired to learn 3D modeling and then modding to add her into a PS2 Mortal Kombat game. I don't know how else to describe it other than saying how cool it is. It's the best Anthro Lion King fan art. We really should get an official Anthro version of Lion King one day. And it is not just this art, there's a whole universe that is begging to be expanded. We also have a Spartan soldier version of Vitani, which makes too much sense. A fully version of it that wields a dagger, which makes sense for a fast character because a heavy weapon would slow them down. There's one for Ronnie, a mage Kiara, which makes sense because she is no fighter, one for Simba, one for Mufasa, another Simba next to Kopa's grave, and an ancient Greek version of Kiara among many more. All these arts really makes me want a game inspired by old God of War that lets me play as these characters. This one is probably the most obscure Lion King fan project that I will talk about. This artist only has 6 watchers, one of them being me. And very few chapters of this fanfiction has more than 1000 views, which is unfortunate. This is probably the most underrated Lion King fanfiction. The story deserves much more attention. The only problem you could have with this story is that sometimes it doesn't feel like Lion King, but with the exception of that, I don't see anything wrong with it. In this story, Nuka survives the log accident and will secretly live as a new man. So if that idea interests you, go and read this fanfiction for yourself because this artist definitely deserves more love and attention. Spoilers. Everyone thinks Nuka is dead, but he was saved by an alligator named Noroi. He will become a master and a father figure to Nuka, but Noroi just wants to be called a friend. Noroi is kinda a mage. There is some lore to it, but go and read it for yourself to find it out. When Nuka's head was hit by the log, some part of his brain was activated for the first time. And now Nuka is smarter. Noroi will teach him to become a mage as well. It will be a hard task, but Noroi believes in him, so Nuka succeeds because of having the support of someone for once. Nuka will have amnesia at first, and it takes him a while to regain all his memory. Noroi knew from the beginning that he was the neglected son of the infamous king and queen Scar and Zero, but he decided that it would be better for Nuka to remember it himself. Noroi will give him some potions that would make Nuko sleep for a few days and he would relieve his worst nightmares in them. But when he wakes up, his abilities would improve a lot. His sight and hearing abilities would increase and he would get better at using magic. They will secretly visit the Tree of Life and the Pridelands. Nuka will enter the dreams of Vitani and Shabahas and would thank them for being the only people who were always kind to him. He doesn't want anyone to realize he is alive, which isn't a hard task because outside of Pridelands, literally nobody knows who he is, so there is no need for hiding or anything. He is not like Scar and Zero that their infamousness has been spread through the entire world, but he will change his name to Nevo to show that this is a new beginning for him. After a few adventures, Noroi and Nevo will part ways. Nevo will thank Noroi for everything and from now on, he will go on his own adventures. After this, the story will become something like the lion version of The Witcher. Nevo would do some weird otherworldly businesses that nobody else would do. That was the summary of it, but read the story for yourself, at least for the vibes. If you are interested in the story of Scar from childhood up until his descent into villainhood, the mangas created by Sasamaru-Lion is the one to check out. I'm going to talk about only a few of them, but I'm going to spoil everything about those few, so read it for yourself before continuing this video. Because of Mufasa's pleading, Ahadi takes them on a hunting lesson. On the way, Taka asks what will he become when Mufasa becomes king. Ahadi doesn't have an answer. Taka just wants his father to once say that's my boy when he is talking about him. Ahadi feels guilty, so he teaches Taka one thing that he hasn't taught Mufasa, roaring. After a while, Ahadi and Uru talk. She is happy that Taka is happy for once. He has been trying to roar for a while now. Ahadi smiles for a brief second. Uru says she wished he would smile more often, especially at Taka. Ahadi is an extremely shy person and because of that he usually doesn't show emotions. Uru tells him that sometimes he should talk to his sons as a father and not as a king. Ahadi tells her that he is nothing without his wife. Taka will eventually learn how to roar, and when he does, the great kings of the past roar with him, and the mark of the Lion Guard appears on his left shoulder, revealing his power. When Ahadi sees it, he says, "That's my boy." In another manga that is much shorter, Ahadi is talking to Mufasa about the stars, and Taka is looking at them from afar. Serabi joins him. He tells her that his father never kept a promise to him, and that sometimes he feels he is not part of the family, and he feels even worse now that his mother is dead. Serabi tells him that if his father isn't going to teach him how to hunt, then she will. Taka accepts it. Serabi gives him a kiss. Yeah, there used to be something special between these two. I am not completely sure if it is romance, but apparently it will become a source of conflict between the brothers in the future. Then there is this page in which Mufasa shows Taka something he learned from Rafiki. In the water, Taka will see Uru instead of his reflection. Then there are some fan arts and these are the ones I like the most. There is this art of Scar and Zero, this art of Scar smiling at a happy Nuka, this art of Scar going full on Joker or Green Goblin mode on Simba, which is really cool, this heartbreaking art, and my absolute favorite one, this art of Serabi's death and Simba, Nala and Kiara mourning over her body. One of the coolest Lion King fanfictions ever. It acts as the continuation of the Lion Guard and centers on Vitani and her new team. If you've ever wanted a proper Vitani spin-off, this is the one. So if you are interested in it, go and read it for yourself before watching this video. It has one of the most creative Lion King concepts ever. Scar died in fire, so his spirit is fiery. Zero died in water, so her spirit is watery. It's genius. Honestly, I want this story to be turned into a video game. Vitani, searching for her purpose, stumbles upon the old Lion Guard lair, which inspires her to form her own team while Kion is away at the Tree of Life. During the Lion Guard's final scene, she is left managing the Pridelands. No easy job since almost every animal hates her. A rhino even becomes the leader of those who don't want to be ruled by lions. When Simba returns, he is shocked by the chaos. Vitani later visits the elephant graveyard, where under extreme stress she roars, summoning Nuka's fiery spirit from purgatory. He becomes her ally, guiding her as part of his redemption. The Great Kings don't see Nuka as evil, just misguided, so he is given a second chance to earn peace. Vitani's team struggles at first but slowly grows stronger. They even have their own version of the Lion Guard episodes, chaotic at first but charmingly so. Vitani and Tifu eventually fall in love, and not gonna lie, it is one of my favorite Lion King ships now. This story made me like Tifu for the first time. Later, the team journeys to snowy mountains to make peace with the Gorilla King. Along the way, Vitani meets Sakin, her long-lost father, though at the moment they won't realize it. During the Ukumbushu celebration, Motembo struggles with the fact that the new Lion Guard is all female now. Lady, last time there was a hippo on the team. Their acting is so bad it becomes so bad it's good, and everyone ends up loving it. Eventually things take a darker turn. Zero's watery spirit is summoned, and she possesses Kiara, unnoticed at first. Zero and Nuka are briefly reunited. Zero nearly drowns the Pridelands in a massive flood, and Nuka can't bring himself to fight her. Zero later possesses a snake and bites Vitani, killing her. She joins Nuka in purgatory, leaving Kovu and Tifu to mourn. The story isn't finished yet, but it seems Vitani will be revived, at least temporarily, to help destroy Zero. Personally, I hope Vitani and Nuka will find peace in afterlife alongside Mufasa. I don't want Vitani to be fully revived, because I want death to have a meaning. This story stands out for its imagination, strong characters, and emotional storytelling. Disney may never give us a Lion Guard spin-off like this, but thankfully the fans already did. If I talked about everything in this fanfiction, this video would never end. Let's just say it's something special. There are fanfics that try to be canon, ones that slightly change things, and then there are stuff like this, a completely new fantasy universe that feels like an open world action RPG. Everyone has unique powers and incredible designs. It's like those old OC recolors on DeviantArt, except here they are actually cool. Kiara is a maned lioness. Simba has both red and black in his mane, and he looks incredible. Rani is also a maned lioness, and she is huge. Mufasa has a white foreleg. Scar has dark eyes. Mitu has a horn, and even Timon wields a bow. And I like even Tifu and Zuri in this fanfiction. Everyone has something unique. The only one I don't like is Kion. Both his redesign and personality don't click for me, but that's the only flaw. The real standouts are Kiara and Nuka. I love the clumsy, kind-hearted Kiara from Simba's Pride, but this fierce, capable version of her is on another level. She's dangerous, confident, and her design perfectly matches her personality. Nuka, meanwhile, is no longer the fool. He's intelligent, compassionate, and wants to be a healer. He studies medicine under Rafiki and McKinney, and despite being physically weak, he uses his brain to win battles. He sometimes goes by the name Najema. When Zero attacks Kopa but fails to kill him, Simba banishes her, her family, and the ones loyal to her. It breaks Nuka's heart because he must now live apart from Serabi, who's more of a mother to him than Zero ever was. He builds a tree house full of herbs and endures his mother's abuse. He befriends a snake named Chatunga, and together they are trained by a crow named Gieden Abaddon. Years later, Nuka meets Kopa, and their friendship blossoms into something more. Don't worry, Nuka isn't Scar's son here. This one mostly tells the story of Serafina. The official version of her is such a nothing character that it makes her a perfect character for fanfiction writers. She can be anything you want. And no, it is not a jab at the fans, it is a jab at Disney for not doing anything with Serafina and failing so hard that one time they tried. It's actually interesting that some fans try to turn Serafina into a good character, and I believe this comic has the best version of Serafina. She, her sister Karina, and their mother are approaching Pridelands. In the Outlands, jackals attack them and their mother sacrifices her life so that the daughters would make it into the Outlands. A jackal managed to bite Karina's neck and Serafina doesn't know what to do. Uru shows up and takes the girls to Pride Rock. They will take Karina to Rafiki, whom just like McKinney is a little bit dumb as a young person. Here Ahadi has both red and black mane. I love it. Serabi and her sisters play with Serafina when she wakes up. After a while, Scar, real name Takasa, shows up. He asks Serafina if all the raw cubs are Ranti. Serafina tells Takasa that he is also Ranti. Serabi tells Serafina that he is the prince, but Takasa is actually happy that he finally found someone who actually talks back. This version of Uru is actually a mute because of throat injury. Karina is alive and well. At night Rafiki will do a lore dump. An empire will burn down many kingdoms and Pridelands would be one of the few surviving kingdoms. A strange lioness with magical powers will show up. She would eventually become Mohatu's consort, and when she gave birth to their twin sons Ahadi and Askari, she would give her remaining magic to the second-born Askari. And that's how the Lion Guard was created, and the magic powers would be given to the second-born royal when they become worthy of it. The next day, Askari and the guard die. Zero, a mean cop, suspects that Serafina and Karina had something to do with it. I thought Uru was bigger than usual, but my god, Zuzu is huge. She is almost as big as a lion cub. Zazu could sit on her shoulder. Zuzu and some others think their mother has abandoned them, which infuriates Serafina. She will run away, but Takasa would find and comfort her, which is the start of their romance. Serafina will grow up to be a strong and capable lioness with an attitude that makes her a favorite of mine. Serafina and Zero had been at each other's throat since the day they met. Now Zero is fighting Serafina as training. Zero will lose because of a gay panic. Serafina and Takasa's dynamic is so entertaining now. Apparently both Mufasa and Takasa should marry lionesses from another kingdoms, but they don't care. They love Serabi and Serafina, and Pridelands is the more powerful kingdom, so they can get away with it. Zero's mother sees Takasa and Serafina and is furious. She wants Zero to marry Mufasa or Takasa so that they would become royal as well, and because of that she is harsh on Zero. A few cubs have been missing and nobody knows who to blame. Ahadi and Uru think the hyenas have something to do with it, but they don't have any proof, so they can't do anything, which enrages Uru. The next day Zero and Serafina argue. Eventually Serafina tells Zero that her miserable mother is no excuse for her be like this. Zero says at least her mother didn't abandon her, so Serafina attacks Zero. It will be a bloody battle. They will be stopped. They will be grounded, stuck with each other for a few hours until they learn to behave. Somehow Serafina and Zero look cuter when they are covered in blood. I don't know, am I a psychopath or is it because of how cute the art style is? The hyena siblings Shenzi, Bonsai and Ed show up. I love Shenzi's colors here. Zero and Serafina want to kill them, but they say they are the children of Banagi the hyena matriarch, so they better not start trouble. Before they go, Shenzi tells Zero that being violent isn't the right way to flirt. Yeah, this whole time Zero wasn't jealous of Serafina for having Takasa. She was jealous of Takasa for having Serafina. Yeah, it is one of those moments that the girl bullies the main character because she has a crush on him. Well, her in this case. Serafina doesn't say it, but she also has a crush on Zero. I'm not saying it just because they started licking each other. I'm saying it because I have seen the fan arts that are from the future of this timeline. I know they will start a polyamorous relationship with Takasa. Zero's mother is an abusive one. She asks her why she didn't just kill Serafina when she gave her the free opening. Zero inherited her psychoness from her mother, didn't she? Zero loves Serafina because she is the only one who isn't afraid of her. The next day, Serafina suggests Scar and Zero to sneak into Outlands because the hyenas sneaked into their land and now it's time for revenge. Scar is shocked to see Serafina and Zero get along, but he agrees to get into some trouble. Zero being protective of Serafina is both scary and cute at the same time. Now look at this panel. My god, it is beautiful. I am sold on the whole Serafina X Scar X Zero thing now. It was weird at first, but now I can't get enough of it. They will be successful and will enter the hyena's lair. Only then Shenzi and Ko find them. They get introduced and I love Taka's attitude. My ladies are Serafino and Zero. Yeah, he knows and approves it and will be sassy about it. Takaso and Shenzi talk. Meanwhile, Serafino and Zero play fight with Banzai and Ed. That's cute. Basho, Shenzi's mother, shows up. She tells her kids to escort the lions back to Pridelands. When they reach home, Zero is the first to go. Serafina starts talking about Zero to Scar and says maybe she was the jerk here. Scar says they are both the jerks and Serafina says she is not above beating royalty. Man, I love their attitude. Serafina says that Zero has a crush on her and asks Scar if it bothers him. Takasa just asks Serafina how she feels about it. Serafina doesn't know the answer, but we know that deep down they know. Ahadi asks his boys if they have found a mate. Mufasa says he has chosen Serabi. Takasa says he won't steal the spotlight from Mufasa, so instead he will choose his guard first. Ahadi buys it, but Uru just stares at Takasa. She also knows. Also, I love to see the Lion King lions actually eating. In the official media they say circle of life all the time, and yet they are afraid of showing lions eat other animals. The competitions will happen and the candidates will compete in different matches so that Takasa would choose his guard. The last competition is Baobab Ball. Serafina and Zero will do a great team move to win. I'm so sold on this relationship. At night, Takasa takes Serafina to the Lion Guard lair, which is forbidden for them. We immediately see why it was forbidden. Apparently, the leader of the Lion Guard can control a demon, but I think because Takasa isn't officially the leader yet, the demon attacks them, heavily damaging both of them. And I love Takasa's ego here. He tells the demon to obey while he is being torn apart. The demon stops time to talk to Serafina. It tells her that her leg will be badly damaged, so she can't become a guard anymore. Takasa will lose interest in her and would choose Zero over her, but she will eventually find happiness in becoming Nala's mother. I think the demon is lying. Her other choice is to make a pact with the demon to forge a new reality that fits her better. She agrees in order to save Takasa, so the world will be soft rebooted. It will transform from a Lion King fan comic into a Lion King inspired webcomic. But don't worry, because it still will continue the story, but now some characters have a different name. So yeah, if you want to see the rest of it, go and read it for yourself. But note that the continuation of it is not called Broken Crown and is actually called The Reign of Chains. I personally don't mind this change. Besides, I still have these first 4 chapters and the fan arts and my own imaginations. I don't blame the artist for this change. I know not everyone wants to be in the shadow of a fan base forever. Now this is really interesting. Here death of Kopa will have a different impact on Simba. He is hallucinating all the time. For the rest of his life, he will see the ghost of Kopa, who actually grows up like an actual lion. He died as a cub, but this ghost will grow up to become a teenager and then an adolescent. Simba will believe this hallucination to be the real Kopa who never died. Sometimes all his attention will go to Kopa, and as a result result, Simba would forget he even has a daughter named Kiara. Eventually, others would convince Simba that Kopa is dead. Simba would continue living normally, but the ghost of Kopa would never vanish. Simba would just learn to ignore Kopa's ghost. First time seeing this art, I never read the description and I didn't see the related arts. So I assumed this was the ghost of Kopa coming down to earth to tell Simba to move on, which actually could happen in this timeline. At first I wanted my idea to happen, but now I am conflicted on it. Simba seeing the ghost of Kopa for the rest of his life is messed up in an interesting way. This fan art is high on the list above some long-running fanfictions and fan comics because I think a lot about this one. In my mind, I write tragic stories around this art, wondering to if we should keep it tragic or should we give it a bittersweet ending. Should the real ghost of Kopa come down to tell Simba to ignore this hallucination, or should Simba start believing this hallucination when he becomes too old? Should he see this ghost even in his last breath? Should this ignoring Kiara thing be just for a short while, or should the cycle of grief continue being a cycle? Simba could enter and exit the realm of fantasy again and again. When he could see Kiara, he would tell her that he loves her and would apologize to her for being incapable of seeing her sometimes. Or a similar thing could happen to Kion. Maybe sometimes he could mistake him for Kopa and Simba would feel bad for doing this to Kion when he is aware. Or here's an idea I got from it. Imagine when Simba gets old, a lion named Tanabe would show up who looks like Kopa. This Tanabe guy could actually take advantage of his similarity to the dead person. He could start as a villain. He would pretend to be an amnesiac Kopa so that he could steal the throne from Kiara. But when he spends time with them and hears the tragedies from Simba, he would feel bad for it. And when Simba dies, he would admit his evil intention but would say he regrets it now. And then he would leave Pridelands in shame. Fanfiction writers, there's your prompt. Take it and make it your own. You might be wondering, why here in the top 20 I've placed a comic that looks like this? Well, at one point this one was actually in my top 5. It's because this story has a few ideas that speak directly to my taste, maybe too directly. I realized ranking it this high would have been unfair to the other projects that clearly put in more work. Every project I've mentioned so far was made with love and dedication, but the ones above this one refined their craft more deeply. Still, I couldn't bring myself to place this lower. Despite its art style, I truly love this comic for what it tries to do. This fan comic asks a fascinating question. What if both Mufasa and Scar had survived? That single change completely reshapes the story of The Lion King 2, giving us a version where Mufasa and Simba are not entirely perfect, and Scar isn't entirely irredeemable. The moral lines blur, and that's why makes it so interesting. Spoilers ahead. Mufasa and Simba will show the Pridelands to Kopa and Kiara. Zazu informs them about outlanders in the Pridelands. This outlander is Nuka, who has hunted a hare, but Mufasa and Simba chase him, so he has to let go of it to save his life. Kiara is unamused. She tells Simba that he himself told her that they should respect all living creatures. So why don't they care about the survival of that poor guy? And what do you do when someone says something reasonable? You shout at them, of course. Admitting to be wrong is for cowards. I'm just joking, I don't think I should mention that, but just to make sure. Simba says outlanders are monsters and don't deserve to live. Sure, be racist, why not? Again, just joking. Don't take it seriously. Mufasa tells Simba that's not a proper way to talk to his own daughter. Mufasa tells Kiara that they just want to protect them. In the Outland, Zero is about to tear Nuka apart for running away from the enemy, but Scar stops her. He says Nuka would actually be an idiot if he didn't run away. That's why he was supposed to be quick so that he wouldn't be spotted. He asks Nuka what will become of him. Kovu and Vitani show up, showing a hare they hunted. At first, Scar and Zero are proud of them, leaving Nuka jealous. But then Scar angrily asks them why did they enter Pridelands on their own. Simba would have killed them if he saw them. Nuka starts laughing, but Scar tells him to shut up. Scar says he is surrounded by idiots, which angers Zero. He says luckily for them, he is still alive and will make them reach the peak of their potential. He tells Kovu that he will become strong, agile and ruthless. Tells Vitani that she will become swift, cunning and charismatic. And when it becomes Nuka's turn, with a sad face, Scar tells a hopeful Nuka, try not to get killed in a too stupid way. Scar is sad that he has to say this to his son, but he is not the type to give false hope to his kids. That night, Scar will relive a bad memory in a nightmare. Nuka is actually the only survivor of a litter of 3. His brother died at birth and his sister soon after. And we see a heartbroken Zero cuddling Nuka, begging him to survive. Scar and the Outlanders are around her crying. Scar wakes up, seeing everyone is still asleep, so he can show vulnerability without anyone seeing it. In his mind, he tells Nuka the things he always wanted to tell him, but his pride and fears never lets him. I'm sorry, my son. I wanted to give you a better life than I had, but I failed. But Kovu is different. He is strong. If we help him survive the cubhood, he will grow to be everything we could never be. It is going to be hard for all of us, but eventually he will regain our kingdom. Then it will be his turn to look after you. Yes, my little Nuka, your brother will give you the life you deserve. Life free of pain, hunger and worries. I'll see to it, even if it's the last thing I'll do. This page broke me. It is one of the few moments that is exactly what I wanted to see. A dream come true. I love this version of Scar. Rotten to the core, and yet he's trying his best to be a good father. Kopa and Afua will run away to play. Kiara accidentally meets Nuka, who is trying to hunt in the Pridelands. He fails and gets knocked out. Kiara doesn't know if she should check on him or not, and I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it's interesting that the angel on her right shoulder is telling her to do evil, and the demon on her left shoulder is telling her to do the right thing. Nuka wakes up and seeing Kiara that close to his face freaks him out in a funny way. Nuka is shocked that Kiara calls him sir. Nobody had ever been that respectful to him before. Nuka realizes his siblings are nowhere to be found. He runs away to find them and Kiara goes with him out of curiosity. Nuka is surprisingly good at tracking when Zero is going to skin him alive. Kopa and Afua will meet Kovu and Vitani and another Outlander cub named Aula. They knock Kopa and Afua out. Aula wants to kill them but Kovu is against it. While they argue, Kopa and Afua wake up and try to run away, but they reach a dead end. Nuka and Kiara find the other cubs who are fighting each other at the moment. A lioness named Shani stops them. She tells Nuka why are they so far into the Pridelands. Nuka tries to blame his siblings, which makes Shani angrier. Aula says that Shani is Mufasa's daughter, which shocks the Pridelander cubs. Nuka tells the rest that Shani was banished from the Pridelands because once she attacked Simba to save him. Vitani tells Shani to kill the Pridelander cubs because she thinks she hates them now. Shani doesn't do it, so Vitani believes that she is actually spying for Mufasa. Shani drops the facade and attacks Nuka, killing him. Then she pins down Kovu and seemingly goes for the kill, but she doesn't. Kovu wets himself. Nuka gets up, this whole thing being Shani's plan to teach a lesson. Aula is still at it. Shani shouts at her, saying killing is no game. She goes on a monologue and tells them if they lay a hand on a Pridelander, Mufasa and Simba would kill them. She says the worst thing to happen is for one of them to be the only survivor. The guilt and trauma will make them wish for death all the time. Apparently Scar tried to kill Shani when she was a cub, but Mitu sacrificed himself to save her. Yes, Scar attempted child murder again, and this time he didn't fail. The Outlanders leave. Shani brings the Pridelander cubs up to speed. As a cub, Scar would find it hard to socialize with the other cubs because they would bully him, especially Mufasa, who was heart-wrenchingly harsh on him. Siblings annoying each other is normal, but one day Mufasa bullied Scar to the point that Scar broke down. Something that Mufasa will regret when he grows up, which is the reason Mufasa only banished Scar and didn't kill him. Scar will run away from Mufasa and meet the hyenas. He will start to care about them deeply because they were always kind to him, not realizing their leader is filling his head with lies that will eventually make him hate his own family. Then the events of A Tale of Two Brothers would happen, when after that event his family looked down at him instead of comforting him. It was the nailing on the coffin. In that day he finalized his transformation from Taka to Scar. Scar will execute his plans, but in this fan comic Mufasa survives the fall, Scar not realizing it. Serabi will enter the gorge at night and find Mufasa alive. She will also find Simba in the desert and bring him back to Mufasa in the gorge. The heartwarming reunion of Mufasa, Serabi and Simba is where the story ends for now, as the comic will get cancelled. To most of you guys it is just a cheaply made fan comic, but I admire it. I know not everyone is as talented, but it doesn't mean we should give up. Even if you don't improve, at least you would know that you tried. The artists of this comic told the story they wanted to tell, and I respect that courage. We all start from somewhere after all. If you want to do something, just do it. Waiting won't bring quality, trying will. All the Lion King fan artists that I will mention are at least one step above me for at least trying. This is by far the most impressive Lion King fan project that I will talk about. You've probably heard of the madness of King Scar, a deleted scene from the Lion King. Well, technically it was never fully animated. It never went beyond the concept phase back when the movie was still called King of the Jungle. If you've ever thought Nala's decision to leave Pridelands in search of help didn't quite make sense, this scene fills in that gap perfectly. In it, Scar tries to make Nala his queen, and that's what drives her to run away, eventually leading her to Simba. In other words, Scar indirectly caused his own downfall. Disney cut the scene for being too dark, but some parts of it survived. It became a key moment in the Broadway musical. Some fans even consider it canon despite it never appearing in the film. Enter Eduardo Quintana, a talented animator and Lion King fan. To celebrate the movie's 20th anniversary back in 2014, he brought the madness of King Scar to life, fully animated, entirely done by one person. Even now, over a decade later, it remains one of the best Lion King fan animations ever made. Well, one of the few Lion King animations to be exact. When I first saw it, I genuinely thought it was a lost Disney scene. The animation, lighting, and timing are that good. It's only a minute, but it took the artist an entire year to complete. The fact that many movie clip channels mistakenly include it in official compilations or use it to trick viewers shows just how convincing it is. The piece uses the Broadway voices, synced perfectly with Scar's movement and expressions. The fluid animation gives the scene a chilling energy the stage version could never capture. Scar lies on his throne, gnawing on a bone as Nala begs him to act about the drought. Instead, he is distracted, captivated by her beauty, and begins singing that song. When he finally crosses the line, Nala slaps him. Scar hides his anger behind a crooked smile and mocking laughter. Okay, enough padding. Go watch it if you haven't yet, then come back here to see the stuff that I enjoyed even more than this beauty. Now here's another nostalgic one. As you can guess from the title, it starts out simple, showing the Lion King's family tree. But that's only the first episode. From episode 2 onward, it steps out of the theory and headcanon territory and walks straight into the realm of fanfiction. It's hard to describe exactly what this project is. It's an animation but not quite, a motion comic but not exactly, a fanfiction with art kinda. But it's also more than that. It's a little bit of everything. It begins all the way back in Mohotu's era and follows the royal bloodline across generations, all the way to the time of Kiara and Kovu's great-grandchildren. The first season, the Lion King family tree, serves as a sweeping historical introduction. The second season, the Golden Trio, focuses on 3 of Kiara and Kovu's great-grand cubs, and the third season, the 7 Beggars, tell the story of 7 cubs who must survive entirely on their own. By this point, the pacing slows down, no longer racing through generations, but digging deeper into the lives of the descendants. What started as a visual encyclopedia turns into an epic saga. Among all the new characters, one in particular stands out: Jinx, a grandson of Kiara and Kovu. When his sister Mist is captured by humans, something inside him breaks. He becomes colder, more ruthless. What starts as a desire to protect the Pridelands slowly twists into an addiction to violence. At first he kills the hunters to defend his home, but before long he begins hunting innocent humans for sport. Jinx becomes something worse than Scar, a lion who enjoys killing. A war eventually erupts against him. He is too powerful to be defeated by strength alone, and the only reason he loses is because Mist returns. She appears in the middle of the battle, distracting him just long enough to turn the tide. But what should have been a powerful reunion instead becomes a missed opportunity. Mist simply tells everyone to stop, and Jinx tells her it's fine. Then he is banished and she lives with him. The siblings never see each other again. Jinx's downfall could have been a moving story about grief, vengeance, and redemption. How love can turn to hatred when left to fester. But even so, Jinx remains one of the coolest villains in the entire fan canon. He slaughters lions without hesitation, and even in death, they decapitate him just to make sure he is truly gone. Later episodes expand the lore even further. For example, revealing that Pride Rock once belonged to servals before the lions took it. From there we enter the Golden Trio era, and I'd rather not spoil what happens next. You'll just have to watch it yourself. Now we reach something truly unique. When this animation was just out, its English subtitle was incomplete. If I'm not mistaken, the animation is in Russian, but even with the language barrier, I really enjoyed it. Now it has a full English subtitle, so what are you waiting for? Go and watch that and then come here and continue. It is an Unthrow AU that happens in Russia. Most Unthrow Lion King stories either happen in America or Africa, so even in the Unthrow subgenre it is unique. So there are some jokes and concepts that most of us won't understand, and yet it is one of the most entertaining Lion King fan media I have ever consumed. It feels like watching a random episode of a show, but it's one of those shows that even watching it at random is fun. It has a very unique charm. It is so unique that I say it is a must watch for every Lion King fan. This artist has many different stuff from the Lion King universe on different platforms, but if you are going to watch only one thing, it would be this animation. So yeah, I will talk about this animation and then a few other things this artist has created, so spoilers ahead. The animation starts with Nuka and Mufasa having tea in the heaven. It already feels like a dream come true. I never considered Nuka a bad guy, only misguided, and I can totally see Nuka having a great afterlife with his uncle Mufasa after a terrible life. This animation has a great choice for background music, such relaxing stuff. It is a line between animation and animatic, but whatever it is, it's beautiful. You could say the voice acting leaves a lot to be desired, but considering that it is mostly made by only one person, it's actually impressive. But even ignoring that fact, it is serviceable. Nuka most of times actually sounds good, and Mufasa, well, that one sounds like a school performance, but the best school performance ever. I think it is trying to have a good message, but personally I'm here for the vibes. Mufasa tells Nuka that he resembles Scar. He says it in an innocent way, but Nuka doesn't like being compared to his abusive father, who has killed his dear uncle and has drove his mother crazy. But Mufasa will tell a story from when he and Scar were adolescents. Mufasa can be as goofy as he is majestic, as he wants to wake up Taka at 3 AM because he created a new joke. He tells Scar that if the stars are big balls of gas, does that make them the farts of the great kings of the past? Taka and Mufasa burst into laughter, and here the artist just laughs and doesn't even try to sound like Scar. Scar's voice is probably the worst, but it is usually in line with how Taka acts here. And each time the immersion is broken, it becomes unrealistically funny, so I still love it. Ahadi enters the room and asks them why are they making this much sound at 3 AM. His voice is serviceable. He says at this point they won't sleep again, so he tells them to follow him. He will do the whole everything the light touches thing. Meanwhile, his sons are barely paying attention. Taka complains to Mufasa for waking him up. Mufasa will make another joke and they will explode again. Ahadi tells them to get out of his sight and return at night. The camera will walk through the city and we see Serabi and Serafina gossiping. It will enter the Lion Guard lair and we see the members goofing around. The voice of the strongest really fitting this goofy version. Mufasa shows up and steals all the attention. Taka is jealous. He begs attention from Zero, so she starts saying how much she loves him and what an angel he is and stuff like that. Taka is so satisfied that he starts purring. I have to say Zero's voice is the best. I can totally imagine her sound like that. Zero will stop the moment Mufasa says hello to her and she will greet him. Mufasa will baby Taka, which doesn't amuse him. Taka is so small even Zero is bigger than him. Mufasa tells the guard that he is not here to bark orders like Taka. He says that he is going to give some documents to his mommy and they can come with him. The guard are complete jokes here. They rather stay here and do nothing. Scar wants to say nobody wants to spend time with him, but Zero says she will come with Mufasa, so Taka will come as well. She is really supportive of Taka, but she knows how insufferable he is sometimes, so she will do the right thing to make him angry. The way Taka acts when Zero is around is more like Prince John from Robin Hood than Scar. Zero basically has a child instead of a mate. They will both judge Serabi and Serafino for just thinking about clothes. It is one of the funnier moments. Mufasa and Zero will speed up and leave Taka behind. He will run and shout at Zero, why is she leaving her boyfriend behind? Yeah, he can't stop mentioning Zero is his girlfriend. Uru is reading a book waiting for her sunshine. He comes and gives her the papers. Uru's voice is also serviceable. It is chill and laid back. I like it. Zero comes and will talk to Uru. Taka pushes her aside and shouts Mama, ready to complain to his mother. Uru says Kitty, I'm just half a meter away. There's no need to shout. I just love the pet names these family members have for each other. When Taka is finished whining, Uru is supportive like always, but this time she tells him to stop it. Mufasa had been kind to Taka all the time and yet he has been complaining for 18 years. She knows back then Ahadi didn't pay him enough attention, but he should stop it one day. It is night now and Taka is just staring into nothingness. Mufasa comes and asks Taka multiple times if he wants a pie. He looks very sarcastic to Taka. Taka lashes out at Mufasa and tells him everything that comes to his mind, and it's really funny. Mufasa again asks if he wants a pie. Taka says he will kill him one day. Mufasa says he loves his brother so much, even if he killed him, he would forgive him. Taka breaks down. He tries to continue trash talking to Mufasa, but his tears says something else. Mufasa will give Taka a hug. Nuka sarcastically says it was a moving story. Then he says he didn't care. At the time of writing, this is the newest and best animation on the channel, and even if we won't see more stuff like this, I am satisfied with it. But it is not the only thing. There's this video called Regret Message that is a Lion King version of a Japanese music. In it, Scar is in hell, regretting his evil acts of the past, spatially killing Mufasa and mistreating Zero after gaining power. She has been Scar's most supportive and protective friend, and Mufasa was the best big brother, but now that Scar is dead, he has realized it. He is shedding tears of regret, Mufasa looking at him from the heaven with pity. Scar looks horrible. He has cried so much that the area around his eyes is getting destroyed. Mufasa's death is now a nightmare to him. This part of the animation is really cool. See how creepy he cries, I love it. Then there is this animation that is the Lion King version of a French music, and weirdly enough it fits perfectly. This one isn't in Unthrow. Yeah, the projects of this artist switches from regular Lion King to Unthrow Lion King and back sometimes. Zero will think about all the horrible things she did for Scar, and Scar's neglect despite that. So she will leave Scar, but she can't live without Scar despite it all, and when she comes back, Scar is dead. This will make Zero even crazier. This part spatially creeps me out and I love it. Love for Zero is a curse. She knows how bad Scar is and yet she can't live without him. So when she is falling to her death, she smiles. The origins of this Lion King universe goes to years ago, when the artist was like 7 years old or something. Even the artist refers to those videos as cringe. But the fact that those videos are still public makes me really respect this person. It shows confidence and courage. Both in official and fan-made media, we see people reboot their story the moment they are unsatisfied with one thing. And I don't like it because it makes getting invested pointless and it lowers the stakes, because why should I worry about everything when they will soon undo it? So I really appreciate it when someone accepts the mistakes of the past and the growing pains and the rough starts as part of themselves, and instead of rebooting, they will continue and improve what already exists. Okay, so here's the abridged story. Kiara and Kovu will have a son named William. According to a prophecy, one day he will revive Scar and Zero, so some people won't be fond of him. William will be quite the troublemaker, so Kovu will choose their second son Harry as the next king, and he will become quite abusive towards William. He will give him a scar, so he will run away. In order to make William's life less horrible, the great kings of the past will resurrect Scar and Zero. They know how neglect feels, so these monsters will become William's savior angels. William will live as a nomad with them for a while. They will eventually find a girl named Roni who will become William's love interest. And Scar will be a weird but kind grandfather to both of them. After a childish final battle, everyone will get a happily ever after. I think Harry is still the future king, but from now on everyone will be kind to William. Especially Scar and Zero, who are welcomed in Pride Rock, because they showed that they are good people now. Kion and Rani will have 3 cubs, and you can see their stories on another playlist on that channel. Simba acts even more like an old man than Scar when Kiara and Kovu become the rulers. Makes sense for him to be like that after his father's murderer was welcomed back to the family. Kinda awkward, isn't it? Now just look at Scar's face here. I didn't even need to read the text on the right because his face says it all. He was tortured in hell, but I personally believe that the real torture was him realizing what a monster he was in life, especially to Mufasa, Zero and Nuka, and this fact completely destroyed him. He is traumatized by himself, and as a coping mechanism, he becomes a goofball that somehow makes sense despite being one of the biggest character assassinations. Could you ever imagine Scar acting like that? It is so funny and yet it makes sense to me. He hates himself, and when he is not goofing around the children that he is trying so hard to deserve their trust, he is secretly brooding and does nothing more. Apparently Zero is the only one with a job, which makes Scar unlikable sometimes. But seeing him find reason for living in Zero, William and Ronnie, oh my god, my heart. Zero also realized after tortures in hell that she was the villain. Now she always has a poker face that at first I thought was the result of Scar being so annoying to her after their revival. But actually it is mostly for her depression that is the result of her newly found self-hatred. She is literally incapable of smiling now, but she still loves Scar. The overall story of this channel is telling a tragedy wrapped around with comedy. Most humanoid stories on this channel is like a sitcom episode, but when you dig a little bit you will find how dark it used to be. I am talking about the Pride Rock side of it, because at the Tree of Life side of it, things get really dark. Now the best Lion King fan animation. Well, it isn't really an animation and more of an animatic, but I decided to call all the videos I cover here animation for simplicity's sake. But whatever it is one of my favorite Lion King fan projects despite the visuals not being the best. Not that I'm complaining, I know how hard it is to make stuff like this. What I really like is the story and the vibes. Sometimes it's the most relaxing thing ever, and sometimes it's the most horrifying thing ever, and I love it at both states. It's another story of I wonder when will Zero kill Kopa, but it is done in a unique way. I don't think it is trying to be canon, because as far as I know, Vitani and Kovu are nowhere to be seen in this project. It is another story about the mystery of Kopa, so if that topic interests you, watch it for yourself. But I should warn you that it will get really messed up a few times. Here Kopa is a curious and imaginative cub with a heart of gold, which is my headcanon for why his name is Kopa, because it means heart. He has Nola's eyes here. He is a nerd who loves stories. He doesn't even step on an ant, and he wants to be like his heroic lovely parents one day. His young maternal uncle Mitu being his best friend, until he grew up and left to start his own pride. So Kopa befriends a female hyena named Asante. They will secretly play with each other until their parents find it out. Kopa will be sad and mad at his father for forbidding him from seeing his best and only friend. So Serabi suggests Simba to invite Malika and his family to Pridelands. So Kopa now has some cubs to play with. Okay, I should mention a problem that exists only in the first episode, and that is the fact that some parts of it is a recreation of the fan comic Hair to Pride Rock and a little bit of missing pieces. But from part 2 it will become something unique. While Kopa is playing with his friends, his parents tell him that he is going to become a big brother. Zero hears it, not amused. Because of a dare, Kopa tries to climb a tree, breaking a leg as a result. His friends will feel guilty for daring him to do this, so they will be with him in the den until he can walk again. But lions don't have access to the stuff we humans do, so there is a chance that Kopa won't be able to walk properly again. Kopa might become disabled, which gives Zero an idea. Zero is truly a psychopath here. She will do some messed up stuff, which is kinda cool, which makes me a psychopath as well, I guess. She wants to make Simba have a cub with her, so that if Kopa becomes disabled, he would have no choice but to make Zero's hypothetical cub his heir. A cub that will be taught the ways of Scar. Zero doesn't want to cheat on Scar, but she believes it is the only way. She starts flirting with Simba. It obviously doesn't work. She will try it multiple times before changing strategy. The kids will find mushrooms. One of them tries to bite one, but Zazu stops them and says they will cause hallucination and makes them do stuff they will regret. Before Zazu gets Rafiki to remove them, Zero will pick them up. Rafiki assumes an unfortunate animal ate them. With those magic mushrooms, Zero will poison Simba's food. He will hallucinate and mistake Zero for Nala, so they will mate. Simba will wake up not remembering what happened. For a while, Simba will carry Kopa on his back so that the poor cub could go outside again. Kopa's friend would also want to get a ride, but Simba and Kopa should have a little bit of a revenge, right? Thanks to Simba, Kopa slowly learns to walk with 3 legs. They will have more than a few heartwarming father and son moments. Kiara will be born. Part 3 is what makes this series a masterpiece in my eyes. Kopa can entertain himself but by just looking at Kiara do nothing. So he is over the moon when he is the first to see Kiara open her eyes. But she will stop being an angel in his eyes. She will bite his nose and tail, give him a headache by crying so loud, and stare at him in a creepy way. But one day that Kiara is crying and only Kopa is in the cave, he will comfort her. And from now on, Kopa will be the best big brother he has ever been in the history of fan-made Lion King media. Singing lullabies to her, making her laugh, playing with her. Everything Kopa does with Kiara is very heartwarming. But they won't be a perfect lovely little family forever. Zero wants to talk with Simba. Zero will show their little Kovu to Simba, much to his horror. The animatic isn't in color, but Simba says Kovu looks almost the same as his cub self. So you could say his name is Kovu, but he actually is Kion. Just imagine the lion guard happening in this universe. Something like the episode Lions of the Outlands would happen. But Zero would say her son has finally returned to her when she sees Kion. Just imagine what a horrifying discovery it would have been for Kion. Simba tells Zero that Kopa stays the future king despite his injuries. Kovu will be under his protections, but he wants both of them to stay away from him. So Zero will plan to kill Kopa. Simba will act in a responsible way and won't lie to Nala. He doesn't know how, but he did cheat on his wife. And he will tell this to her with shame. Nala will run away from Simba. Serabi finds her and Nala brings her up to speed. Serabi says there are 2 paths you can take in life. One of pain and anger, dwelling on all the wrongdoings of the past, and one of the joy that comes from forgiving the past. Nala isn't ready to forgive Simba yet, but she will pretend nothing has happened for Kopa's sake. But Kopa is smart and knows something is wrong. Nala tells Kopa that they just had an argument and they just need some time to recover. Simba hates himself. He wonders what will Kopa think of him when he finds it out. Kopa asks Simba if he is the future king, then what will Kiara be? Which triggers a trauma for Simba. He tells Kopa that Kiara will be the leading huntress and maybe she will be betrothed to a prince of another kingdom. The next day Kopa will wander around alone. He meets his dear auntie Zero. She pretends to be harmless at first. Zero will take Kopa to the same gorge in which Mufasa died to show something cool to him. Kopa is a smart boy and knows something is wrong. So Zero tries to turn Kopa against his family by lying, but Kopa won't buy it. When he says Scar was evil, Zero deals with him the old-fashioned way. She will hit Kopa in the same spot that was broken, undoing the healing. It looks really painful. Timon and Pumbaa find them and will distract Zero so that Kopa could run away. Zero will knock them out and go for Kopa. Pumbaa will wake up soon and attack Zero, but it is too late. Zero runs away. No matter what Pumbaa does, Kopa doesn't wake up. And Pumbaa feels guilty because he was the closest to Zero and Kopa. He could have saved him, but he failed. Somehow Pumbaa is part of the saddest scene. Then Nala shows up and then the rest. Two lionesses try to attack Timon and Pumbaa, thinking they had something to do with it. Simba stops them. They tell him what happened. While Nala is crying over Kopa's body, Simba stands motionless, rage in his eyes. Kopa wakes up, his leg fully healed. He sees his father and runs to him. When he gets close, he realizes that it is Mufasa and not Simba. Mufasa tells Kopa that he is safe now. This moment would hit much harder if we saw it before seeing his meeting with Zero. Kiara is crying, and no matter what Serabi does, she doesn't stop crying. Little Kiara wants her big brother. Simba and the rest enter the cave and tell her what has happened. Zero enters her home. Kovu nowhere to be found. She sees Rafiki on a tree, holding Kovu. Nuka falls into a pit while following his mother. All the animals surround Zero. When Simba tells her that everyone knows what she did, Zero does her villain monologue and tells her how she did it. How she drugged Simba and basically raged him, replaced the G with a P, and that she did it so that her Kovu will be the next king. And also as a payback for killing Scar. Serabi will take Nuka out of the pit. Simba wants to exile Zero, but when she attacks him, all the animals attack Zero. When Nuka finds her mother, Zero shows how much of a psycho she is. She uses her own son as a meat shield so that she could run away. She will let go of Nuka when she is far enough. Zero will enter a maze. When Simba and Malika follow her, she will activate a trap that makes boulders fall on them. And the series will end with a cliffhanger. What I feel will happen next is that Malika is going to die and Zero will run away. Simba and Nala will adopt Kovu and will name him Kion, and Nala will learn to love him as her own son. Who I fear the most for is Nuka and the rest of the Outlanders. They had nothing to do with Zero's plan, but I'm afraid Simba will banish them as well. Nuka might stay in Pridelands thanks to Serabi, who sometimes becomes a mother figure to Nuka in the fanbase. But Nuka might leave Pridelands to find his mother despite how abusive she is. And maybe Zero will find two cubs and name them Vitani and Kovu if the artist wants their story to be canon. But if not, then many more stuff might happen. Who knows, maybe even Simba will die and things might take an even nastier take. But even if we never see the continuation, I am satisfied with it because chapter 3 was peak. Full of cool dark moments, but also full of heartwarming moments. Tears of joy and tears of sadness was part of the experience, and I love it because of that. Now we reach one of the most beautiful Lion King fan arts. I haven't seen any other art that shows Serabi's greatness as a character like this. If anyone asked me what makes Serabi a great character, I would show this art as an answer. Serabi is easily one of the most powerful characters Disney has ever created, and yet they never used her. Mentally powerful, obviously, not strength-wise. One day I will do a ranking of Lion King characters, and be sure that when that day comes, Serabi would easily make it to the top 5. She should be number 1, but my bias would put a few characters above her. Why do I say it? Because among all the Lion King characters, she had been under the most pressure, and yet she never became evil. She lost her husband, she lost her son, she lost her title as the queen, she almost lost everything, and had to live under the rule of a monster. Despite being broken inside, she still walks like a queen and doesn't show vulnerability. She will stay strong for her friends, for her people. Scar and Zero might be the king and queen in name, but in reality Serabi was the one and only Lion Queen. She was the one that protected the rest from the madness of Scar and his hyenas. Despite needing help the most, she is the one that helped everyone else. She had no time to mourn. She had to wear this mask on indifference so that the other lionesses would stay strong. And this makes Serabi one of the best Lion King characters and one of Disney's most underrated heroes. I love that this art exists to show all my thoughts about Serabi in one single panel. But this is only one art among the many fan arts, fan comics and fan fictions of this DeviantArt account. The DeviantArt page of the user Devinital-TLK is home to one of the most well-realized fan-made worlds of the Lion King. There's so much lore and so much detail. Many detailed maps and informations about the entirety of the Lion King universe. There is this comic called Crystal Caverns that show the creation of the Lion King world. Here the god is a fiery lion. He lives with his mate and children in the sky among the endless stars. His tail so long it reaches the mortal world. One day his mate wonders just how long his tail is, and while following it with her eyes, she sees the mortal world and gets saddened by how empty it is. And the rest also realize it for the first time how ugly the world below is. So they start painting it to make it worthy of their gaze. The creation of this world is the result of a family drawing a beautiful painting together. When they are done creating the world, the children still feel something is missing. The parents realize they need subjects to fill this world with. So the parents create the different animals and will give them to the children. But they kept the best ones for themselves, the felines, who look like the gods the most. Especially the favorite of the bunch, lions, who are destined to rule in the animal world. The children would create many copies of each animal. Each would choose a few species and chose where they should be and would rule over them. All that is left is their souls. So the Great Spirit and his mate would go back to the heaven to create the souls from the stars. But before they do, they take a look at what they have created. And it's so beautiful, the Great Spirit's mate bursts into tears of joy. And those tears would reach the tail of the Great Spirit, which would create the clouds, and like that the world would be created. For a while the Great Spirit and his mate would stay at the heavens, enjoying each other's embrace while their children ruled over the mortals. But the mortals would soon grow so much that they can't manage it anymore. So the Great Spirit and his mate should come to hell. He would travel through the sky to collect good souls and deliver them to heaven. Meanwhile his mate would go to the underworld to judge the souls. It is heartbreaking for her, but she would do it. She would take out her eyes and shatter it to countless pieces and spread it around the underworld so that she could see everywhere. She would burst into tears knowing all she has now is the fire in her tail gifted by her love. Her tears and the fire would create lava and smoke, which slowly turned her white fur into a dark one. The eruptions of the volcanoes being her anguish. She would take the good souls to her beloved and would take bad souls to their eternal torture. Unless they become honest with her and admit their sins, and only if they genuinely regret their sins, they will be given a second trial. Some parts of her eyes ended up in the surface of earth, and looking at them would instantly teleport you to her, and you will be judged like the dead. The sunset happens when she and the Great Spirit are reunited, and the sunrise happens when they say their goodbye to do their tasks. In the comic The Lost Days, we realize that Kiara and Kovu had been secretly meeting for a while. In the story Zero's demise, we see that Zero was with Scar when he was dying. Zero will pretend to be harmless so that she would live in the Pridelands and will stab them in the back when time calls for it. Her plan doesn't completely work. She will get Serafina killed. Nala was carrying Kiara and Kion in her belly, and Kion will die as a result. Zero and her followers will be banished after that. There is the Ask TLK series in which characters will answer questions of the viewers. All of them are funny except for one. Here Nuka has a mate named Hasina who is basically the only person who always cared for him, and she will give birth to their daughter after Nuka's death. which also happens after the death of Hasina's mother, who despite being a good person was a loyal follower of Scar and Zero. Poor girl went through so much stuff, and Nuka's spirit is always next to her. There are many what if stories. Stories like the Lionesses killing Scar and Amnesiac Zero reaching redemption, Kiara getting killed by Zero and Kovu being imprisoned by the Pridelanders for it, Zero kidnapping Kiara and turning her into a monster, AUs of fan comics of other artists, and more. In one story, Kiara and Kovu don't reach the final battle soon. Simba, Nala and Zero will die as a result. Vitani becomes the next queen. Now that she has lost everything, she will become cold-hearted, and as a result, she will be remembered as the cold queen. She would still see other animals as food, but unlike Scar, she will be a competent leader. In another story, after Kovu's betrayal, the Outlanders basically become cult members. They will grow an army and become much more dangerous. Now that Nuka gets attention from his mother, he becomes evil and more psychotic under her influence, Hasina leaving him as a result. There is a big fanfiction series that I still haven't read through all of it, but my favorite fanfiction of this artist is another AU in which Pridelanders will instantly kill the ones royal to Scar, and the remaining Outlanders and the Cubs will live under the pressure of Pridelanders. Nuka will grow up to be a big lion. He will serve Simba and will be a good brother to Kovu and Vitani. After a while, they want to leave Pridelands with Kiara. Simba wants to agree, but Kion, the future king, will start fight with Nuka because the Pridelanders have filled his head with many lies about Outlanders. During the fight, Simba realizes what a monster he had been. Kion will accidentally kill Simba but will frame Nuka for it. The Outlanders will run away with Kiara. Kion and Nala will become mad and get themselves killed during the wars they waged. The Outlanders will wait for Pridelanders to attack, but after a while only Serabi and Serafina, two of the few Pridelanders that treated them well, will show up. Kion made so many enemies in order to gain power and kill the Outlanders, and now Pridelanders is at the hands of their enemies. Kiara's grandmothers will be with her in their final days. The Outlanders will slowly grow and become a peaceful kingdom. There are many more big and small stories on this page, and you should read them for yourself if you are interested. The things Devinital-TLK has done for the Lion King fanbase is really admirable. This one is one of, if not the oldest Lion King fan project that I am going to talk about. It started at 2005. I was 3 years old at that time. It might be the oldest Lion King fan comic, but I am not sure about it. I didn't find anything older than this, but it is safe to assume that there are other Lion King fan comics that came in the 90s or early 2000s. But it doesn't matter if it is the oldest Lion King fan comic or not. What does matter is that I love the vibe of this comic, and it is an interesting twist on the Lion King. It is a very short story that asks, what if Scar adopted Nala as his daughter when he became king? So if that idea interests you, go and read it for yourself, because I'm going to spoil everything about it. The hyenas kill Serafina and then run away. Scar shows up. Nala begs him to help her mother, but Scar says she is dead. Scar picks up a depressed Nala and takes her to the cave, because he can clearly see the lionesses can't protect the cubs. Yes, he blames the lionesses instead of the hyenas. Serabi tries to stop Scar, horrified of what Scar might do to the poor cub, but Scar is the king and they can't do anything. Scar asks Nala if he frightens her. Nala doesn't answer, but Scar already knows the answer is yes. He just says fair enough and lays down to sleep. At first Nala doesn't get closer to Scar, but when she hears hyenas laughing, she sticks to Scar. He doesn't seem to mind it. Later Zazu in the cage is trying to make Nala laugh, but Scar tells him to stop because it isn't working. He believes Nala will recover on her own. Zazu says, and if she doesn't? And Scar says then saving her in the first place was a wasted effort. Nala still seeks comfort from Scar as she sleeps next to him. It annoys him, but he allows it. The next day Nala sees a shadowy figure when she wakes up and gets terrified. It was actually Scar who has somehow hunted a porcupine for Nala to eat. Gotta show off his skills somehow. Nala will thank Scar. The other cubs enter the cave and are surprised to see that Nala is playing with Scar's tail. He lets her go out and play with the cubs. Nala is slowly recovering as we see her ask the cubs in a sassy way if they thought she was a prisoner. Kula says of course not, which is obviously a lie. They will start playing tag. Serabi will take them back to Pride Rock when it gets dark. A long time passes and we are at the part that Nala took Simba to Pride Rock. When Simba tells Nala to rally the lionesses, she says she knows a secret passage to Scar, but they should go alone. Simba trusts her. When they reach Scar, hyenas surround Simba. Nala goes and sits next to Scar and with an evil smile says, "Sorry Simba," knowing the hyenas will kill Simba in a short while and Scar would survive. It was a very simple story, but it gets the job done beautifully. I always wanted to see a twist like this, and evil Nala is such a cool idea. First of all, I love the art style of this comic. It aims for realism but still manages to be colorful enough. This is how wild schemes and catastrophes should have looked like. It's impressive how a non-profit passion project looks this good, and it's embarrassing how an official product is this ugly. This one shows Scar as the king, with Serafino as his queen and the mother of his two sons. He is far from a beloved king, but it was still before the time Scar's management really got ugly. Most characters still hold some value for what Scar says. The comic gets cancelled before Scar could really do very evil stuff. So for the moment, Scar is a flawed person that is trying his best to be a good king and a lovely family man. He is still evil, but he has his moments of humanity and vulnerability that makes Scar an enjoyable character. Especially one moment that almost made me cry. So if it interests you, go and read it for yourself, because from now on I'm going to spoil almost everything. Zazu will inform Scar about the birth of his sons. While Scar and Serafina are having a lovely moment with their cubs, Nala is watching them and is cursing Scar for just using her mother to have cubs. Serabi tells Nala that she is sure Scar really loves Serafina because they used to be really close. Then she starts telling his backstory. When Ahadi chooses Mufasa to be the next king, a heartbroken Taka runs away. Mufasa and Serabi look for him and are shocked to see that the alpha hyena is holding Taka in her arms with her pups surrounding them. They knew the hyenas were close to him, but they didn't know they were so close that Taka would seek comfort from them. At that moment Ahadi shows up, but Serabi can't continue the story because Scar stops her and tells her to go hunt for Serafina. We see Zero and Nuka approaching Pridelands. Zero is so weak, Nuka is helping her walk, but after a while Nuka gets exhausted. Zero is already an abusive mother. She hits Nuka when he stops helping her. Serabi sees them and the moment Zero sees her, she passes out. They take them to Pride Rock. Scar is angry that Serabi came with a lioness instead of food, but he gets horrified to see this lioness is Zero. We don't know much about their past, but we know that they were mates at some point and were madly in love. But now Scar hates her. He tells Zero that she was banished by Uru and she shouldn't have come back. Zero and Serabi beg. Scar says some stuff that could say Nuka isn't Scar's son, but it could just be an insult. Serabi says this isn't the Taka she knew. So Scar agrees to let them take care of Zero and Nuka until they are healed, but then they should leave Pridelands. Scar says he finally has the life he wanted and he wants nothing to ruin it, especially his past. While entering the cave, Scar is sad. In his mind he says, I must finish what I started. Forgive me, Sabi. Yeah, he has a pet name for Serabi because he used to be very close to Serabi as well. Yes, in this story, Scar had a crush on Serabi, Zero and Serafino, all three of them. He had a complicated love life. Scar makes sure Serafino won't see Zero. We realize that Scar exiled the male cubs when they became teenagers. Another lioness gives birth and Serafino makes Scar promise not to harm the boy. She also makes him agree on showing their cubs as the next rulers to the animals. Scar hates traditions, but Serafino tells him to look at it as a strategy. By doing this, the animals will know which cubs they should make sure not to harm. During the ceremony, Uru's spirit shows up and looks at Scar with disappointment, obviously being mad that her little Taka is a brother killer now. Scar says, don't look at me like that. You're my only guide. Mom, please don't go. It doesn't work and Uru leaves Scar alone with his tears. Scar closes his heart again. He will give a powerful roar, showing the animals their new king, King Scar. This is where the story ends. We probably won't see more of this story, but Scar's moment with Uru alone satisfied me so much that I am fine with its cancellation. Now we reach one of the most well-known Lion King fan comics, or fan stories in general. The actual Lion King 3 isn't really the Lion King 3 and is actually a side quel. It is named Lion King 1.5 in some places, but even that isn't a good name because again it is more of a side quel than a mid quel. I think something like the Timon and Pumbaa movie would be a better name, because some of us Lion King fans want an actual Lion King 1.5 because we need something to actually connect Lion King 1 and 2. And we also like to see an actual Lion King 3 because we are greedy. I would love to see a movie about Kiara as the queen and to see her children. Many fans have tried to do it themselves, but I believe the artist TC96 on DeviantArt did it the best. That is an option I share with many other Lion King fans. And the proof is the fact that the fan-made cubs of Kiara and Kovu in this comic are featured in many other places. Fanfictions written about this fan comic, fanfictions being based on it, and even fake scripts of a cancelled actual Lion King 3 that obviously was never real and was actually based on this comic. There are more than a few Lion King fanfictions in which Kiara and Kovu have triplets, one boy and two girls, and one of the girls is either disabled or will get lost one day or both, and all of them are inspired by this comic, the one that did it first and did it best. So many fanfictions ripped off this comic, and so many people claim to own the characters that was created by TC96, and many people reposted this comic without giving credit to TC96. All of those combined with the drama in the fanbase made this creator delete the original comic. So before I say anything more about this comic and all the ideas that came from it are created by the user TC96 on DeviantArt. I do not own anything here, I'm simply doing a commentary on it. As you can guess from the name of this comic, it is about Kiara's days as the queen with Kovu as her king consort. They will have triplets, Asha, the firstborn daughter, the one with a strong sense of justice and the bravery to back it top and the future ruler. Koda, the middle-born son, the troublemaker one, and Lee, the last daughter with a bad leg. This disability makes her have a very low self-esteem, and she won't hold much value for her own life. She will be left behind a lot of times. Poor girl. These three cubs are so popular, some people have mistook them for official characters. So yeah, now let's dive into the comic. Spoilers ahead. Asha and Koda run to the water hole. Lee tries to follow them but fails, so Kiara comes with her. Vitani has a good dynamic with Lee. She and Nala work on Lee a little bit so that she would be confident enough to play with the other cubs. Her crippled leg brings trouble. The other cubs bully Lee and Asha stands up for her against them. The other cubs leave them. Koda also goes with them. He was conflicted, but he did leave his disabled sister instead of supporting her. Yeah, guess who is my least favorite of the triplets? Asha plays with Lee to make her feel better. After a while it will be raining and Asha feels something bad is going to happen to the other cubs. So they will approach them and see Koda hanging for dear life. Asha tells the other cubs to go and fetch their parents. In a blink of an eye, Lee goes down to save Koda, shocking Asha. Lee is pulling the vine Koda is holding while Asha is approaching them. The cubs find the adults and one of them tries to blame Lee. I hope there is a specific place in hell for him. Now Koda and Lee are both falling and Asha is holding them. Their combined weight is too much for Asha, and yet she doesn't give up, despite her paws bleeding badly under the pressure. Lee lets go of the vine so that at least Koda would be safe. A heartbroken Asha helps a guilt-driven Koda and saves him. The adults come and make sure Asha and Koda are safe, but Lee is nowhere to be found. After searching for a day for Lee, they give up, believing that she is dead. I wasn't sure if Asha is my favorite or Lee, but her sacrifice makes Lee my favorite. Unbeknownst to the Pridelanders, Lee is alive, washed up to a very far place. A lioness finds her and takes her to their king, who is Kopa. He says she is from Pridelands, a land in which all the lions think the entire world revolves around them. With such a negative description for them, she thinks he is going to kill Lee, but he lets her stay. Lee wakes up, seeing a cub too near to her, so she screams. The cub is named Mala, son of the lioness that saved her. And he is so clumsy, he is always falling. Like Lee, he befriends Lee. Mala tells Lee that in order to reach Pridelands again, she should go through a desert, and for a disabled cub, it is very dangerous. So she has no choice but to continue her life here. And this is where the story ends, because it will get cancelled because of fandom drama. All of us Lion King fans have wondered, how is the Lion Guard canon to the Lion King? Even as a big fan of the Lion Guard, I must admit it just doesn't make sense. I love that show, but I believe it happens in a separate timeline. Some of the reasons being these questions. How was Scar still around when Simba was born, despite killing his guard years before that? Didn't he get banished or anything? How could Mufasa trust his brother after he committed such a crime? And this fan comic exists to answer those questions. It will try to put Lion Guard and Lion King in the same canon, and it will work as a prequel to the Lion King and as the backstory of Scar and his descent into villainy. If you are afraid that this story will make Scar sympathetic, don't worry. In this one, he was evil from the beginning. In this story, Scar is evil because he chose to be, and it is not because of being bullied or a snake's venom. Those stuff did in fact happen, but in the end it is Scar's fault for being so petty that he sees minor inconveniences as a life-changing tragic events, and for being so ignorant that he never admitted that scar on his face needed to be treated. Here, Scar's guard will be fleshed out characters. There's Apepo, who is at Taka's age and is his best friend and the fastest. Msari, the youngest member of the group, who is a teenager by the time Taka is an adolescent, and is the keenest of sight, and he looks up to his hero Taka, kinda like the Tails to Taka's Sonic. And the two brothers Kopa and Mrofu, who are the strongest and bravest respectively. They are adults by the time Taka is an adolescent. So go and read it for yourself if it interests you. Taka is being taught by his uncle Oni, who is the Lion Guard leader of the time. Taka doesn't really pay attention to his lessons. Taka already can't stand Mufasa and is blind to his kindness. Taka and Apepo want to play at the lake. They can only do it under Kopa and Mrofu's watch. Two brothers named Reiji and Niwali also want to come with them, but Taka doesn't get along with Reiji, so they will ditch them on the way. Msari, who at this point can't even talk, secretly follows Taka and Co. He is a very curious cop. He will bring himself in trouble and Taka will show his leadership skills to save him. His friends do the heavy lifting, but Taka thinks most of the credit should go to him because without his high IQ, they couldn't work as a team, not realizing the main component of their heroicness is their teamwork. Taka's Lion Guard seems to be already chosen. Reiji is salty that he is not part of the team, so he will throw a rotten baobab at Taka's head, call him a princess, and later will make a fool out of him. So later Taka tries to throw an egg at his head as revenge, but Mufasa stops him. Reiji finds it out and ridicules Taka for it, so Taka comes up with a much more mischievous plan. Taka pulls a prank that almost kills Reiji. Oni saves Reiji before Taka gets him killed. The adults won't have a harsh punishment for Taka because they believe Taka was too young to know what exactly is killing and how bad it is, not knowing that Taka really wanted to kill Reiji. Time will pass and Taka is a preteen now. They just mentioned that he and Mufasa couldn't find Udugu together. Yeah, a mention is enough. We don't need to tediously recreate all of Kion's story for Taka. Mufasa, Taka and his friends are looking for yellow fruits for Ukumbushu. We realize Reiji and his brother wanted to be part of the guard because their mother is too harsh on them. That's because they are the only family that never was part of any guard. Taka is still mad at Reiji despite having his revenge, so he will throw some fruits at him. Taka continues being sassy, so Mufasa yells at him to stop. Reiji tells Taka that there will always be someone more important than him. Now Taka is enraged, so he attacks Reiji. Mufasa attacks Taka to stop him, Reiji attacks Mufasa to protect his friend, and Mrofu attacks them all to make them stop fighting, and chaos ensues. The rest run to find an adult because the ones fighting can't be stopped. Zuzu comes and tells them that Oni is damaged and he might die. A horrified Taka runs to where Oni is. He is alive, but he will lose an arm, which means he is retired now and Taka is the Lion Guard leader. This disaster was the doing of two cheetahs. Taka will gain the roar and will send them away. An outlander teenage lioness named Zira will see it from afar. Now that Oni is out of commission, Taka will soon gather his guard and their first official team mission is to do the Ukumbushu stage play. More time passes and Taka is a teenager now. He still doesn't listen to his lessons. Zira makes trouble here and there to make Taka use the roar again because her father Nunka wants to know more about it. Zira's parents are abusive, Nunka being neglectful, and Zira's mother Bianca just being a psycho who barely ever talks and only lives to beat up Zira and love Nunka. She acts more like a pet than a person. She will stick to Nunka when she thinks her daughter is getting more attention from her mate. Oni is Taka's advisor now. Zira will bring more trouble. Mufasa manages to solve the problem before Taka does enough to satisfy himself. So he gets angry and uses the roar anyway, which was exactly what Zira needed. She tells Nunka all the details she knows. Even more time passes and Taka is an adolescent. The Lion Guard will see some antelopes. Their leader thanks Taka and asks him how can she make it up to them. Taka answers, "You could run slower at supper time." His attitude, man, I love it. Nunca meets Taka and takes advantage of his greed in order to trick him into being bitten by a cobra. Nunca tries to make Taka do as he is told in order to get healed, but Taka roars at them with rage, killing them. That's the only time Bianca actually talks. Oni warns Taka that if he was bitten by a cobra snake, then he should treat it before it brings the worst out of him. But Taka assures him that the snake wasn't a cobra. Oni talks to Ahadi about it, but he is blind to all of Taka's red flags. He thinks Taka calling himself Scar and acting cruel is just a phase. Scar indirectly asks his guard to help him dethrone Mufasa. They obviously decline it. Scar pretends to be just joking about it and goes away, leaving his friends horrified. Scar will see Zero in trouble and saves her the same way Kiara was trying to save her. I believe Scar and Zero fell in love at first sight, but they don't want to admit it. Scar realizes Zero has been stealing from Pridelands, but if she had been doing this for such a long time, it means she is a very useful lioness. So he takes her to Pride Rock and tells his parents that he just found her and didn't mention her trespassing. Zero tells Scar that when one day she came back from hunting, she just saw her father dead, her mother crying over it. She tried to approach them, but Bianca hit Zero, giving her the ear notch. So she left them. Bianca probably died from a broken heart next to Nunca's corpse. Scar will show Zero around and talk about his abilities. During it, Zero tells Scar that he is too pretty to be a killer, which is priceless. They will hunt together. Later, Zero tells the truth about her family because she wants to know if he killed her father. Scar admits it, but Zero actually is happy to know. She didn't see any blood on Nunca and was afraid that he died in a lame way, like from a heart attack or something. But now that she knows he was killed by a smarter and stronger lion, she feels relief. The way Nunca adored power, it is safe to assume Zero is taught to stick to the ones with more power. From now on, Scar and Zero are completely honest and loyal to each other. Zero will help Scar reach the throne, and the first step would be killing Scar's friend. The venom has probably lowered Scar's IQ level. He knows killing Mufasa with the roar will take it away, but somehow he believes killing his friends with the roar is fine because he is the rightful heir, and if they stand against him, they would be the evil ones, not him. I think it would be better if Scar didn't know he can't use the roar for evil, because this excuse is just plain dumb. Uru will tease Scar for having a girlfriend. Scar and Zero will act suspicious, but Ahadi assumes they are just two lovebirds being sneaky. Zero will take the guard to Scar. He warns them for one last time. They will either help him become king or die. They will choose death. Msari is conflicted. He finds it hard to accept that his hero isn't a hero. Apepo's situation even more complicated. Scar still considers him his best friend. He feels remorse for what he is going to do. He won't enjoy killing his best friend, but in the end he knows he is too weak against his greed. Scar loves Apepo as a friend, but he loves himself more, so he will trade his best friend for the throne. Scar begs his best friend to join him so that he doesn't have to kill him, but Apepo, just one step away from bursting into tears, tells Scar that he would rather die. So Scar closes his heart and kills them with the roar. Yeah, this page broke me. I do feel bad for all guard members, but Apepo's death spatially made me sad. He was the one person that was always on his side, even when he knew Scar was wrong. I mean, dude once fought Mufasa to protect him. Even when he would disagree with Scar, he would say it in the least harsh way. Scar was blind to Apepo's support and loyalty. They really had something special going on, but Scar so easily let go of it. I would like to see Scar at least show a little bit of guilt after killing him, but no, it is the last time Scar thinks about Apepo or the rest of the guard, which shows just how evil he is. I think it would be interesting to see an AU in which Apepo actually joined Scar. I could imagine him do this to prevent Scar from killing more innocents, kinda like Odin and Mimir. Scar was obviously wrong and he lost the roar. He panics but Zero calms him down. Scar tells the Pride about it and tries to blame the Venom. His parents were willing to selfishly ignore the fact that he killed 4 lions and devastated many more to keep their son safe. But Omni had enough. Omni says that the venom doesn't turn anyone evil. It just brings out what is buried inside. And even if it turned him evil, it is still his fault for not seeking help sooner. Ahadi tells Omni, get out of my sight. We will deal with this without you. So Omni leaves. What I appreciate about this story is that Scar was a bad person from the beginning. If Scar was a good guy but then suddenly became evil, it would be lame. But here the venom just fastened the process. Scar would eventually descend into darkness anyway, even without the snake in the way. Ultimately, it was 90% Scar's own fault. But I have to say 10% of it was the fault of Ahadi and Uru. They let their love for their boy blind their eyes to his evil deeds. They failed to teach Taka not to be petty and greedy. They just chose to trust Taka all the time. They didn't force Taka to seek cure for the venom. Even now, they wanted to just say the venom makes you evil and end the topic. They chose to take actions way too late. Scar is still mad at Reiji. Reiji now realizes that he shouldn't feel bad for Scar anymore. Now he knows how petty and immature Scar is. Ahadi, with a broken heart, will banish Scar until the end of his reign. Before Scar leaves, he says to Zero, they don't know you were there. Stay at Pride Rock. For both our sakes. Scar goes out of Pridelands, leaving everyone heartbroken. From now on, Scar will embrace his villainy. Scar had been living in the Outlands for a while now. He misses Zero. Shenzi, Banzai and Ed attack him. He roars on them, but he soon realizes he is no threat without the roar of the elders. Should have learned how to fight instead of depending on the roar, huh? They will take him to Shenzi's parents. They are relatively good people, but the other hyenas are hungry and desperate. So Scar manipulates so that they would become allies with him, despite them knowing he is a murderer. They want to eat Scar, but he says why should they eat him when there's so much more food in the elephant graveyard. The leaders say there belongs to the Jackals. Scar says he killed all the Jackals. The leaders actually knew it, but they still thinks it doesn't belong to them. This makes the other hyenas angry because they don't care about doing the right thing when they are starving to death. This is the first event that makes the hyenas respect Scar more than their own leaders. Shenzi is the firstborn, but her younger sister Uso is the future ruler because only Uso respects the circle of life. So Scar takes advantage of that to have Shenzi on his side. Scar tells Shenzi that at least his parents choosing his big brother makes some sense, but Shenzi's parents choosing her younger sister is totally unfair. If it's not favoritism, then what is it? Which works on Shenzi. Scar has basically become the devil, corrupting the hyenas. They used to respect the circle of life because of their noble leaders, but now with Scar's influence they are becoming lazy and disrespectful. Scar and Zero will have a funny reunion. Scar asks Zero to hunt for his new allies for a few months in order to continue the alliance. Zero asks if this new ally is a lioness. Scar says that they are a hyena pack. Zero accepts. In this story, Shenzi is in a polyamorous relationship with Banzai and Ed. She inherited that from her parents. Yes, she has one mother and 2 dads. During a talk with Shenzi, Scar says he had to kill his guard. Shenzi says the only thing more cliche would be to say I didn't mean to, which is a good self-aware joke. Scar suggests killing Uso to Shenzi. She says she should think about it. At first Shenzi was horrified. She actually wanted to tell her family about it. She intended to kick Scar out or kill him. but she only sees Uso. Shenzi tries to warn Uso, but she refuses to listen. Uso is done being respectful to Shenzi, so she starts roasting her. So Shenzi leaves. She thinks about what Scar said, and now it doesn't feel like a bad idea. I know almost all the times their arguments was Shenzi's fault and not Uso's, but here if Uso just listened to Shenzi and didn't scold her, Shenzi would have told her about Scar's plan, and they together would get rid of Scar and their sisterhood would probably have been fixed. It shows how just a few words can destroy lives. A tongue is sometimes sharper than a blade. So Scar successfully corrupted Shenzi and now they are going to kill Uso. So Scar was the one that turned Shenzi and the hyenas into monsters. In the end, he was killed by the monsters that he created. Scar and Shenzi will throw Uso in a river with hungry crocodiles in it. They will make Uso's death look like a tragic accident. So now Shenzi becomes the future hyena leader. When Zero tells Scar that they have realized she is hunting for him, Scar says she no longer needs to hunt for them. The hyenas will do it themselves. Zero can't stay away from Scar anymore, so she will get Ahadi killed and will make it look like an accident during a hunt. It won't be the only time in a fan comic that Zero kills one of Scar's parents. Shenzi will hear about Ahadi's death and tell Scar about it. Scar is devastated. He will stay in a place far from the hyenas so that Zazu won't suspect when he wants to find Scar. This single panel says so much. There's still a small part of Scar that loves his family and now he is mourning. Somehow it hits much harder without seeing Scar shed even a single tear. This is one of those few Lion King fan comics in which Ahadi wasn't abusive towards Taka, so he really is sad about his death. Zazu tells Scar that Uru is also dead. Now Scar is even more devastated. Uru couldn't live without her beloved husband. Zazu escorts Scar to Pride Rock. Oni has a mate and cub now. Better late than never, I guess. Scar tells Mufasa that he is healed and the venom won't affect him. But he still wants to be called Scar so that he would never forget his mistake. Oni shows up and reads Scar like a book. He had been begging Ahadi and Mufasa to make Scar's banishment permanent, but they wanted Scar back. Mufasa tells Scar that their parents were depressed without him, and they always wish to have him back. Now that they will never see him again, Mufasa wants to at least do what they wished. And also now that very little of their family is left, he wants his brother to be close to him. When Scar asks, Mufasa says Oni had been worried about what Scar might do so much that he was always arguing with Ahadi. He stressed him so much it aged him. He even had a heart attack once. So now everyone is worried about him putting himself under mental pressure. Zero sees Scar and gives him a tackle hug. Mufasa tells the rest that Scar is welcomed back to Pridelands, but he still isn't a prince. Scar knows Zero killed his father and he is mad at her. For like 5 seconds only. He loves her too much and can't hate her for more than that. Besides, he killed her father too, so I guess they are even. And both of their mothers died from a broken heart as the result of the death of their fathers. It got similar in a weird way. After a few months, a Mashindano will happen. Zero is excited to see it, but Scar says they won't. Zero asks him what is more important than catching a good old-fashioned fight. Scar's answer is committing a good old-fashioned murder. This couple, man, I love them. Everyone will be watching the Mashindano except for Mufasa, who will be patrolling. They will make Boma the blind buffalo attack Mufasa through a misunderstanding. Yes, Boma should still be part of Scar's story, even if he is not gonna give Scar his scar. Boma hits Mufasa, but before he kills him, Serabi and Nanda, one of her sisters, show up, so Scar and Zero protect Mufasa so that they won't suspect them. Scar kills Boma. Mufasa thanks Scar before passing out. Serabi asks Scar to carry Mufasa. He agrees, but Mufasa is too heavy for him, which leads to a funny moment. So Nanda helps him carry Mufasa. As a thanks, Mufasa will make Scar a prince again, and the entire Pridelands trusts Scar again, which makes Zero a princess by marriage. Also, they inform that Serabi is pregnant. Scar thought he had a great day, but now his day is ruined. Scar says to Zero, "Do you remember me saying that we shouldn't wait too long because they might have an heir? Remind me to take my own advice sometimes." Now that Scar is a prince, becoming a king is easier for him. He wants to wait for Serabi to give birth, because if he also killed Serabi, it would be too perfect for him and people would suspect. Scar and Zero will have a cute moment before seeing Oni. He is such a tragic character. He is the only one who knows what a snake Scar is, and nobody listens to him, so he can do nothing but hope that the worst won't happen. Oni tells Scar and Zero that he knows what they were doing, but all he can do is to beg them. Oni begs Scar not to kill his own brother. Zero wants to say Mufasa isn't the only one who will die. She tries to mention Serabi's unborn baby, but Scar stops her because he doesn't want Oni to be more devastated than he is now. He is already mourning the eventual death of Mufasa. Knowing a cub will die as well will make him much worse. Deep down in his heart, Scar still loves his uncle. Oni is too old and his heart is too weak. He dies in front of Scar and Zero. Scar says to Oni, "I'm sorry uncle, I really am sorry." We could say both in fiction and reality, we have three types of villains. First are the ones that genuinely think they are doing the right thing. Second are the people that they know what they are doing is wrong, but they enjoy it. But there's an interesting third type of them. The type that know what they are doing is wrong, and yet they continue doing it. Not because they enjoy it, but because they believe they are too weak against their dark sides. Scar is that third rare type of bad guys here. Now we reach something special. One of the unfortunate parts of the Lion King franchise was the fact that it used to disrespect hyenas, even though they are an important part of the circle of life. One of the main themes of the Lion King. Nowadays, thanks to the lion art, the situation is better, but in the fanbase the problem still exists. In many Lion King fan projects, even the masterpiece ones, the hyenas are punching bags, and even when they try to show them as sympathetic characters so that the story would have an anti-racism message, they just push it so hard that the story becomes depressing. But this story will pay respect to the hyenas. They would still suffer, but it is mostly done in a tragic way instead of a depressing way. The important thing is that in this story, the hyenas, just like the lions, are actual characters and not just mindless monsters or a joke or a gimmick. It will say why the hyenas are absent from Lion King 2, and during the story you will start caring for them. This is a must read for every Lion King fan. Whether you care about the hyenas and want to see a good story about them, or you don't care about the hyenas and want something unique, you will enjoy it. So yeah, go read it for yourself. I'm going to spoil everything from now on. The story starts with the death of Kopa. Because yes, even when Kopa has nothing to do with the story, he still has to die. As a commenter said on a DeviantArt post somewhere, Kopa is the Uncle Ben of the Lion King fanbase. Simba will have a nightmare about it. Zazu will inform him about hyenas in Prideland, but when Simba reaches that place, he only sees Bonsai. his body torn apart by cheetahs. Then he sees a hyena cub, Banzai begging him not to harm it. Both hyenas will be taken care of, but Banzai only has a few hours to live. Simba tells him that the safety of the cub depends on what Banzai will say. So he will say what happened after they killed Scar. They were so angry that they didn't realize the fire was too close, and from the 200 hyenas, only 20 survived. Shenzi will feel guilty about this, which is unusual for a hyena. Considering how hard their life is, they are taught to turn all their negative emotions into anger, because grief or sadness doesn't help them survive. Banzai says he wasn't originally from Shenzi's clan. Male hyenas are kicked out of their clan when they're turned 2, and they should find a new clan. That's how he met Shenzi and her mother and Ed, who never was kicked out because he needs extra care. The three of them become friends when Shenzi protects them against bullies. After a year, Zero and the Outlanders will attack and kill everyone except for Shenzi and Banzai, whom she thought she also killed. She did it because if they killed Simba when he was a cub, Scar would be alive by now. She doesn't know that they are the ones who killed Scar, because Simba didn't want her to kill the hyenas. So Zero blamed Simba instead and killed Kopa after the natural death of Serabi, and Zero got banished for killing Kopa. I wonder how much more brutal the death of the hyenas would be if she knew they killed Scar. Banzai will be thrown off a cliff, but Shenzi would be kept down, forced to see the remaining 18 hyenas die slowly and brutally. One of them being a hyena cub named Asante, yes, Kopa's friend. Her uncle managing to kill her killer before he also dies. Another hyena will die while protecting his friend. Ed will finally learn how to talk before he died, shouting Shenzi's name. When Zero makes sure Shenzi witnessed the death of all her members, she throws her off the cliff, not realizing it wasn't dangerous enough to kill Shenzi or Banzai. Banzai never saw those deaths, and it took Shenzi a while to finally find the strength to kill him, after Banzai finding it out for himself. Banzai reaction, man. I felt the horror in her eyes. Their life became full of horror and anxiety after that. For a while, Shenzi just stopped having feelings, only her and Banzai's survival mattering. But she will open up again. They will do many things to survive and even learn to respect the circle of life. So the elephant graveyard slowly becomes a wonderful place. Banzai tries to make Shenzi laugh again after a long time of depression. We realize that Nuka as a cub was a close friend with Ed, until Zero ended that friendship. Banzai says the reason hyenas just go crazy when they laugh is because happiness is rare for them. So they try to enjoy that moment and share it with the rest as much as they can. Shenzi and Banzai eventually fall in love. They slowly move on to some extent and will laugh more often. Finally, Shenzi will sleep without any nightmares. This page is beautiful. Seemingly life for them becomes great. For a while they will have a happy life as a couple despite the tragedies. But good things won't last forever, because the moment they decide to have a baby, the graveyard becomes a rotten place again. At its worst even. Because now Zero is living close to it and she isn't respecting the circle of life. Shenzi becomes pregnant at the time that there isn't even enough food for the three of them. Banzai does so much to make sure the baby in Shenzi's belly would survive. He gives all the food he can find to Shenzi while he himself only ate enough so that he wouldn't starve to death. Still, it wasn't enough. Giving birth is a very hard task for a hyena, and considering the small amount of food Shenzi had, she wasn't strong enough to survive. Little Jonjo is born and Shenzi survives only long enough to nurse him once and take care of him for a few hours. After Shenzi's death, Banzai takes Jonjo to Pridelands so that he could find someone to help feed the cub. That's when the cheetahs show up and mercilessly attack Banzai. With the story over, Banzai asks Simba why the great kings of the past punish them again and again, even though they regretted what they did and became better people as a result? Why even bother changing if only the past matters? Simba is remorseful now. He says them changing was in fact a good thing because the future matters more. Simba realized Banzai was doing everything to save his son, just like Mufasa. He puts Janjan next to Banzai so that he could have his last moments with his son. Simba tells Banzai that they will take care of Janjan, so Banzai will die with no fear for his son. Seeing Simba cuddling Janjan after Banzai's death is heartbreaking. He blames himself. He thinks if he had the heart to kill Zira instead of banishing her, he would have saved the hyenas. They will bring Banzai's body back to the graveyard and put it next to Shenzi's. During the story, Shenzi and Banzai made a memorial for their clan members. One bone to stand for every fallen hyena. And now Simba will add 2 bones for Shenzi and Banzai to it. Simba pays respect to the hyenas. He says, these hyenas were many things, but they were never monsters. Man, this moment made me cry. During the making of these videos, I read many fan comics and this one ended up being one of the last ones I read. After reading many comics that had characters who refer to the hyenas as monsters, it was good to read this one. Some of those stories are on a higher ranking than this one. So after reading those ones, this comic will hit much harder. Simba and Nala adopt Janjan as their own son, so I assume Lion Guard won't happen in this timeline. While wandering on his own, Janjan finds some hyenas, one of them being Ed, who somehow was the only survivor. He sees his similarity to Shenzi and Banzai and realizes he is their son. Simba and Nala show up and see Ed and they bring him up to speed. They decide to give Janjan to Ed so that they would live with the other hyenas. Simba and Nala will say their final goodbye to Janjan before he is taken away. 2 shadows turn into Shenzi and Banzai and they smile at Ed and then thank Simba, ending the story. During telling his story, Banzai told Simba that when the hyenas die, they will go back to the shadows. He seemingly meant it more literally than figuratively, as now we know that Ed and Janjan can communicate with Shenzi and Banzai through the shadows. This one is by far the best looking Lion King fan comic. No, it's the best Lion King comic. Even the official comics don't look this good. The old official Lion King comics look like edited screenshots, and the new Lion King comics look weird sometimes. But this is perfect. It's beautiful. It is a perfect transition of the movie's art style into a comic art style. The outlines, the coloring, the shading, and all the other art related topics that I know nothing about is done amazingly. There are fan media that look official, and then there are some fan media that look like this, that saying it looks official to it actually is disrespectful. No, fan media have evolved so much nowadays that we should now say stuff like this official art looks so good. For a moment I thought it was a fan art. Because yes, some fan-made stuff are that good, and it's not just the graphics, no, the story is also great. So yeah, a great fan comic that you should check out. But be warned that it can get pretty dark sometimes. Timeline wise, there is the first king, which is the story of the very first Lion King. Then there's Decades of Denial, that is about the childhood of Mufasa and Scar. And then Heir to Pridelands, that is the events after Lion King 1 but before Lion King 2, aka another story of I Wonder When Will Zira Kill Kopa. Also there are more than a few fan arts. So if any of these comics interests you, go and read them for yourself. I'm going to spoil almost everything about these 3 comics, so Yes, spoilers ahead. At first, the world of the Lion King was cruel, like the real wildlife. Lions killing cubs and all. When an adolescent lion named Nekosi loses his father and baby siblings to the harsh old rules, he decides to make a difference. He will take two of his adolescent sisters, Camarina and Sabria, who are now expecting the cubs of the rogues that took over, and go to somewhere far away. The rogues promised Camarina and Sabria that they won't kill the cubs if they mate with them. They did as they were told, but the rogues broke their promise, traumatizing poor Camarina, wondering if her cubs would end up monsters as well. Nekosi will save an old female elephant named Kibibi from the hyenas in the elephant graveyard. Later they meet two lionesses named Amara and Mrembel. Mrembel, unlike Amara, is friendly and invites them to Pride Rock, which is their home. Mrembel tells Nekosi that they lived far from here. When their leaders were chased away, the rogues tried to kill the cubs. The lionesses fought back, which resulted in the death of Amara's mother. So the rogues won't kill the cubs, not wanting to kill more lionesses that were considered resources in those days. Mrembel's mother will raise Amara after that event. Later, an illness will make everyone except for Amara, Mrembel and her mother violent. They will escape and find Pride Rock. Mrembel's mother will later catch that illness and will leave them to save them, ending up dead after killing a few hyenas because of the illness. Amara hates all men because they are either monsters like the ones who killed her mother, or cowards like her father and uncle who ran away instead of protecting their cubs. Well, it's not true all the time, but from her point of view, I can't blame her. In order to show his worth to Amara, the next day Nekosi invites every single animal to Pride Rock. He tells the animals that he wants some rules to be created to make the world a better place. Stuff like only killing for food or not killing young ones and so on. And the rule breakers will be banished. He suggests himself to become the king. The animals disagree, but thanks to Kibibi, they will give him a chance. After a few months, Nekosi's sisters will give birth. Sabria will have two girls named Kulba and Doto, and Kamaria will have two girls named Leo and Neo, and a boy named Tau. Mrembel, who is Nekosi's mate now, is pregnant. Nekosi will be a wise and kind king, so when two rogue lions want to challenge him, his people will chase them away. Now Amara fully trusts Nekosi. Mrembel will come back with their cub. Nekosi is so happy to be a father. I love characters like this. Goofballs that know when to be serious and when to be themselves. At first he thinks he has a son, but he won't have any negative reaction when he realizes it is actually a she. In fact, he is very happy to have a daughter and is not the type to look down at girls. They will name her Zalira. The animals won't take it positively because lionesses are usually the ones who hunt, even though the lions are usually the ones who eat first. Nekosi will try to have a cub with Amara to see if he could have a son this time. She will eventually agree, but under three conditions. 1. Mrembel will stay as the queen. 2. She gets to name the cubs. And 3. If her cubs were all female, then Zalira will be the future ruler. Mrembel is also fine with it, not Zalira though. The cubs will meet two hyena cubs named Kwanzaa and Cheko. They will play with them innocently, but their parents use this as an excuse to attack the cubs. Kwanzaa and Cheko and Alila, who is the disgraced daughter of the hyena family, will help the adult lion save the lion cubs. Tao will show his bravery to his sisters and cousins, and they will start respecting him instead of bullying him. Things won't end well. The hyena queen will capture Doto, and this scene reminds Kamaria of the death of her young siblings. So she will attack without thinking, which results in throwing Kwanzaa to his death, who was trying to stop his mother from harming Doto, leaving his now mourning vengeful brother alone. Sabria will hate herself for becoming the very same monsters she hated. Nekosi will tell Zalira why he wants a male heir, and also tells their backstories when she asks about it. The next day, the hyenas try to use this as an excuse to kick out the lions, but Lila will vow for the innocence of the lions and save them, making her an honorary part of the lion family after being kicked out from her own. Amara will give birth to two girls, Ayo and Kizia, making Zalira happy, and Tau, well, his reaction says it all. Zalira will soon join him because these new girls are quite the troublemakers. Nekosi will betroth Zalira and Tau so that he could train him to be the next king alongside Zalira as the queen. The kids won't like it. They will argue, and in the end Zalira will shout Tau's origins to him when he insults her. He will ask his mother and she will reveal the harsh truth. Tau runs away. The adults will look for him tomorrow, but when they wake up, they realize the cubs left the cave at night. Before Nekosi leaves with his sisters to find the cubs, he asks Kibibi to help his queen manage the place. She doesn't accept it because she doesn't think she is ruler material. She tells her backstory and we realize that she used to be a leader, but when she makes a mistake that gets her youngest granddaughter killed, she banished herself. Nekosi says that she has learned from her mistakes, so she reluctantly accepts. Tau will end up in Nekosi's birthplace and meet Akil, his father. Akil believes that stuff like cub killing is also part of the circle of life, and from his point of view it kinda makes sense. I mean, if the other animals can be killed in any moment by the lions, wouldn't it be unfair that lions would usually die in a normal way? But well, the franchise is called The Lion King, and we see the story from a lion's point of view. So he murdered lions, so he is the big bad. And our heroes will meet each other in Nekosi's birthland, and after an adventure, they will have their revenge and also make new friends. When Akil reveals that he will sacrifice his new sons to survive, even his family is against him. Our heroes capture Akil and tell him if he lives right now, they won't kill him and his brothers. Akil does as he is told, but they will kill his brothers anyway because that's literally what he did to them long ago. Nekosi will cancel the betrothal, but during the adventure we realize that Tau and Zalira do have feelings for each other. And from my understanding of this behemoth of a family tree, Tau will become the next king. Nekosi's mother will apologize to her children for supporting the evil old rules and tells Nekosi that he inherited his compassion from his father. Here we also see the origins of the dead lions in the sky. This is where we are right now, so start watching Hydra Carino right now to read the rest of the story when it comes out. In Decades of Denial, we see that Mufasa and Taka are not twins but triplets. There was a middle daughter named Thema. Mufasa was the future king, Thema was promised to a prince to another kingdom, and Taka was the future leader of the Lion Guard. Mufasa would be taught by Ahadi, Thema would be taught by Uru, but Taka would be taught by Ahadi's cousin Makali, who was the Lion Guard leader of the time, who wouldn't always teach Taka because he was on a dangerous mission all the time. So Taka becomes jealous because his parents don't spend enough time with him and nobody has taught him the lessons his siblings know. So Taka tries to spend his time with the other cubs. Arguments happen in which both Taka and the other cubs are to blame, but Taka has already learned how to be manipulative and make his mother do anything he wants. Taka would spend his remaining time with his great uncle Thando, who is the selfish lion if I'm not mistaken. And selfish to Taka was like how Scar was to Simba. While Uru tries to strengthen Taka's confidence, Thando does the exact opposite. Taka does everything to be admired like Mufasa, but it just doesn't work. Taka would act arrogant to mask his insecurities. Thema is nice to Taka, but she is nice to everyone. Taka already acts like the Scar we love/hate, as he makes a fool out of an adult cheetah to save Shenzi, Banzai and Ed. I already love Taka's attitude. He enjoys spending time with the hyenas because they admire him. Taka will later tell his family about this and they act as negatively as possible. Mufasa doesn't believe that his brother met hyenas because they would have definitely harmed him. So Taka goes to the elephant graveyard to prove it. Taka will be saved by Serabi and her mother who live in the Outlands. A Hadi shows up and invites them to live in Pridelands, but Serabi's mother says she should talk about it to the other Outlanders. On the way back to Pride Rock, Taka complains about being the lesser son and stuff, and Ahadi says that maybe he was wrong and Taka's lesson should start right now. Ahadi tells Taka that when Mufasa is the king, he should make sure that he makes the right decisions. Taka says what if Mufasa won't listen to him? So Ahadi asks him if he knows why he is named Taka. Taka sarcastically says because he was trash. Ahadi says Taka also means to want. When he was born, nobody thought he would survive long enough to open his eyes, but he surprised them. He was louder, feistier, and greedier for milk and attention, and because of that he survived. He is named Taka because he wanted to live. He was named Taka because when he wants to do something, he will do it. It's my favorite story of why Scar's real name is Taka. Here Serabi and Zero are half sisters and they love each other. Their father is the strange lion who is named Shaka here. He is sexist and favors his sons. Meanwhile, he wants to prove Zero isn't his daughter, even though it's obvious. I mean, come on. She is literally you without the mane. Shaka is the son of Thondo, and because Ahadi didn't have any brother, Shaka thinks that he should have become the next Lion Guard leader. But that title was given to Mohatu's nephew-in-law who wasn't even royal. Instead, Shaka becomes the keenest of sight, a role he believes to be the most useless one. This attitude would result in his banishment. This story is also unfinished at the moment. In Heir to Pride Rock, we realize Scar had a few seconds with Zero before he died. He is regretful, but not for the terrible things he has done, but because he knows he will be known as the worst king of Pridelands. He begs Zero to find him an heir and teach him to be him but better, so that he would have a better legacy. Zero will try to murder Simba, but she almost falls to her death, but Simba saves her. And you can see the parallel to the Lion King too. Once she accepted the help of her enemy, but she would never do that for the second time. She already feels guilty for being saved by Scar's killer. She has a younger sister, and Zero was basically a mother to her because their mother died when she was young. And she does care for her, in her own ways. Zero pretends to be cool with Simba. At first, Nuko had a good relationship with Simba's family. He called Serabi auntie and he is happy to see baby Kopa. Zero will meet a lion who looks just like adult Kovu. He is Metoto, Nuko's half brother and the only other son of Scar. Zero knew Scar had many other cubs with many other lionesses, but she thought they were all female, so it's shocking to her. Scar banished a son that would have been a perfect heir over a small and stupid argument, I assume. And yes, your unfortunate suspicion is true. According to the family tree, Kovu and Vitani are the cubs of Zero and Metoto. Zero did the thing with her stepson, but we haven't reached that part in the comic yet. Kopa isn't named yet because Simba and Nala can't agree on a name. Simba suggests the name Kion that Nala doesn't like. I guess she changes her mind later. Rafiki suggests the name Kopa. In this story, Dottie will be teased for being Nuko's girlfriend. Something that she says is not true. But girl, don't lie to me. I have the family tree right here. Dottie isn't her real name, but she insists in being calling that. My headcanon is that it is a nickname Nuko came up with it, because he couldn't remember her real name. Nuko and Dottie are both not fond of Kopa that much. Kopa will befriend a hyena named Asante. Simba at first reluctantly approves this friendship, but the moment he realizes she is the daughter of Shenzi and Banzai, he kicks her out. This makes Kopa resent his family for a short while. but the effects are seemingly permanent on Asante. She will stop the friendship and becomes cold. Some lionesses compare Kopa to Scar for befriending hyenas, and yet they believe monsters were born monsters. Some friends will pay them a visit, and as a result Kopa will meet 3 cubs, Afua, Bogo and Babu. Later Simba tells Kopa if even one species gets removed, it will break the circle of life. Kopa asks what happens when the hyenas are removed. Answer that, Simba, answer it. Give an actual answer instead of excuses. Dude basically says the hyenas were God's only mistake. What the hell? But the canon characters are the relatively sane ones. There are some OCs in these comics that they are so psychotic the canon characters look like normal people. So many tragedies, man. So many tragedies. Kopa will later take all the cubs to the elephant graveyard to prove them Asante isn't his imaginary friend. This won't end well because Asante has become what other lions think hyenas to be. The rest of the clan attack the cubs. Asante herself doesn't fight them, but she won't stop the other hyenas either. Some adults will save the cubs and will say every single one of the hyenas deserve to rot in this place. Asante heard it from afar and she looks more regretful than offended. I wonder if she is going to get a redemption arc or something. Serabi will tell Kopa that actually it was the hyenas that took advantage of Scar. They killed him when he was of no use anymore. Serabi, are you siding with Scar on that one? I know you lost your husband to the hyenas, but do you always have to be the most racist one? This time Kopa doesn't bother to argue because he is heartbroken by Asante's betrayal. Then we see another heartbreaking moment. Nuka tells Zero that he could have died today and yet she doesn't care. Zero pins Nuka down and says she will break his jaw if he yells at her again. But soon she changes attitude. She picks him up and says that he is the fruit of her and Scar's love, and because of that nobody will be more important than him. Nuka buys it, and not gonna lie, I wanted to buy it as well. You see how at first Zero's eyes lack the small shade of white that is in the eyes of the other characters? That's because after the death of Scar, she had been dead inside. But here in the last panels, you can see those shades. At first I thought she really means what she says. But no, she has no care for Nuka. Life came back to Zero's eyes for a few seconds because she was thinking about Scar. Even if we say Zero loves Nuka, that's because she sees him as an extension of Scar and not as an individual. Only when Nuka dies she starts loving him. Later when Zero is talking to her sister, she freezes. And Zero does one of the most hilarious things ever to bring her back to reality. Kopa and Nuka, who didn't get along well, will have a heart-to-heart. A while will pass and Kopa will have a dark mane. Again, someone just can't help but compare him to Scar. Lady, you're Matoto's mother. Why are you such a hypocrite? Matoto will eventually marry a girl named Yatima. I'm afraid of what Zero might do to her. Scar had lots of daughters and most of them miss him, with one exception. All of Scar's daughters are jerks to their mothers. And I don't know, did their mothers mistreat them? Did Scar or Zero crop them? Or are they just born like this? No matter the reason, they have a better chemistry with Zero, their stepmother. She says she loves the daughters of her beloved Scar as much as her own son. She isn't lying. It won't be the first time Zero adopts someone. She also adopted 2 cubs of her cousins. Okay, why is Zero's smile so motherly here? Is it the way she imagines herself to be? It's a little bit hard to imagine her as a loving mother. Zero is slowly building an army by pretending to care. We realize that Mufasa was actually betrothed to Serafina, and Serabi was betrothed to Scar, which was the result of Taka manipulating his parents. He didn't even love Serabi. He just wanted it because he knew Mufasa had a crush on her. Kopa and Bogo agree to become each other's betrothed so that by the time they became adults but didn't have found a mate yet, they would marry each other so that they wouldn't end up with someone they don't even know. Tojo will show up and tells Kopa that he is the father of his siblings. When Kopa gets confused, Tojo's birds show up. He and Simba raised a few birds together when they were cubs, so Tojo wasn't lying really. The birds will refer to Simba as their mother, which again confuses Kopa. Mitu will mistake Yatima as Matoto's daughter. Mitu realizes his mistake and his reaction is hilarious. He manages to make it worse and worse. I think this is my favorite version of Mitu. Yatima is mostly frustrated with Matoto's very low self-esteem, and this is where this story comes to an end for the moment. So yeah, 3 really good comics that are still getting updated, so if you want to read the rest for yourself, go and watch the artist on DeviantArt. This one have been in development since 2011 and it's still ongoing. For almost 15 years, someone could have started following it in elementary school and finished college before it ends. But it is going to end soon, as only one chapter of this story remains. This comic series is called Missing Pieces, and as you can guess from the name, this comic series tries to connect all parts of the Lion King franchise. That's because this franchise feels like a puzzle that misses more than a few pieces, and this comic tries to provide those missing pieces. So from Mohatu's era to even a while after Lion King 2, this series will answer all the questions that Disney never answered. It will make sense out of the inconsistencies and put everything in one timeline. At first I considered it a good enough story, but not top 10 material. But after each chapter, the comic got better and better, and now in my opinion it is the 7th best Lion King fan project. So yeah, if it interests you, go and read it for yourself. Spoilers ahead. In chapter 1, Mufasa and Taka are cubs. Serabi and Serafina want to play with them, but Mufasa will be busy with Ahadi, so they only take Taka. But Taka will be bullied by the other cubs because this is another story of Taka not wanting the throne at first, but being bullied slowly makes him greedy. Taka will run away, and when Serabi and Serafina try to talk to him, he will lash out. In the elephant graveyard, the daughter of the leader of the hyenas is bullying Ed. Shenzi will defend him. Banzai will also become friends with Shenzi because of this. Ahadi will make Taka feel better by talking to him, and Taka will apologize to Serabi and Serafina. But Taka just can't get those mockeries out of his head, so he will slowly become sadder and more of a loner. He will find Shenzi, Banzai and Ed and tries to become friends with them. But Ahadi will chase them away because lions being racist against the hyenas is one of the most overused ideas in Lion King fan projects. Taka won't meet them again until he becomes a teenager and ends up in the graveyard. When he realizes they are starving, he will be back with a hunt. So he is kind? No, he just does it because he would be the one with power like this. But after a while, another misunderstanding happens. Mufasa thinks the hyenas are attacking Taka, so he fights them. They will knock him out, but Taka stops them from killing him and asks them to leave. Ahadi will show up and ask Taka what was he doing. Taka said he was just talking, which angers Ahadi. Taka tries to reason with him, but it doesn't work. So he lashes out, and when he said he wished he never was part of this family, Ahadi's anger will erupt and he will hit Taka, which gives him the scar. So yeah, he gonna go full on psycho mode again. Taka will go to the hyena clan and tells them that if they work for him, one day they will live in the Pridelands. The next day, he will tell Ahadi that all he remembers is the scar he gave to him. So he should never call him his son again, and nobody will call him Taka again. He is Scar now. Uru would refuse to call him that name. The guilt of harming his son will be a burden to Ahadi. He will die because of a broken heart soon. Scar will smile in his funeral. After a while, Uru will also die. She was the only person Scar truly loved, so after this nothing of Taka will be left in him. In book 2, Scar will tell the hyenas to kill Mitu just as a test. He will get Mitu killed to see if he will feel bad about it or not. He killed a cub who has just learned how to walk, not as part of a plan and not even in spite of anyone. Even if he said he did it because he could, it wouldn't be as messed up as this. It got disturbing sooner than I expected. Looking at these 2 pages scares me. My heart wants to come out of my mouth. Just look how innocent Mitu is. Cuddling Scar, smiling at him, playing with him, and Scar just doesn't feel anything. He just doesn't see how innocent he is. He just doesn't care. In the first day of Scar's kingdom, he will take the pride to Mufasa's corpse, as Serabi made him. He says he didn't find Simba's body, which might be for the better, and that was a good manipulation technique. He basically said if seeing an adult's corpse is this heartbreaking, they better not look for the corpse of a cub. For just 1 second, he feels regret, but the moment he remembers receiving a scar from Ahadi, he closes his heart again. Scar will ban everyone from entering or exiting Pridelands, and will break all the connections with the neighboring kingdoms. We will see a heartbreaking scene of Tojo sending his birds away from Pridelands in order to protect the birds from the hyenas. Serabi will send Tojo and Chombi to live with Malka's pride because they are afraid Scar might get rid of the male cubs one day. Scar will find it out and will send the hyenas to wipe out that entire pride, and he will tell Serabi that she is the one that killed them, which destroys Serabi. After that, no lioness tried to rebel against Scar. He will continue using the hyenas to push neighboring prides further and further, and it works on every pride except for one. An army of lionesses led by Zero, who will metaphorically and literally have a bloody entrance. Show Scar who's the boss, girl. They will eventually mate in this universe, but Scar won't have any romantic attraction to her. Unlike this story, I like to have Scar and Zero as an evil couple that are madly in love. But just like this story, I headcanon that their first meeting was as enemies. A hyena corpse falls in front of Scar before he can ask. Zero says, I did. Who's next? Scar says, where is your king? I want to talk to him. And then one of the lionesses says, she's listening. My god, I love Zero here. Zero says their king was a coward who ran away when food became scarce. She is in charge now. Scar considers a female in charge shameful, which he believes is the reason they live like hyenas. Zero says at least she doesn't live with them. Scar gets really angry. He tells the hyenas to harass them until they collapse, so that Zero would learn how to respect the king. For 7 days, Zero and her lionesses fight against Scar's hyenas without any water, food or sleep. Wow. 32 hyenas died, but all the lionesses still alive. When Shenzi wants to kill them all, Scar stops them. He is impressed with Zero and her lionesses, so he tells them to either join him or die. Scar asks Zero, which pride of yours do you want to save? God, that's such a cool line. Zero will agree to join. Serabi says there won't be enough food for all of them, but Scar disagrees. As Shenzi expected, Scar prefers Zero's lionesses over the hyenas and the Pridelanders, and Zero knows it. They are much better hunters. Serabi doesn't like her and Zero couldn't care less. I love it each time I see Zero covered in blood. She is so cool. Zero will slowly have feelings for Scar. She starts to see herself in him. She feels that both of of them are mentally wounded, alone, unloved, and misunderstood. She believes that if they ended up together, they could fix each other. Something that is a possibility in other timelines, but not in this comic. Zero promises Scar an heir, and she hopes that eventually he would fall for her. She was wrong. Zero will become the queen, but the moment Nuka is born, Scar loses all the respect he has for her. Nuka is Zero's first failure, and because of that she will hate him from now on. Scar won't love her back, and it slowly drives Zero crazy. She isn't the only one. Serabi has also lost hope. When she is going to make a God of War reference, Nuka is the one to stop her. He will become a ray of sunshine in Serabi's dark life. Her only hope, her only reason of living. Serabi will be the parent figure to Nuka that he never had. This is the first page of the comic that broke me. To pair Serabi and Nuka, the two most underrated Lion King characters, is such a genius idea. I don't know if in this comic it has happened for the first time or somebody else has came up with this idea in the fan base, but this comic has done it the best. Serabi will give Nuka a bath, but when he says you're messing up my mane, Serabi will kindly tell Nuka to go out and play. When Nuka leaves, Serabi will burst into tears. From all the Lion King fan projects I have seen, in this one Scar is probably the most abusive towards Nuka. Zero is pregnant again and Scar wants his new son to be his heir. Nuka just simply asks Scar why his firstborn isn't his heir, but Scar smacks him, sending him flying out of the cave. Nuka runs to Serabi, tears in his eyes. He will cry himself to sleep between Serabi's paws. Zero will yet at Serabi for trying to turn her son against her. Serabi tells Zero that Nuka would never come to her if she took care of him properly. Zero tells Serabi that she can pet Nuka as she wants, but it will never be her Simba, which almost crosses the red line. It was a cool villainous line, but it's too cruel. Poor Serabi. After a while Vatani will be born, and the moment Scar realizes it is a she, he changes attitude again. He doesn't even bother to name her or ask Zero what name she has in mind. He just tells her to do whatever she wants with her. Zero asks Scar if he even loves her. Scar says he never asked for her love, so he shouldn't expect his love. He was promised an heir that she clearly can't give him one. Nala will try to run away and find help. Shenzi will stop her, but Nala talks it out. Shenzi is not blind. She knows with Scar as the king, they will all starve to death. So she lets Nala go, and Nala promises to help her in return. Nala will be gone for a while because although a lot of people loved Mufasa as a king, they don't dare fighting against that many hyenas. Zero convinces Scar to let her and her lionesses go back to the Outlands so that she could find something to eat, so that Kovu would be born strong. Even when Zero is pregnant, she won't stop being cool. She ate a crocodile! She will hear Scar's roar and will run back to Pride Rock, seeing Simba in his place. She will see Scar's corpse, which finally breaks Zero's mind. Despite Nala begging him, Simba banishes Zero. She feels the smell of hyenas on Scar's body. So despite being pregnant, she takes the Outlanders to the hyenas and commits hyena genocide. Zero will bite Shenzi's throat and Banzai will bite Zero's ear to stop her, giving her the ear notch. After the massacre, Zero will leave, but after telling Simba that he will hear about her again, Zero will give birth to Kovu on the way back to Outlands, becoming her only reason of living. Shenzi and a few more hyenas actually survived. Apparently in the past, Shenzi challenged their leader and became the new leader by defeating her. But now her daughter is back with vengeance. She challenges Shenzi and defeats her and becomes the leader and takes all the hyenas with her, leaving only Banzai and Ed on Shenzi's side. We got 2 death fake outs for Shenzi in a row. One once was enough, but twice is just bad writing, and it will be the only case of bad writing. Shenzi says they had to leave her as well. She says she has lost everything. Banzai says she hasn't lost them. Then we see Scar climbing a mountain. When he reaches the top, he sees Mufasa and Ahadi, meaning this is the afterlife. Then we see this page, and do I even need to say anything? By Ahadi's request, Mufasa will throw Scar off the cliff, sending Scar into eternal darkness and void. In Book 3, Pridelands slowly goes back to its glorious days. Nala tells Simba that she is pregnant. While they are celebrating, Banzai and Ed are doing anything they can to save Shenzi, but it's not enough. So they take her to Pride Rock. No lion feels any sympathy for them, except for best girl Nala, who convinces the rest to help them because she promised Shenzi. Banzai is always looking over Shenzi, and Serabi is always looking over him. Among all the lions, at the moment she is the most racist to the hyenas, something that Banzai will eventually point out. He admits that they have done many bad things, but they shouldn't ignore the fact that the lions have also killed many innocent hyenas. They are being punished for what their ancestors have done. They did horrible stuff because they were desperate. Serabi will think on it and will realize her mistake. Chamvi, Tojo and Malka are actually alive and will visit Pride Rock, so another death wake out. They were rescued by me. Shenzi will finally wake up. Serabi sees the returning boys, but she will only recognize them when a bird sits on Tojo's head. She breaks down, tears of relief coming out of her eyes after years of blaming herself for their deaths. By Serabi's request, Simba will let Shenzi, Banzai and Ed live in Pridelands. Shenzi is shocked, telling him that Mufasa would never let that happen. Simba says he has stopped living in the past. Kopa will be born. The hyenas will become the royal babysitters. Then Kiara and Kion will be born. They are twins in this comic. Zira will throw Kopa in the river once Kopa gets near the borders, giving grief to the royal family and guilt to the hyenas. Simba knows Zira did it, but he can't prove it. That's why Simba will become so protective of Kiara. In chapter 4, something happens that the artist knew it would be divisive, so we have the choice to leave the story here and just stick to official stuff, or we could continue. And of course I am going to continue. This one is the best chapter. Scar opens his eyes, shocked to see that he is alive. He will see Kopa's unconscious body, and a voice tells him to bring him home. Scar will reluctantly agree, and Kopa will annoy him to death. Kopa says if he wasn't sure that Scar is dead, he would be sure that he is him. Scar asks if he ever stops talking. Kopa says quite rarely. Scar will introduce himself as Oscari to Kopa. Kopa tells Scar that a lioness named Zero attacked him. Scar smiles and whispers, "Dear Zero, still faithful. Oh, now you have started to love her." Scar will take care of him until Kopa's leg here. In the afterlife, we see a god mad at Ahadi. Apparently by telling Mufasa to throw Scar down there, he gave Scar a second chance. Ahadi broke a rule because he believes there is hope for Scar. Kopa can't stop talking about Scar. He wonders why he killed his brother for a stupid throne. Scar asks how would he feel when he reaches Pridelands to see Kiara as the next ruler. Kopa says his sister is more important than his throne because being king is just too much responsibility for him. Scar says Mufasa was the favorite son. Kopa says Ahadi spent more time with Mufasa only because he was the future king. Scar says Scar got his scar from Ahadi. Kopa says it was an accident that was the result of Scar being a pain, and that Ahadi died from the guilt, which moves Scar a little bit. Janjo, son of Shenzi and Banzai will be born. Yeah, after a long time, Banzai finally found the courage to tell his true feelings to Shenzi, and she loved him back. A few hyenas will come back to Shenzi, Jesiri, Medoa, Chizi and Changu being most of them. The new leader wasn't any better than Shenzi. At first Shenzi tells them to go away, but when one of them says maybe they should go to the Outland, Shenzi takes it back because she can't let another cub die. She lets them live near their home, but she won't lead anymore. Chizi is the son of a cousin of it. That's why he looks like him. Scar and Kopa's journey take much longer than expected. Kopa is a teenager now. He name drops Shenzi. Scar says that they backstabbed Scar. Kopa says that Scar was the first to betray. Scar says he still got them into Pridelands. Who else did? Kopa says his father did. Kopa believed that both Mufasa and Scar were wrong. One didn't let any hyena enter, and one let too many to enter. But Simba made the perfect choice by letting enough count of hyenas live in Pridelands. Here the Lion Guard characters exist, but they are all kids, and the Lion Guard story is just a child's play. Janjo is also one of Kion's friends who is always forced to be the bad guy. But this time Kion promises him to give him a redemption arc. Simba says for the time, locking up Kion in his own mind is the only way to protect him. When he grows up a little bit more, he will be sent away to live with Malka, Tojo and Chambi, away from Zero. And for Kiara, well, you have watched Lion King too. You know how he protects her by not letting her do anything on her own. Months will pass and Kopa is an adult now. He asks Scar if he had a family at some point. Scar says he had a mate and kids, but he wasn't a good partner or father. Kopa says at least he isn't as bad as Scar. I'm slowly feeling Kopa knows he is Scar and he is just messing with him. Kopa mentions everything wrong with Scar as a mate and as a father. And now that Scar had time to think and hear his story from another point of view, he realizes he was much worse than what he thought. Guilt is eating him alive right now. He especially feels guilty for how he treated Nuka. Now realizing that to Nuka, he was the very same horrible father he accused Ahadi to be. He leaves Kopa to clear his mind. He looks at the sky and apologizes to Nuka, hoping somehow Nuka will hear it. This is the second page that broke me into tears. And to my surprise and happiness, Nuka survived the logs. He didn't die. He just passed out and everyone else thought he was dead. That's why fan media exists. They exist to satisfy me. They exist to do the stuff that official media would never do. They exist to cure my greed. Is this another death fake out that this comic is obsessed with? Yes. Does it make sense for Scar and Nuka to be alive? No, but I don't care because I am happy. Nuka will climb with a broken leg, barely avoiding the flood. He will see Zero in the river. Zero also sees Nuka. She will smile at him with tears of happiness in her eyes. Now she can die happily. She doesn't know how, but her boy is alive. The boy that she realized she loved just a few hours ago. The boy that now is free to have a happy life without her. Just after 3 pages, this comic broke me for the 3rd time. Give me a break. Why is this comic so good? The next day, Vitani is next to the river mourning Nuka. She sees him and helps him climb out of the river. Vitani brings Nuka up to speed. Kovu runs to Nuka and gives him a hug. Poor Nuka isn't used to this much positive emotions. While Rafiki is taking care of the broken leg, Nuka talks about his regrets and shock. Simba comes and forgives Nuka for trying to kill him. While approaching Pride Rock, Nuka wonders if he can get used to being a good guy. But the moment he sees Serabi, all his doubts vanishes. Now with both Simba and Nuka on Pride Rock, Serabi has both her boys back. After 7 pages, this comic broke me for the 4th time. At the moment, the fifth and final chapter of this book has yet to come. There's also a spin-off comic called Secrets. In chapter 1, we see that Tanglemane is Nala and Mitu's father. He is the prince from a neighboring territory. Serafina has to leave Pridelands to marry him and become queen. But when she wants to show Nala to him, she realizes that a bunch of rogues had taken over and Tanglemane is probably dead. So she runs back to Pridelands and never leaves again. In chapter 2, we find out that Zero as a cop used all the things she learned from her father to kill him after he killed her mother. She will be taken in the Pride by Tanglemane and his father, the selfish lion, who is actually a good guy. The Outlander lionesses are also from this pride. Tanglemane tells Zero that selfish isn't his father's name, but a nickname he was given after doing a selfish act. So Zero gives everyone else a nickname. Name obviously being the nickname Zero gave to him. What would Zero's nickname would be? Zero says the Petricide. I love Zero's humor. Selfish will betroth them together, an act that both Tanglemane and Zero will disagree with because they see each other as siblings. A betrothal that Selfish will cancel after the birth of Nala because he can clearly see how much he loves Serafina. Zero's reaction to it being god tier. Some rogues will attack the Pride and kill Tanglemane's parents. They will also take down Zero. She says she is betrothed to the prince, and I don't know if she said it to save herself or Serafina. They will beat her up and leave. But there are subtle hints that show maybe they did more than just beating her up. They will reach Tanglemane and defeat him. They tell him that they killed his parents and his fiancée. Tanglemane thinks they are referring to Serafina, so he runs away because there is nothing left for him to fight for. The Outlander lionesses find Zero and she will teach them how to fight and have their revenge. Chapter 3 is the one with the bomb drop. In this comic, Kovu is the biological son of Scar and Zero, which means him and Kiara marrying would be incest. So this chapter will fix that problem. Turns out that the story of the selfish lion in the Brightest Star book is a lie. Selfish is actually a dear friend to Mohatu. He was tasked with taking care of their only water source in the dry season, making sure that only Pridelanders will drink and only enough to have energy so that everyone would have enough water to survive. A rogue lioness tries to drink from it, but Selfish doesn't let her. He tries to be civil. He warns her to go away, but she will attack her while calling her selfish. In self-defense, he pushes her away, not realizing her head hit a rock that resulted her death. He is devastated. He won't hide his crime and will face the consequences willingly. But when he realizes that she had a cub, he will run away in even more guilt. From now on, he will name himself Selfish. Mohatu wants to banish him for only 1 year, but Selfish insists on making it permanent. Only Selfish is banished, but his son won't go anywhere without her, whose mother won't go anywhere without him. That's why Selfish's wife isn't very fond of him anymore. The cub, as you can see, is Scar, who seemingly was born today. Ahadi will take him to Uru, who had just given birth to Mufasa. They will name their adopted son Taka because he was the son they wanted to have, which is the final time this comic breaks me. But it's safe to assume that chapter 5 will also break me. Only Rafiki, Mohatu, Ahadi and Uru knew this truth, and everybody else think Taka is their biological son. Rafiki promised to never tell anyone about it, which will be a burden to him, because if he later revealed that Scar is adopted, it would mean Scar would never inherit the throne, which would prevent the fall of Pridelands and even the death of Mufasa. The next day, Rafiki will tell this secret to everyone, and I feel Serabi is going to forgive Rafiki, because she knows that Scar might have done all those horrible things even if he knew he was adopted. And yeah, that is the end of the story for now. Chapter 5 of this comic will start soon, so if you want to know what will happen next, go and read it for yourself. It was my number 2 at some point, but now that I think, this series has a tiny issue of walking on a dangerous line between a tragic story and a depressing one. But with the exception of that, and one or two more minor inconveniences, it was kind of a perfect thing at a perfect time, at the perfect place. This series chronicles the life of Scar, from birth to death, and later even the events before and after that. It tries to be canon through answering some unanswered questions, but it also has its own OCs. Scar has 4 more daughters here, and they are all much older than Nuka. The story is written in a way that no matter if you want Scar and Zero to be pure evil, or if you want them to be tragic figures, and even somehow consider the heroes as the villains, you will enjoy it. No matter how you want these characters to be written, or what a good Lion King story is, you will find enough things to appreciate in this story. This is a must-read story for every single Lion King fan, because it has something for everyone. After all the tragedies, the story will end on a bittersweet note that is satisfying enough. You will get attached to this story and its characters, so that you will be sad when the story is over and you will dive into that DeviantArt page to find more of it. But be careful, because the alternate universes like Dark Times or Taka's alternative theory are nowhere near as good as the mainline comics, because they lack the beautiful story and character moments. But the mainline comics are beautiful. Scar is still the villain of the story, but he has so many little human moments here and there that makes me adore him. He is far from a perfect husband or father, but he tries his best, and although it's not obvious, he will show that he cares about his wife and children. Depending on the way you look at these comics, it is either the story of hurt people who hurt people, or the story of a man who already has all he needs, and yet because of greed and hatred he keeps taking more and more from everyone until he loses everything. Spoilers ahead. In chapter 0, we see the childhood of Ahadi and Uru. Uru is the daughter of King Mohatu and the future queen of Pridelands, and Ahadi is a rogue cop. He would lose his mother to the hardship of being rogue. They will randomly meet Uru and Mohatu, and they get invited to Pridelands. But Ahadi's father won't accept it. But then Ahadi says, "You should be happy that there is someone who cares for me. Then you don't have to father." So he agrees. But after a while everyone realizes he only brings trouble. A pride is like a cage for him, so he asks Mohatu to take care of Ahadi, and then he leaves Pridelands without even saying goodbye to his son. For a person like him, this is as selfless as it gets. The best thing to do would be to stay in Pridelands and change for the sake of his son. But also the worst thing would be to bring his son out of Pridelands with him. Ahadi will hate his father, but he will have a good life in Pridelands. He will become a great hunter and defender. Mohatu asks him to become the future king because he knows he and Uru are in love. In chapter 1, we see that Mufasa plays rough with Taka. He isn't Taka's only problem. There is also Serafina's big brother Riku, who is a bully, and Taka is his favorite victim. Riku tells Taka that when he grows up, he has to leave. Taka doesn't want to play with others anymore because he will either get bullied or babied. Ahadi tells him that he will talk to Mufasa about it, but he himself should also learn to be more confident. He also says that Taka doesn't have to leave Pridelands when he grows up. Mufasa is angry at Taka for making Ahadi angry at him, but Serabi is kind to Taka, which is because she has a crush on him. Taka will accidentally end up in the elephant graveyard and see Shenzi, Banzai and Ed. Taka doesn't even know what they are, but the first thing that comes to his mind is playing with them. Freya, the leader of the hyenas, shows up. When she realizes he is the second son of king and queen, she comes up with a plan. From now on, she will slowly corrupt Taka. She asks Taka if he ran away because he isn't the future king. Taka says that he is not jealous. He just wants to be taken seriously, which won't happen because of his small size. Freya says she knew lions were cruel, but she never thought they would be cruel to their own cubs. Freya says the fact that they let him be this far from home proves it. Taka asks her if it means they hate him, but she says they do love him, but they love his big brother more. If he was lost, they would immediately search for him. Taka disagrees with everything she says and tells her that his parents will look for him. Mufasa, Serabi and Serafina will look for Taka without telling their parents because Mufasa told them his parents would be really mad at him because he promised to keep an eye on him. When it's almost dark, Taka decides to go home himself. Freya tells him how to reach Pride Rock and also that he can always come to them when he needs help. Mufasa will pull Taka's ears for running off. Ahadi will scold Mufasa for this a little bit, but both brothers are not in big trouble because the parents don't know Taka was far from home. Taka tries to be mad at his parents for not being worried for him, but Uru's kind words do the job. Ahadi isn't mad at Mufasa, but he tells him to be a good example for Taka. He can't lash out because someone won't listen to him immediately. He needs to learn that lesson to become a good king. Sina, Serafina's mother, will show Pridelands to Taka because his parents are busy. This annoys Taka, but Sina says Ahadi will surely teach him as well when he grows up a little bit. Taka won't tell anyone where he was yesterday, but when Serabi tells him that she is his best friend, Taka will whisper it in her ears. Apparently Freya isn't the only one who taught manipulation to Taka. Serabi is horrified when Taka tells her. She promises that she won't tell anyone, but also makes Taka promise that he won't go there again. A promise that he will break the moment the rest start taking a nap, because the hyenas aren't the only ones who play with him as an equal. Serabi will also break her promise and tell Mufasa about it when she sees Taka isn't there. Taka will be back soon, but Mufasa will slap him for making trouble. Taka will jump on Mufasa for it, and Sina will show up at that exact moment and blames Taka. With an angry face, Serabi tells Mufasa that he was lucky she didn't see him slap first. Taka will get grounded for a day. He will again run away to the hyenas. Serabi feels bad and tries to find and talk to Taka alone. She sees him being hugged by Freya. Freya tells him that he won't be mad at him for telling others about their meetings, because friends are never mad at each other. But seemingly Taka is the only lion who knows friendship. The other lions hate him because he's better than them. Serabi hears it and joins them to warn Taka about Freya's lies, and also says that she is Taka's friend. Freya asks Serabi if she really is his friend if she has told others where Taka is. Serabi apologizes to Taka but tells him to come with her because Ahadi would be much harsher if he sees him here. Freya also suggests that but tells him that later it would be his choice where he belongs. Taka goes with Serabi. Serabi tells Taka that she will tell Ahadi she found him at the waterhole, but Ahadi was right behind them and he already knew where Taka was. He will tell Taka that he will stay in the cave until he learns that lions and hyenas can never be friends. Ahadi hates hyenas with a burning passion because his mother died because of the injuries given by the hyenas. Mufasa feels bad. He wonders how bad of a brother he is if Taka would rather spend time with hyenas than his own brother. Mufasa blames himself. Taka hears mean stuff from other lions for befriending hyenas, from both cubs and adults. Taka tells his mother that he enjoyed being with the hyenas because he would always win against them. Meanwhile, he would always lose to Mufasa. Uru says that is not noble. Taka says he wished he wasn't a lion. Uru tells him that he is still young and doesn't know exactly what he wants. A classic you will understand when you grow up moment, which is parental manipulation 101. The next day, Taka only sees Riku in the cave. He says he is willing to become friends with him, and as a proof he will teach him how to hunt. This is a plan to kill Taka because Riku is madly in love with Serabi, and when she tells him that she loves Taka and not him, he decides to kill Taka. When Taka realizes it, he runs away but reaches a dead end. He shouts, begging his parents to save him, promising them to become kind and obedient. Riku attacks him and gives him his signature Scar. Taka becoming Scar was a gradual transformation. Multiple events slowly turned him to darkness, but this event is probably the most important. This was the final straw. Taka becomes cruel from now on. Before Riku attacks him again, the hyenas show up to protect Taka. Riku begs Taka to make his hyena friends stop, but Taka will enjoy witnessing his death. Uru and Sino show up, and when Sino sees that her son is dead while Taka is hugging Freya, she descends into madness. She calls Taka a murderer and tells Uru that Taka belongs to the hyenas. Freya agrees that Taka belongs to them. After all, he was attacked by a lion but got saved by hyenas. Uru commands Freya to get out, and yet again Freya takes advantage. She tells them that if they saved Mufasa instead, they would be thankful. It works on Taka, and this scar will forever remind him of this belief. Serafino and her mother will hate Taka from now on, but Ahadi heard from Taka that Riku wanted to kill him, so he warns them that if they hurt Taka, they will be banished. When Taka hears his father saying that he will kill all the hyenas if they get close to Taka again, it's the nailing on the coffin. Serafino is the first to nickname Taka Scar, and he hates it. He now is the antisocial lion we know and love / hate. As a cub, he always wanted to learn how to hunt, but not anymore because with the exception of Uru and Serabi, all the lionesses call him Scar. Man, they kinda brought this upon themselves, didn't they? Serabi misses the old Taka. Freya tells Taka to end his friendship with Serabi because it's her fault that Riku attacked him, which isn't wrong. What is wrong is that she says Serabi's love for him is fake. Taka will find a cub named Zero. He takes her to his cave away from the pride because his parents don't accept strangers anymore. That is because Ahadi and Uru believe that Riku was evil because of his blood, which is racist if you ask me. It's just dumb. They haven't seen one single violent act from Riku's father, and yet they believe Riku inherited from him. The situation gets worse when you remember that Ahadi is a rogue himself. Hypocrisy and paranoia. These two things are a part of Ahadi in 90% of the Lion King fan media. Zero is already flirting. We will see a heartbreaking moment between Taka and Uru. Serafino sees Zero and tells Scar how mad his parents would be when they find it out. And Scar says how tragic it would be when he introduced the hyenas to Riku's sister. Zero tells Scar that she never saw her father and her mother was killed by Zero's aunt because of jealousy. Serabi will show up and Scar tells her that he blames her for what Riku did to him. So even Serabi leaves him. When Mufasa is comforting a heartbroken Serabi, Serafino hears what Serabi is saying and realizes Riku wasn't innocent. Now Serafino is guilt-driven. It is her fault that Taka is avoiding everyone. Serafino tells her mother that they should tell the reality to Ahadi and Uru so that they would get rid of this stupid rule, and as a result this poor cub could stay here. But all her mother hears is that Taka has a little secret that is a perfect opportunity for revenge. She enters Scar's cave and gives Zero her signature ear notch. Then she attacks Scar. The royal family show up and banish her as a result. Serafino chooses to go with her mother. The law says the same, and the only way Zero can stay is to marry a Pridelander. Scar tells Ahadi that he wants to marry Zero when they grow up. Ahadi reluctantly agrees. Now Serabi is really sad that Scar doesn't love her. Mufasa will comfort Serabi, which would be the start of their romance. Scar tells Zero that he wants to show her to his other family members. Who are the hyenas? Zero doesn't like the hyenas, but Scar tells her that lions killed her mother. Meanwhile, a hyena has never harmed her. Yet, time passes and Zero becomes a great solo hunter, but she won't slow down for the rest. So Uru will talk to her because of it. And Zero has a specific dislike to her for some reason. Zero never stopped being playful around Scar. She sees her old pride and asks Scar to help her have revenge. Scar says the two of them won't be enough against a pride, which angers Zero. She says no wonder your brother is the future king. So Scar decides to take down that pride alone to show his worth to Zero, and maybe even convince Ahadi to king him instead, which was a mistake. So Freya will take Ahadi and Mufasa to Scar by making them follow her. While they chase off the rest, Scar kills Zero's aunt, but Scar himself will be knocked out for a few days as a result. Zero will cry her eyes out until he wakes up. Scar will be mad at Zero for making him look like a fool, but he will apologize in his own way, and the chapter will end with them stargazing. In chapter 2, Zero will realize she is pregnant. She and Scar are over the moon. Uru is also happy about it, but Ahadi, he says he is happy, but he doesn't show it at all. He says according to the law, the future king should become a father first, and I am horrified of its implications. A pregnant Serafina will show up, and despite the rules that Ahadi is always talking about, he lets Serafina stay, despite not knowing who the father of the Cubbies. As Scar will say, the rules are only against him. Is he wrong though? Ahadi was just one step away from saying let's kill my unborn grand cub, and yet he is totally fine with a cub who he doesn't even know its father. I'm really starting to think Ahadi hates Scar. He is willing to break the rules for Mufasa but never for Scar. This enrages Zero, so later she will attack Mufasa. In self-defense, he hits her in the stomach, which would result in the death of one of the cubs in Zero's belly. I know it is Zero's fault for attacking someone when she is pregnant, but I really felt bad for her here. Mufasa didn't want to do that, but it happened, and he will feel guilty for it. Something that Scar makes sure Mufasa will remember. The dead cub was a boy named Taka, and the surviving one is a girl named Azra. We will flash forward a little bit. Azra is a happy and playful cub and is capable of walking and talking by the time Simba is born. Scar's fatherhood is similar to most real life lions. He is a grumpy father. Azra asks Scar if him being a prince makes her a princess. Scar says she will only become a princess if he becomes king, which will only happen if something happens to both Mufasa and Simba. Azra says it would be nice to be a princess, but it won't be a pleasure if it was the result of a tragedy. This is when Scar starts planning to kill Mufasa and Simba. Yes, Scar gets his evil idea from the innocent thoughts of a cub. Ahadi is talking to Uru about Scar. He says that maybe he should convince Mufasa to make Scar and his family live and become rogues. Azra was approaching them, and when she hears it, she runs to her mother, tears in her eyes, wondering why her grandpa hates them. Poor girl. His reason is that Scar took after Ahadi's father. He is a rogue at heart. This is a very conflicting moment that shows how well written this comic is. For years Ahadi hated his father for leaving him, but now he understands him. Some lions are just too proud to be part of a pride. He didn't want to see his father again, but now he wishes he was here. He would understand Scar the most, and he would be a much better father to Scar that he could never have ever been. I can see that he wants the best for Scar. He genuinely believes Scar would be a much happier person as a rogue, because he would be his own boss. But here's the thing, he has experienced firsthand how hard it is to live as a rogue. He lost his mother to that lifestyle, and also considering how physically weak Scar is, he is basically sentencing him to death. I could easily see a timeline in which Scar's family did get banished and at least one member of that family died. Zero approaches Ahadi mad. Ahadi tells her that he wants to banish them because Scar deserves to be more than just being a subordinate lion. Zero agrees and says that's why Mufasa will be overthrown. They will engage in a fight. Azra doesn't want her family to fight each other, so she tries to stop it, and as a result, she will fall in the gorge. But Scar actually saves her from falling to her death. Scar is grumpy, yes, but look at his horrified face here. It is obvious he would die for his daughter. This is one of the best pages of the series, so heartwarming. The next page, however, Scar is done with Ahadi. From Scar's point of view, Ahadi hates him, not looking for him when he is missing, preventing him from seeing his friend, telling him to be like Mufasa over and over again, chasing away the ones that saved his life, being kind to the family that wronged him, always reminding the rules to him meanwhile breaking them for Mufasa, not seeing his wife as his family, not congratulating him for becoming a father, closing his eyes to the murder of his son, trying to banish him and his family, and now even trying to kill his daughter. Scar is going to kill his own father. Of course, these aren't literally what Ahadi did, but when he doesn't explain properly to him why he is like this, when there is not enough communications, does Scar's act really look villainous when you look at it from his point of view? In his eyes, he is just protecting his wife and daughter. So the hyenas will tear Ahadi's body apart in front of Azra's eyes. Azra is waiting for her father to help her grandpa, but to her horror, he just stands and watches with a smile. Ahadi won't go out without a fight and kills Freya before he dies. Even in death, he finds a way to annoy Scar. Scar pretends to hate himself because of befriending the hyenas that killed his father. Uru tells him not to be harsh on himself and says that now she knows they should all stick together as a family all the time. They should enjoy every single day they have. Azra is shocked, asking Zero if Scar is a murderer. Zero lashes out and says he did it to protect his family. The whole circle of life and the great kings of the past thing is nothing but a lie, and they should be harsh to survive because they live in a terrible world. It would be good if Scar also talked to Azra about it, but whatever. Scar is actually sad about Freya's death. It would be cool if Scar actually took advantage of his own feelings. He could be sad for real in front of everyone so they would believe him, not knowing that he is actually mourning for Freya and not Ahadi. Zero asks him if there is another person in his life that is more important to him than the hyenas, and Scar's answer was, "Is Kitty jealous?" Never change, Scar. Never change. Later, Azra tells Scar that she is the fastest cop here. Scar says she is the only cop here. Azra asks why he is so mean. I can just hear a small chuckle that Scar might give after that. Somehow he manages to be a bad influence and a sweet father at the same time. Scar is so happy about his father's death that he can't even pretend to be sad for more than a day. Scar's indifference frightens Uru. For a moment she thinks Scar is happy about his death, a thought that she gets rid of instantly. Azra will see Nala. She wants her to explore Pridelands with her, but she opposes. Azra pulls Nala's leg and Serafina yells at her. Girl, you could say that without shouting. Yes, Azra did a bad thing, but she is a cop. She shouldn't know the rightness and wrongness of everything from the go, which is what Zero agrees with. Serafina tells Zero why her daughter was alone. Zero says Scar was supposed to keep an eye on her. Serafina makes fun of Zero for having a husband like that. And Zero says at least her mate didn't abandon her. Serafina jumps on Zero for that. Zero isn't the only one with anger issues. Zero picks up Azra and leaves, showing this event as a proof to make Azra avoid others. Zero will kick out Scar for the night for being irresponsible, so he will sleep with the hyenas. And when he is asleep, he moves more than when he is awake. Zero tells Azra that she will become a sister soon. This chapter ends with Scar and Zero standing next to each other, menacingly, fantasizing about the day they become rulers, while Azra is playing out innocently. In chapter 3, we see a brief look into the future before seeing Scar and Zero as the rulers. By the time Kiara and Kovu have twin sons named Kesar and Nuru, Scar and Zero are referred as the Dark Lion and his witch. They are described as monsters that eat babies, and it is forbidden to tell their real story, which is messed up because yeah, they were evil, but they should receive the same amount of hatred that they deserve. They were horrible people, but they are not baby killers. They are evil, but they are not as evil as they are described here. These two characters are fictional, but in that fictional universe, they are real people. Turning real people into fairy tale monsters just feels wrong to me. It's dishonest, disrespectful, and biased. You can't just make up lies about someone who wronged you. Everyone should be punished as they deserve, not more than that. Scar and Zero now have triplets, all three of them female, which doesn't satisfy Scar because he believes women will decide based on feelings, as if he himself isn't exactly that. He surely did inherit hypocrisy from Ahadi. The triplets are named Faida, Hila, and Hasira. Scar and Zero's dynamic is toxic, and yet they have so much personality, and they just do bad things so deliciously that makes this toxic relationship very entertaining and lovely. They're the villains after all. Shouldn't this be considered a positive point in this specific case? And their triplets, my god, they are evil in such a sweet way. I know evil kids aren't really a unique thing, but I don't care that it is fan-made. This is my favorite case of it, at least for when they are cubs. When they grow up, the novelty will wear off, but for the moment, they are demon spawns and I love them because of it. They are such big fans of their father's evilness. They would outdo their father in evilness if they had the chance, but for now, enjoy all the horrible torture mechanisms they are imagining for Zazu. Azra will stand up against the hyenas for Nala, but Nala attacks her because her father invited the hyenas in the first place. Another proof for the poor girl to believe the lies of her parents. But are they even lies at this point? Azra will see some rogue lionesses. At first she wants to tell her father, but the moment she reaches him, she decides to be mad at him for not making her the future queen. Scar tells her that her mother would be disappointed in her favorite daughter if she didn't help him protect her sisters. So Azra tells him Nala's father will show up and he will secretly meet his family a few times. Then we see a very cute daddy Scar moment. I mean, look at him giving birth to his triplets. It's so cute, isn't it so cute? It's definitely so very cute. At their birth, he didn't seem to be happy, but that's just how he is. He doesn't show emotions a lot, but when you see rare moments here and there, it hits much harder. He doesn't show it, but he cares for all his cubs. Why couldn't he just raise his family instead of being thirsty for power and blood? Okay, this story will try to adapt madness of King Scar, as some Lion King fan projects tend to do, but since the one single redeeming quality of Scar here is being loyal to his one and only wife, we will see an interesting twist on it. Scar will force Nala to marry his future son, or else Mitu would die, which means she would either be betrothed to Nuka or Kovu. Boy, what weird timeline that would have been. Zero is mad at Scar for tainting their future bloodline by mixing it with with Serafino's breed. Scar asks her to stop yelling at him, and Zero's answer to that is, I'm your wife. It's my job to yell at you. Man, why is there so many god tier lines in this series? Scar tells Zero that he spared Mitu because the best way to keep lionesses under control is above their cubs. Nala asks her father for help. She asks her father to kill Scar. She tells him that no one would cry for him if he dies, which is kinda manipulative. I know she is justified to want Scar dead, but no one would cry for Scar? She takes advantage of her father's good heart. Isn't she considering how guilty her father would feel when he realizes how many cubs he has orphaned? Uru will scold Zero for her bad manners. Zero will complain about her to Scar, and Scar, being frustrated about how many times she complains about him about his mother, just tells her to deal with it herself. He also says, we have enough female cubs, Zero. I don't need another one. Out of context, it's sexist, but he actually refers to the fact that Zero acts childish sometimes, which makes it a funny yet true line. And yes, Zero's childish acts will become a negative point from now on. When Scar is alone, Nala's father is ready to kill him, but when he sees that Scar has a family, he stops. Azra accuses Scar for favoring Nala over his own daughter by making her the future queen. Scar tells her that it will never make Nala higher rank than her. Azra asks why he can't just choose one of his daughters as the future ruler. Scar says because they will make a mistake. Azra says, what mistakes do you mean? And Scar's answer is Ahadi. Scar's trauma never stopped affecting him, did it? Uru realizes what Scar wants to do with Nala and will scold him for it, which leads to another candidate for the best moment in the series. Uru says punishing Nala just out of spite for Serafina is wrong. She says she didn't raise him like this. Scar says the only thing she taught him was how weak he was, but she is the weak one for letting Ahadi the fool to run her kingdom. She says he will be in trouble if he doesn't undo his mistake, but he says she will be in trouble. Uru is sad now. She tells him she fought so hard to make him survive his first few days as an infant, and Scar says maybe it would be better if you didn't, mother, which says so much about him. He isn't a monster here. He is a sad, broken man who can't let go of the past. He knows what he did and does and will do are wrong, and yet he believes he is too weak to fight against his dark side. Uru still calls him Taka because she refuses to believe her little Taka died years before Mufasa. Uru catches Scar off guard by actually referring to him as Scar. She is one step from breaking into tears. She asks him why he became so cold, wondering what secret he has, if something terrible happened after Mufasa's death. Scar is done with her and says that the death of Ahadi and Mufasa are actually the best things that happened in his life. Uru slaps Scar, saying he isn't her son anymore, vowing to save Nala from him. Zero tells Uru that she heard everything and now knows her mate has lost it. She will apologize to Uru and tells her which way they should go in order to leave Pridelands while avoiding the hyenas. This is obviously a trap and Uru will fall for it. The hyenas find Uru and Nala, and I have to say this series does the hyenas so dirty. With the exception of Freya, all of them are just brainless and heartless monsters. Shenzi doesn't even know who Uru is, so she attacks her. Uru makes sure Nala will run away, but at the cost of her own life. Scar will run to his mother. Mitu, Serafino and her mate were there by accident. Uru will spend her final moments with her little Taka. She sees how sad Scar is. He tells Uru that he never wanted this. She wasn't like the others. Uru was a good mother to him. What he says makes her happy. Uru dies happily. Scar's final goodbye to his mother never fails to make me cry. Some would expect him to blame Serafina and her family and kill them as a result. But to their shock, he tells them to leave before he changes his mind. You can probably guess from Scar's face what he thinks. He blames himself for Uru's death. The hyenas were only doing what he told them, to kill anyone who enters or exists Pridelands. And Uru would never live in the first place if he didn't make some cruel decisions. He knows if Nala and her family die now, Uru's sacrifice would be in vain. Zira will approach her heartbroken mate, and the way Zira approaches Scar is similar to how he approached Simba when he killed Mufasa. Boy, karma does its job in a messed up way sometimes. Some Lion King fans wonder who is more evil, Scar or Zira. I mean, you could easily say Scar because he actually has killed someone in canon, but that's more about situations and less about decisions. Zira would have also killed Mufasa in that situation, and who knows, maybe Zira would even kill Simba herself if she was in Scar's shoes. And I believe the artist also agrees with me, considering the fact that Zira kills Scar's mother here. She did something cruel to Scar, the only one who actually was kind to her. And despite that, Zira secretly smiles when her beloved Scar is feeling grief. She is happy that her loved one is sad, which is a level of evilness that I don't know if Scar would reach or not. I genuinely don't know if Scar would do the same to Zira. We will flash forward and see Nuka's birth. And Nuka is so weak and small, baby Taka looks like a healthy cub next to him. Scar is not amused. He has reached the highest peak of hypocrisy, and just like a Hadi, he will be far from a good father to Nuka. At this point, I am sure he loves Nuka. I can look at this and not assume he will love all his cubs no matter what. But that's just how he is. For someone like him, it is hard to show emotions. Do you insult me? No, Nuka, you get me wrong. It's just I'm worried that something could happen to you. After all, you are my favorite son. Sure, I am your only son. Yes, that's my problem. My god, Scar's dynamic with his family. Azra will chase away some rogues, which makes Scar proud of her, and it makes the triplets jealous. So when they realize Azra is dating the leader of the Pride that have been intruding Pridelands, they will tell it to Scar with pleasure. This lion is named Valido, and his first time meeting Azra is hilarious. Wow, you have inherited a good strike from your daddy, huh? Well, I got it from my mother. Like your beautiful green eyes, I guess? No, I have my father's eyes. Scar will be angry when he finds it out. It would be funny if when the triplets were about to say to Scar, he would say it before them to show them he already knew, but whatever. Azra tells Scar that Valido really loves her, but Scar won't buy it. She tries to guilt drive Scar, but if Scar felt guilt, he would have ended his circle of life himself long ago. Azra says that Zira was also a rogue, but Scar says she was just one single child. But they are talking about a whole pride now. Azra asks Scar if he wants her to be alone forever. She tells him to at least let her see him once again, to tell him something important. Azra will be grounded for this. Scar says she can have a mate when he thinks his daughter is ready, but for now she is a young fool. Weeks will pass and Azra won't hear a single message, which means Scar was right about Valido only wanting Azra to gain power. Now that she has learned her lessons, she isn't grounded anymore. Scar asks Azra if there is something she wants to tell him. She won't say what he wants. He tells her that she is lucky that she is his daughter. One mistake is bearable, but to make another, it could be her last one. Scar still believes that Azra could fall in love with any guy, but he will admit that she will become a good mother one day. One day that she has matured enough to have a mate. He will say this to Azra when he sees her being a good big sister to Nuka. This page has so much to talk about. Depending on the way you look at it, Scar is either a monster that disgraces the word father or actually a pretty good father. It just shows how good of a Scar spin-off this comic is, because it satisfied both sides of the argument. Both the people that want Scar to be a monster and the people who want Scar to be a tortured soul can enjoy this series. This line could mean Scar is telling his daughter that he will kill her if she makes another mistake, but it could also mean that he is telling his daughter to learn to act more wisely because he won't live long enough to take care of her forever. Also, Azra is pregnant at the moment, which makes this page even more complicated. The last page shows that Scar suspects that Azra is pregnant. In that case, this line is either Scar manipulating Azra to make her admit she is pregnant, or him actually being proud of her. It is both if you ask me. You could say Scar is a bad father because he would never go out of his way to be more kind to them. Has he ever told his cubs he loves them? But like me, you could say Scar is far from a perfect father, but he actually does a good enough job. He will be honest with his cubs. He won't fill their heads with beautiful lies. He knows life is not a fairy tale and there is no happily ever after. He has experienced it firsthand, how it feels to be helpless. He knows how horrible his cubs will feel when they grow up to find out how unfair life is. Sometimes some people will harm you just because they can, and they will continue their life without ever being punished. He is honest with them since the beginning. He will be harsh on them because life will be harsh on them and they should be ready for it. He won't show them too much affection because of his trauma. He has gotten in trouble for telling what he feels before. When he was vulnerable, he almost died, and now he can't show emotions that he sees as vulnerability. And yet, despite all his mental difficulties, that is the result of people being cruel or unreasonable to him when he was young, he does his best to be a better father than Ahadi, so that his cubs wouldn't suffer like him. This comic series is a very complicated one. You should say all the small and big tragedies that happen to him justifies the horrible things he will do, or you could say the horrible things he will do will justify all the small and big tragedies that has happened to him. I have personally thought about the complications of morality because of this fan comic, and I still am not completely sure about the results. Vitani will be born. The other cubs will try to steal back the food another pride robbed from them, but they will be spotted. The triplets will run away, but Azra will stay because Nuka isn't fast enough. This pride is actually Valido's pride, and they will surround them. Valido shows up and drops the facade. He did in fact want Azra to gain power. He just wanted to become the future king by marrying her, and then he would kill Scar and Azra with a plan to become the sole ruler of the Pridelands. Scar knew it because he is the master of deceit himself. Also, Valido had a mate this whole time. They want to attack Azra, but Scar shows up and challenges Valido. He agrees because no way this skinny lion could defeat him in a fair fight. With the help of Zero, Scar will defeat him, but he will make it look like he killed him the legit way. Azra is the one to do the final move. Of course, when it is time to fight, Scar will tell Zero ladies first. I'm sure they will do it all the time. It is messed up, but it will become romantic when Zero is your wife. Scar and Zero will be proud of Azra for her act of revenge. Also, this panel is so funny out of context. They will find Shetani, who is Valido's wife, and their cub, who is the same age as Vitani. There you have it, that's Kovu. We don't know his real name, but he is Kovu from now on because Scar will immediately choose him as his heir when he sees sees how weirdly similar to him he is and how brave he is despite being very young. Valido's pride are also welcome to stay in Pridelands, so there's the origins of the Outlanders as well. Scar's family are completely against it, but what can they do? Shetani can't even pretend to mourn for Valido. She thinks now that her son is the heir. It means it will be a matter of time when she becomes Scar's mate and queen. So she will be sassy to Zira. But here's the thing Shetani doesn't know. Despite the monster that Scar is, he has one positive personality trait that makes him endearing. And that is the fact that he is loyal to his wife. He has committed many sins, but affair is not one of them, and it will never be one of them. Only his one and only wife is in his lustful fantasies. Shetani tells Scar that maybe they should betroth Kovu and Vitani, but Scar says they are siblings now. Then she stays too close to Scar and tries flirting, but Scar leaves her. That's the type of person Scar is. He will not brag about what a lovely loyal husband he is. He will prove it without any dialogue. Actions talk louder than words after all. But good luck saying that to Zira. She doesn't trust Scar anymore, and Scar's is kitty jealous attitude doesn't help it either. So she will make a plan to kill Shetani. Scar will tell Nuka to keep an eye on Kovu and Vitani, but Nuka says I'm not their father, that's your job, and then leaves. So does Scar chase him to punish him? No, he actually smiles. Usually this would anger him, but because it comes out of Nuka's mouth, it has a different meaning. It means Nuka is brave enough now. He is actually proud of him. He even considers making him his successor, but he will think about it after he talks to Serabi. Nuka is heartbroken and will secretly wish for Scar's death in anger. This page broke me because I knew what would happen next. It is not hard to assume what scene from the movie will happen next. Now that Scar decides to show more affection to Nuka, he will die. Zira's plan works and Shetani is dead, but as a result she and her daughters are far from Pride Rock and Scar is alone. Nuka is the first to find Scar's dead body, and to be honest, to me it's sadder than Mufasa's death. Nuka thinks Scar is dead because he wished for it. Just like Simba, he will keep quiet about his father's death because he blames himself. But what makes this more tragic to me is that Simba will miss his kind father, but Nuka missed the chance to have a kind father. Nuka will live around people that he thinks they will kill him when he says what he thinks is the truth. Simba will have delusion and will live in a good place, but Nuka has no Hakuna Matata lifestyle as escapism. And this tragedy is only the beginning of his undeservingly harsh life. Simba would be raised by friendly people, but Nuka would be stuck with a mother that will become more and more abusive toward him the more time passes. Simba will eventually find a happily ever after, but for Nuka, death is the moment that ends his suffering. The next page, to some people, is an example of a bad father that becomes much more beloved by his kids when he dies. But to me, it is the moment that the family that I have started to care for will be shattered. Somehow Scar, this monster, was the glue that kept this family together, and without him this broken family becomes much more toxic. Mufasa's death stopped being sad on the 10th rewatch, but I don't know why this death never stops being sad. You know what? No, I know exactly why. I root for the bad guys. I hate the good guys here. I don't care that this family of protagonists are actually the villains. I didn't spend much time with the heroes. No, I spent time with the villains, and as a result, I care about them. I care about them and I don't care what bad things they have done and will do. I take their side because they are the ones that are dear to me. Which makes me a villain as well, doesn't it? Now they live in the Outlands with even less food and water. Everyone depressed. After days of crying, Zero will become the lioness she is in The Lion King 2. She hated Kovu, but when he takes a deeper look at him, she finally realizes how similar he is to Scar. So now she will become obsessed with him and vow to train him to become Scar's successor and dethrone Simba. Now, before I continue, I should say what was the theme of this series in general. If you ask me, this story is about one word: trust. It's about knowing who to trust and who not to. If Taka didn't trust Freya, if Taka's parents had some faith in him, if the lions didn't hate the hyenas for no reason, if Taka and Serabi trusted each other more/less, if Serabi didn't trust her feelings, if Taka's parents didn't just assume Taka would learn some stuff without telling him, if they didn't trust Riku with Taka, if Riku's family didn't trust him more simply because he was family, if almost all the lionesses of a pride didn't bully a helpless cub because of their trust in a pride sister, if other lions weren't embarrassed of Taka for being too innocent of a cub to hate hyenas for no reason, if Ahadi accepted Zero as his family, if Uru didn't trust Ahadi with how he handles fatherhood, if Scar trusted what Ahadi said. These are many what ifs that surround the topic of trust. If people didn't slowly take all the innocent out of this helpless cub, he would never seek attention from a monster. If everyone treated Taka and Zero better, then we would never reach this question: why they trusted Scar and Zero. Now they think they were right, that if they just killed them when they were cubs, then none of this would have happened. But in reality, they just needed to trust the innocence of a cub. They just needed to be kind so that the innocent little Taka would never turn into the heartless Scar. And in the end, if Zero trusted Scar, he could have survived. She thought her husband was cheating on him, and because of her lack of trust, her husband died. In chapter 4, Azra's son, Koza, is born, and he is almost the same age as Kovu and Vitani. Death of Scar was the death of the family. They barely function as a family. Everyone yelling at each other, everyone blaming each other, everyone hating each other. After Scar's death, this comic series is more on the depressing side than the tragic side. Azra will tell Koza that Kovu is adopted, and he will shout it at Kovu when they argue. As punishment, Azra and Koza won't get any share of the hunt, and they should hunt on their own. Azra tries to teach hunting to Koza. The next day, he doesn't want to learn hunting, so he explores and finds Kopa. He is a baby and can't talk. He fell into a maze and end up in the Outlands. Zero will find Kopa and attacks him. But before she does any serious damage to him, she hears Scar's voice, who asks her to spare Kopa so that she would benefit from it one day. Koza finds Kopa. He thinks if he brings Kopa to his home, Kopa will die, and if he takes him to the Pridelands, he will die. So he decides to take him far from Pridelands and Outlands, and they will live together far from their families. Azra, poor girl, will wait for the return of her son for years. She blames Kovu and will hate him for the rest of her life. A cheetah takes care of Koza and Kopa until they learn to take care of themselves. I love Kopa's hairstyle as a teenager. He and Koza will meet a teenage lioness named Jalia. She is the princess of a small kingdom. She asks her parents to let them join, but they will disagree the moment they realize Koza is an outlander. They say stuff like it's their destiny to become evil, or they are like a disease that corrupts everyone with hate and anger, or they bring destruction everywhere they go. bro. It's so unfair. Pridelanders are the ones that turned Scar and Zero into monsters. And now the Pridelanders have over-exaggerated their evil deeds so much that the Outlanders are doomed forever. This whole thing is just so racist. It horrifies me. Jallia decides to run away and live with Koza and Kopa. Koza and Jallia will become mates. Kopa wants Koza to tell him where Pridelands is so that he would return. Koza feels that if Kopa realizes he is a prince and could have a great life instead of being a rogue, he would be mad at him. So he won't tell him, but he tells Jallia about it. She convinces him to take them to Pridelands, but he won't tell Kopa he is a prince. When they get close, Jallia tells Koza if he doesn't tell Kopa, then she will. So Koza yells at her but instantly regrets it. She tells Kopa, but Kopa seems to be cool with Koza. After apologizing to Kopa, Koza will apologize to Jallia and promise her that he will never yell at her again. When she was telling Kopa that he is a prince, Azra attacks, but Kopa saves Jallia, but Koza won't find this out. During the encounter with Azra, Jallia sees her eyes that remind her of Koza. She realized that Azra was an outlander, and now she fears that Koza might become dangerous like her. This paranoia prevents the apology to do the job. She loves Kopa now. Although she agreed that Koza was very kind today, she has made her decision. She heard from her parents that being with an outlander ends in suffer and tears, but she didn't know Koza would be the one who suffers. So did she basically said that she wants Kopa now because Koza isn't fun anymore? Is she basically confirming that she knows she is wrong? What's next? Will she get tired of Kopa and choose another person then? The next day, Kopa will save Zero from a river. This is clearly after Lion King 2's final battle. Zero is alive. She wakes up and sees her grandson. She asks him if he saved her. Koza, in a shock, will say yes, which doesn't amuse Jallia. When she is alone with Zero, Zero tells her that she knows she is Koza's mate, and she knows she wants to leave him for Kopa. Zero asks her why she is so scared. Jallia says because she heard outlanders are dangerous. Zero says they are dangerous only when they are mistreated. If someone messes with one of them, they have messed with all of them, and they will never let a Pridelander take something from them. She warns her that if she hurts Koza, she will skin her alive. Zero will apologize to Koza for being harsh on him, and he forgives her. Zero is broken. Kovu, Vatani, and her pride betrayed her. Nuka is dead, and Azra and the triplets are missing. There is a chance that only her grandson is left for her. Jallia will tell Koza that she is going with Kopa and won't come back to him. She knows what she is doing is wrong, but that's what her feelings tell her. She goes, leaving a heartbroken Koza in Zero's arm. I do not like Jallia. Jallia just left him without a good reason. She just proved the cruelty of Pridelanders to Koza, which makes him cold. This is how being evil is in an outlander's blood. It is not about blood. They just mistreat them because of their parents, and when they slowly and painfully take all the innocence out of them, they will think that the false prophecies were true. Azra was looking for Koza during the battles of Lion King 2, and just now she comes back to the Outlands, only seeing the triplets. They tell her about the betrayals and losses, death of Nuka being the one that breaks Azra. She will vow to have revenge. When Kopa reaches Pridelands with Jallia, he decides to leave again because from afar he can see that they are already a complete family, and he doesn't want to complicate complicate things. So they will go and live on their own. Zero and Koza will meet the queen of some white lionesses. Her name is Baridi, who is nicknamed the devil on earth because unlike Scar and his family, she was just born evil, which makes her a perfect ally for revenge. Koza and Baridi will destroy Jolia's pride. Each of the triplets have a child now, and they are even less important than the triplets. The moment the triplets stopped being cubs, they stopped being interesting. I mean, just the fact that I am not sure which name belongs to which lioness says it all, which is a big problem. They don't have enough personality. They have always been a package deal and have never been treated as three individuals. Wouldn't it be more interesting if one of them died during Lion King 2 and then the other two would have different reactions? For example, if one of them joined Simba to prevent more loss, but one of them vowed to avenge her sister, Azra, the triplets and their children will meet Zero and Koza and they will reunite. Koza and Baridi will become mates and will have a daughter named Giza. Our villains have a new plan thanks to Zero. From now on, they will destroy some prides and take their children, or they would kidnap the children and tell the pride they will kill the cubs if they try to rescue them. Baridi will pretend to mother all those cubs to raise an army. Azra will find Jolia and kill her and kidnap her daughter Adia. When Kopa comes back, they have already left and now there is only a dying Jolia left. So Azra killed a girl because she cheated on her son? Mother of the year, everyone. She will also go to Pridelands and pretend to be cool with them so that one day they would kidnap Kiara and Kovu's twin sons. In chapter 5, we will reach a topic of this series that I actually hate, and that topic is the character of Vitani. The character assassination of Vitani, to be exact. The Pridelanders have learned nothing and are mistreating Vitani simply because of who her parents are. They believe the spirit of one's parents live in the blood of their descendants, which is BS. Because you know, Mufasa and Scar were both children of Ahadi and Uru, and yet they were totally different from each other. Now Vitani has to live this unfair life, and there are two ways of writing a story around that. First is to show how she continues being a hero despite all the unfair treatment, to show what a strong character Vitani is. Second is to kill Vitani. Either she would be mistreated so much that she would finally break down and die because of depression, or some Pridelanders would come up with a plan to kill Vitani by backstabbing in order to quote purge Pridelands from Scar's bloodline, which is disrespectful toward the second Lion King movie, but it would show how cruel people are, which is one of the themes of this comic, and it actually gives a good reason to the villains to continue their villainy. Or you could do the forbidden third way and completely undo Vitani's arc, which would quote justify people's action towards her, which also disrespects Lion King 2, but this one doesn't bring anything new to the table because it's just a lesser version of Taka's arc of transforming into Scar. I hate what they did with Vitani here. She will come back to Zero and apologize. They will kill Serabi and kidnap Kesar and Nuru, and they will make sure the heroes will see Zero, Koza and Baridi before they leave. When Nuru sees Zero, he thinks she is going to eat him because he knows who she is. And Zero would say, I only eat stupid cubs. You are not stupid, are you? Never change, Zero. Never change. Baridi will mention Nuka's death to Zero when she criticizes her motherhood. Vitani will adopt Adia. Serabi's spirit will guide Kiara to her sons. Zero has gotten too old and she knows it is her time to die. And it is surprisingly peaceful for a character like her. She can't wait to become a dark star. Vitani says in that case, she will never be visible at night. And Azra reminds Zero that she never believed believed in fairy tales. Zero's answer to Vitani is, I have always preferred the dark ones, which is beautiful in its weird messed up way. And her answer to Azra is, in every fairy tale is a grain of truth. She will say her goodbyes and asks her family to take care of each other and says that she will look over them. Kopa finds Zero. She tells him that she spared him so that he would later save her, which was what Scar told her. She tells Kopa that she is not alone, as we see the ghost of Scar next to her. This panel is beautiful. No matter how corrupted their souls are, Scar and Zero's love for each other is eternal. Kopa will reunite with Kiara and helps her save her sons. Kopa will reunite with his parents. Baridi will betray Koza and will show Giza that she doesn't care about anyone but herself. But in the end, only Baridi will die. The rest of the villains just kind of get tired of being villains and give up, which would usually be anticlimactic, but considering how depressing chapter 4 was, yeah, this ending makes sense in this comic series. They will just let go and live somewhere far away. The kidnapped cubs will be reunited with their parents and the orphans will be welcomed in the Pridelands. Kopa will go with Scar and Zero's children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren because he feels he doesn't belong to the Pridelands anymore, and also to keep an eye on them. But he will promise to visit them from time to time. He will live with his daughter again, but he knows she doesn't remember him, so he lets Vitani to continue being the only parent figure in Adia's life. Then there are a few short comics. There is this comic that is the #1 funniest Lion King thing ever. Then there's For All Time's Sake that happens in the early days of Scar's kingdom. Serabi is trying to start over with Scar and become friends again. Scar will show a little bit of vulnerability before becoming cruel again. Then there's Azra's Wish, which happens after Ahadi's death. Azra is having nightmares about it. She feels conflicted about her father. She still loves him, but she doesn't know if he is a hero or a murderer, because on one hand he saved her life, but on the other hand he killed his own father. Azra will go to play with Simba and Nala even though Zero didn't allow it. Scar tells Zero that she will come back soon, and he was right, because Simba and Nala bullied her, so she ran to Scar's arms asking him to stop them. Scar will promise to Azra that nobody will speak badly about her again. The next day is the day that Scar becomes king. Azra is horrified, wondering if her father has committed murder again. I wonder how it feels to have parents like them. Parents that love you, but when it comes to anyone else, they are monsters. And judging from this panel, it doesn't seem to be even close to being a pleasant feeling. Poor girl had the worst of both worlds, because usually it's like this: either your parents are very good people and they are good parents, so when they die you are sad, or your parents are bad people who are also bad parents, so you are sad when they exist, but when they die you are finally free, so you are either happy before their death or after their death. But for the case of Azra, there is no happy part, because her parents are bad people but are somehow good parents. So when they are alive, she still feels bad because she knows her parents are ruining other people's lives. But when they die, she is still sad because now she has lost the people who genuinely loved her, and she probably hates herself for loving them despite knowing how evil they are. No wonder Azra will become a villain as well. She will go crazy because of her unique situation. In the short comic A New Start, Koza will talk to Azra about the Great Kings. Azra genuinely believes that Scar and Zero are guiding them. Koza will see a dark spirit of Scar on one way, and will see Jalia and the cub versions of Scar and Zero on another. Koza will lead the Pride to that path, away from the dark spirit of Scar. In the short comic Afterlife, we will see the life after death. The cub version of Zero will come out of Zero's corpse. She will see Serabi, Uru, and Cub Taka. Taka and Zero don't have their scars anymore. They will leave Zero's corpse. Then a dark spirit version of adult Zero comes out of it. She will be greeted by Scar's dark spirit. Even when only darkness is left of them, the love they have for each other still stays. So here's the lore dump. When a lion dies, his or her spirit will be torn in two usually uneven halves. One half for the light side and one for the dark side. When a good lion dies, the light half of it will be an adult and the dark half will be a cub. And for an evil lion, it's the opposite. That's because even the good guys have done small evils here and there, and even the bad guys have done a few good things here and there. And if a morally grey lion dies, it will be a light teenager and a dark teenager. If a cub dies, it will only be a light cub and no dark cub. The dark spirits eats the babies, and it doesn't matter if the baby is light or dark. For example, Mufasa is a light adult and a dark cub, but Taka is a light cub and a dark adult. The light cubs will be protected by the light adults, and the dark cubs will be eaten by the dark adults, which makes the light adults even more powerful. The dark adults want to eat the light cubs, but they are helpless against the adults. Don't they look happy now? We are able to protect them where we failed in life. Against us, the dark shadows are powerless, but the little souls will always need our help. Life made us blind to their needs, but here everything is different. It is our destiny to protect the little souls from their own dark shadows, which already defeated them in life. That we all become one pride, one family without any sorrows. The evil part of Scar will feel eternal hunger, and the light side is finally happy in a family that takes care of him. This comic series broke me a few times, and tears of sadness and tears of happiness, both of them, is what you will have at the end of this series. From this page, I assume Cub Scar still has some memories of adult Scar, which makes it awkward for Nuka. I love how Nuka is actually an adult here, because I think Nuka just didn't have the ability to think straight. He was basically a cub trapped in the body of an adult, which means he isn't evil. He is just misguided, and all his sins are the fault of his parents. Also, Chaka, the stillborn son of Scar and Zero, is here. It's heartwarming that Scar and Zero finally got back the child they lost in their life. It would be interesting to make the dark spirit of Scar see Chaka's spirit. It would be interesting if Scar wanted to eat him at first, but he would immediately change his mind when he realizes it is his son. In reality, he would have eaten him. Why do I say that? Because baby Taka is the part of Scar that cares for his family. So when Azra asks Scar and Zero for guidance, they do actually guide their daughter. But they are cubs now. Because the part of Scar that cares for his children is his light side, and his dark side only is selfish, so he has no love for his children anymore. So yeah, when Koza sees the baby version of Scar and Zero and follows them, that is actually Scar and Zero guiding their descendants, but they are just cubs now. So yeah, that's actually a satisfying ending. Scar and Zero are really looking over their cubs. Even in the afterlife, they will continue loving and caring for their cubs. So I guess the best way to finish this section is with this wholesome art of the family we have been following this whole time. A family of villains that despite their evil acts, love each other, even though they won't show it all the time. A family of villains that their genuine love for each other makes us love them. This one's tragic in the best way. I have to say, I love this idea. Scar has always looked like a tragic figure to me, even though in the movie he is pure evil. This art was one of the first Lion King fan works I've ever seen, and it really shaped my idea of what a powerful Lion King fan project could be. But before you roll your eyes, let me be clear. This art never, under any circumstance, justifies Scar's actions. He chose to do evil, and the consequences are his and his alone. He is not the first to lose loved ones, and he won't be the last one. If everyone responded to tragedy by spreading suffering, the world would have ended a long time ago. Pain doesn't give us permission to destroy others, because maybe, just maybe, the person who wronged you is also a tortured soul. It's a cycle that only ends when someone decides to stop. That's why this art is canon in my heart. Not because I side with Scar, but because it delivers that exact lesson. Imagine this. Scar was once a good soul when he still had a family, but when he lost them, something inside him broke. He became consumed by grief and rage, determined to make others suffer the same emptiness he felt, until he turned into the very monster he once despised. Then imagine when he died, he would see his mate far away. He would happily run toward her, but the moment he reaches her, she slaps him and calls him a monster, refusing to forgive him for spreading the same pain he knew so well. As she walks away, the hands of death drag Scar down into the underworld. He begs them to let him see his family one last time, even for a single second, but they never do. That's his true punishment. Eternal separation. He could have been reunited with them after death if he hadn't chosen darkness, but now he will miss them forever. Tell me that doesn't make a great story. And it still doesn't ruin the Scar X-Zero ship, because no one said he couldn't have tried to move on, to build a new family after losing everything. In this timeline, Scar chooses Kovu as his heir because he looks like his dead son. It's a small but brilliant detail, one that adds layers to these characters. This artist also has a comic that follows the daughter of Kiara and Kovu, who is mistreated simply because she resembles Zero. This story mirrors the cycle perfectly. Even generations later, the shadow of the past still poisons the innocent. But unlike her ancestors, this lioness chooses the harder path, to forgive, to protect, to do what's right despite the pain. But her twin brother, who is now the future ruler of Pridelands, is incapable of ruling, which means the Pridelanders who wronged her will regret it. This one is about Scar and Zero's rise to power and their time as king and queen. It also shows that they had a son before Nuka, and it is his story. Small spoilers. Here Zero is violent. She got banished for killing another lioness, and Scar is lonely without her. Zero would sneak into Pridelands one day to tell Scar she is pregnant. Mufasa knows Zero is with Scar, but he won't do anything so that Scar would have at least one single happy night. Serabi is against it, so the next day she lies to Scar that Mufasa wants Zero out of here. Scar knows she is lying, but he will accept it. He won't leave Zero alone in this state, so he will also leave Pridelands with her. Scar and Zero have to cross a desert, which will lead to the best moment in Lion King fanfiction history. Almost the best. For Zero, it's a hard task because of her pregnancy, so Scar tells her to lie down. Zero will do as she is told, and then Scar will stand in front of her, blocking the sunlight so that Zero could easily rest in a shade. She will literally sleep in Scar's shadow. Scar will be in front of a direct sunlight for hours so that his wife would have a nice sleep. Wow, my god, that's so manly. This moment alone makes it one of my favorites. Scar is still evil, yes, but this act humanized him more than anyone else in this story, which makes him my favorite here. But it is not just because of a single scene, no. This is a well-written story. Unlike most fanfictions, it does not suffer from bad writing. Scar and Zero will have a son named Kito, and they will live with the Outlander Lionesses for a while. Scar will leave his family for a while in order to execute his plans and become king. So the Cub Simba section of the first movie would happen, and Scar would bring his family and the Outlanders to the Pridelands when he becomes king. But until then, Zero would have a hard time. Not that her life is hard or anything, but because Zero is too attached to Scar. Unlike Kito, who is sure his father will be back, Zero will eventually think Scar has abandoned them. So she breaks down. The Outlanders feel bad for her, so they would bring her to Pridelands, which was perfect timing because that was exactly when he was going to fetch his family and the Outlanders. So Zero becomes normal again. Now Scar is the king, Zero is the queen, and Kito is the future king. Okay, I won't cover all the events, but here are a few more things I liked. Scar genuinely loves his son. He does his best, but unfortunately he can't control his emotional outbursts. So one day he hits Kito, but he immediately regrets it. Kito will have a scar like him, but he is more in shock than in pain. Kito doesn't react really, as if nothing has happened. But Scar, on the other hand, he breaks down, his eyes full of tears, apologizing to Kito, saying I'm a monster just like a Hadi. But he will immediately collect himself and picks up Kito and takes him to Rafiki. Yet it is another adaptation of Scar gets his scar from Ahadi idea. Again, despite all Scar did, I still like him because his immediate emotional breakdown after he realized he has harmed his son just makes him human. He is a tortured soul in this story, unlike the original movie. After this event, Scar will never lash out at Kito again. Kito will grow up to become a very nice and kind young man, the exact opposite of his parents. He will have a crush on Nala because it's a Lion King fanfiction. Of course Simba will have a rival. Nala tells Kito that he is a good boy, but she loves someone else, and Kito takes it relatively well. I mean, he will stand on top of Pride Rock and roar in agony, which makes Nala feel bad for him. But after that, he never acts toxic. Kito will become protective of Pridelands and will dedicate himself to chasing off rogues. He will get some scars from the rogues, some scars that his father refers to them as trophy scars. Some Pridelanders will look with disgust at Scar. But if you ask me, Scar is actually really supportive of his son here, considering how emotional Kito is. If Scar had any negative reaction to it like fear, then Kito might have felt bad about it. But when Scar acts as if scars are something that Kito should be proud of, then Kito would probably feel better. So yeah, I love this fanfiction because of how flawed yet human Scar is, and because of how much madly in love Scar and Zero are, and also because of what a sweet person their son is. But do I dislike anything about it? Well, at the first chapter, Serabi tells Zero that she is nothing but a plaything to Scar, which not only is wrong, but it's also completely an out of character act for Serabi. But when Zero comes back as the queen, she tells Serabi that she is nothing but Mufasa's plaything. So I guess it undid that problem. The other issue, Scar and Zero are kinda disappointed after Nuka's birth, and seemingly only Kito loves him, and he will vow to take care of him. But that was the last chapter of it because this is one of the many abandoned fanfictions. But I can also ignore this problem because it was very brief. The story was stopped before things could get nasty, so nothing can stop me from headcanoning that Kito will simply tell Scar, don't be like a Hadi, and he would turn into good daddy mode immediately. The description of this fan art sums up everything great about it. I don't know, seeing Scar as a good father had always been interesting to me. I know Scar is one of the most evil Disney villains, but each time I see a story like this, it warms my heart. I know some Disney fans don't like how every villain should be tragic now, but I personally welcome it because I know it won't excuse their questionable actions. I just like tragic stories, which is different from depressing ones. Scar as a pure evil character works in the original movie, but when you want to do more with him, it becomes tricky to keep him evil without making the story depressing. But when you give him a few redeeming qualities, then it makes him more complex, and as a result I can enjoy the story even when he does some nasty stuff. Scar had some daddy issues, and you can do two things with that. First is to make him an even worse father to have some ironic hypocrisy, or you could actually make him a good father because he has experienced firsthand how it feels to have a bad father, and despite how evil he is, he doesn't want his cubs to suffer the same way he did, which is by far my preferred method. I really enjoy characters who are bad people but surprisingly good parents, but this fan art is only one small part of a very big story, the survival comics. It is a what if story in which Scar survives the hyenas and lives long enough to be active during the second Lion King movie. So if that interests you, go and read these comics for yourself, because from now on I'm going to spoil everything. Scar will beg Shenzi to stop. He has dropped the facade. Now they know he is not a powerful leader. He is nothing but a coward. Shenzi tries to be indifferent, but she's Scar's childhood friend and can't continue seeing his suffering. She pretends to finish off Scar herself because the rest of the hyenas won't have mercy on him. When they leave, Scar gets up and leaves Pride Rock, wondering where the lionesses loyal to him were. His mangled body makes it difficult, but he will manage to get far from Pridelands. A few lions will save him from a crocodile. They are three of the OCs of this story who are actually very cool characters. There's Samson, a lion with gigantism and the leader of a male-only pride. Then his son Aiko, who is bigger than Scar despite being a cub. And there's Hassi, Samson's big brother, who is actually smaller than Samson. There is a prequel comic called Monster that shows Samson as a cub was going to be killed by his own pride simply because of how big he was. But Hassi, who was the prince consort, would save him and run away with him, losing everything else so that his brother would live. Samson would soon become much bigger and he would take the lead in their decision making. Starting a pride with a bunch of weirdos was his idea, and he no longer listens to Hassi. His childhood trauma has made him cold, but Hassi still wants the best for his brother. Weeks later, Scar is living alone away from Samson's pride, and since he still can't move properly, he will use very creative methods to hunt. Aiko will bring Scar back to their pride. He has grown too attached to him, kinda like Cub Simba. There is this pride member named Tomba, the origins of his name being the funniest thing ever. He uses a very creative trick to get information from Scar for Samson. We will flash back to the day Scar joined them. He is unconscious and most of the pride members have voted for his death. Samson wants to kill Scar while unconscious, but he will wake up, and I don't know if he is acting like a cop because of the temporary brain damage, or if he is hallucinating because of the blood loss, and he is reliving a memory from childhood. He will introduce himself as Taka to Aiko. When he realizes he is going to die, he shouts Mufasa's name, waiting for his big brother to come and rescue him. Samson tells him not to struggle, which is exactly what Shenzi said to him before pretending to kill him. As a result, Scar will remember some important events of his life and then crack. He will laugh like a maniac and say some some cool lines. Then he will attack Samson as he shouts, "My name is Scar." But he is no match for him, so eventually he gives up. Samson takes a look at his eyes and realizes they are similar to the eyes of someone he knows, so he won't kill him. He will actually take care of him and nurse him back to health in his own way. We will realize Samson spared Scar because he looked like his wife, a wife the Pride members aren't aware of. She is so menacing and majestic that Samson, despite his huge size, fears and respects her. Her name is Shiva, a maned lioness, and she is like a goddess to him. She was a princess, but she was robbed from her throne simply because she had a mane. Hassie will see Scar in between consciousness and unconsciousness, and in that state, Scar mistakes Hassie for Mufasa, and he will say some stuff that gets Hassie hooked. Scar had a sad life. Hassie wonders how his dynamic with this Mufasa guy was. Shiva will discuss people's unfair judging with Samson. People calling Samson a monster because he is big, Scar's parents naming him rubbish because he is small, and people looking at her with disgust because she has a mane. Samson will call Hassie useless, which infuriates Shiva. She knows Hassie sacrificed everything for him, so he has no right calling his brother that. Shiva has another son who is half leopard. She had 3 cubs before him and they all died very young. She still hasn't found the courage to bury them. Aiko had ran to his mother because he didn't want his father to kill Scar, but Samson will bring him back to show he didn't kill Scar. This is the end of the main comics so far, but there are other comics and arts. For example, the monster comic that I mentioned before. Then there's the comic called Dream that shows a dream Scar had during his time in Samson's Pride. He sees 3 paths. On one there's Samson, Hassie and Aiko, on another is Zero, Nuka, Vitani and Kovu, and on the last one is Simba. Mufasa shows up and tells Scar that he shouldn't let his hatred ruin his second chance. He has 3 choices. 1. To go with Zero and his cubs and raise them somewhere far from Pridelands. 2. To follow Simba, but it would be his choice to do it for revenge or redemption. Or 3. To follow Samson and Co. to start a new life. Mufasa will join Simba, but before it he tells Scar to choose quickly, and if he tries to have it all, he will lose it all again. He also tells him that maybe one day he will find the strength to forgive Scar. Scar doesn't know which path to choose. Another version of him shows up and traps the first one. The other Scar burns down everything, while the first Scar begs him to stop. Everyone will die, which isn't what the first Scar wants. Then he wakes up. I believe this dream means he regrets his evil actions. Then another short comic called Vote. It shows a lion named Mtanga who is very similar to Mufasa. In another comic called Not Alone, we see that he is an amnesiac Mufasa. When he died, a magic antelope showed up and brought his spirit back to his body. We still don't know how he joined Samson. Scar will later see him and get horrified, but will later just assume he just looks like Mufasa. This whole amnesiac Mufasa thing is an alternate universe to the survival alternate universe, but may later be integrated into it, and I hope it happens. I know it won't make sense, but come on, it's a fan fiction. They exist to have stuff we could never see in official stuff. Yeah, I would never want Mufasa to survive in the original movie because it would undo its greatness. But here, hell yeah, let's go full on fantasy mode. Let's just have fun with a happily ever after that comes out of nowhere. We could say the moment Ghost of Mufasa was talking to Simba or Scar was when he was asleep and not dead. Some say there is a connection between being asleep and being dead. They believe when we sleep, our souls leave our bodies, and through that theory we could say that Mufasa has amnesia because of his physical damage. But when he is asleep, there is only his soul that unlike his body isn't damaged, so he won't have amnesia when he is asleep. And considering how good of a guy he is, he could find a way to talk to his family when they need him. Scar will live as a nomad for a while until one day he randomly finds his family and will start his good daddy arc. There is this comic called First Father Son moment, which is beautiful. It is later in the survival series that Scar is living with his family. Zero tells Nuka to take care of his siblings and not to wake up Scar. Scar will wake up on his own and approach his cubs. Nuka is scared at first. He calls him Sir because he isn't sure if he is allowed to call him father. He fears that Scar is going to harm him, but Scar will grab Vitani and ask Nuka why only Kovu is clean among them. Nuka says because Zero only pays attention to Kovu. Scar says no cub of his should be dirty and starts giving Vitani a bath, which shocks all three of his cubs. He asks Nuka why Zero only pays attention to Kovu. Nuka says because only he is the chosen one. Then he says not that you care either. That's when Scar grabs him. Nuka is again afraid, but to his shock he shows compassion for him. Scar says if Zero won't make time for their cubs, then he will, and starts giving Nuka a bath. Nuka, probably for the first time in his life, is happy. Zero comes furious, shouting at Nuka. Scar tells her that he came to the cubs himself, willingly spending time with their cubs because he got lonely without her. He says this while pushing Nuka aside. The trick instantly works. Zero goes to the cave, waiting for Scar. Nuka isn't happy, thinking Scar actually meant what he said to Zero. Scar calls Nuka and with his body language tells him that Zero is crazy, then tells him to keep an eye on his siblings. Nuka says, okay, father. This simple act wipes out Nuka's hatred for his siblings, and from now on he will be a good brother. Now that he knows his father, unlike his mother, loves him for real, he will stop acting toxic. This is the start of Scar's genuine love for his cubs and his possible hatred for his wife, for making his cubs suffering the same way he did. In his eyes, his father hated him for no reason. So when he sees his wife is acting like his father, he starts caring for all his cubs because he knows how terrible it feels. In another short comic, Zero is telling a bedtime story, but it's Zero we are talking about. She tells the story of a lion tearing apart another one. She says the lion of war slashed his enemy's belly. Kovu will look at the scar on Scar's belly and gets anxious. A female cub will take advantage of it and tell Kovu that she bets when his belly got slashed, his guts popped out, which horrifies Kovu, so he cries, Nuka giving a death glare to the female cub because of it. Scar tells Zero why she is traumatizing the cubs. Kovu jumps on Scar and hugs him, not wanting his father to pop open. Scar tells him that it won't happen. Then he tells the lionesses they should have a talk about age-appropriate bedtime stories, while comforting Kovu. Now there is another alternate universe to this alternate universe, in which Scar meets Samson when they are teenagers. It is called Different Path. In it we see Scar/Taka as a very happy and loving cub, but his father's neglect slowly turns him into a lazy and moody teenager. The first 2 pages of it already broke my heart. I mean, look how innocent he used to be. How could you neglect a kid like that? Now Mufasa finds Scar annoying. Once he calls Scar useless, and Scar will run off as a result. Scar will find a broke and try to chase it out to show Mufasa who is useless. Mufasa feels bad, regretting what he said to Scar. He decides to apologize to him the moment he sees him again, a moment that he will never have, because Scar will cross paths with Samson, a teenager but still gigantic. This is when their leader is a lion named Alexander, who is by far the most evil character. Scar will be captured by them. Pridelanders will see some of Taka's blood and assume he is killed. Scar was outside the border and outside their law as a result, so they can't do anything without causing war. So they will try to end it peacefully. They find Alexander and Samson, asking why they killed Scar. Samson won't hold back and say everything that is on his mind, and his tongue is sharper than his claws. Samson asks Ahadi why he didn't send a bodyguard with his other son when there is this many next to this one, why he never taught him how to defend himself, why he has a favorite child if he even cared about him. He isn't mad about the death of his son, he is just angry that they took something from him. He made a mistake, but his son paid for it. It's his fault because he didn't watch him, didn't protect him, and just sent a bird instead of doing it himself. He also says that he was calling out for his father with his last breath. Mufasa asks Samson to at least give his body back, but Samson says he doesn't remember where he put his corpse. This whole thing happened while Scar in the cave is trying to tell him he is alive, but he is too weak because of the blood loss, and another lion is keeping his mouth shut. They will leave, unknowingly leaving Scar to the mercy of Alexander. He will spare Scar because of Samson. Samson thinks Scar is unwanted just like him, so from now on Scar will be his little brother. Alexander has made a habit out of it. He kidnaps cubs to raise them as his soldiers, and sometimes it would end in disaster. More than a few of his followers die, and that includes cubs. Ahadi is devastated, thinking about Scar. He was born so sick, they thought he could die any moment. But he never cried from illness or pain. He would only cry when he was alone. Now Ahadi realizes what he has done. He was a sweet boy, and with his neglectfulness and many broken promises, he turned him into a spiteful boy. Uru desperately asks Ahadi if they paid for what they did. Ahadi said no. Uru is even more heartbroken, asking him why he won't do anything. She only leads to one conclusion. So apparently there was this guy named Erevu who looks suspiciously like Taka. Ahadi thinks Uru had an affair and Scar is not his child, so he kills Erevu. He still loves Uru and Taka, but each time he would look at him, he would remember the betrayal of his love, and that's why he would avoid Scar. This is my favorite adaptation of the abusive Ahadi theory. It is a cliche in this fanbase to turn Ahadi, who in the official book actually loved Taka, into a monster who doesn't even care about Scar. But here the writer managed to do something special. In most stories, either Scar is born evil or he is evil because Ahadi was a monster. But here, Ahadi neglected Scar because of a broken heart. He genuinely loves Scar, but the thoughts of his wife betraying him would torture him every single day. It's Ahadi's fault that Taka became Scar, but despite that, I can't bring myself to hate Ahadi, because here he is a complex character. He hurt his son because he himself was hurt. He didn't intend to, but he ruined the life of Scar anyway. I have to say, this version of Ahadi is my favorite. Both the official characters and the OCs are amazing in this series. Also, we are not sure if Uru really did have an affair, because Eruvu kinda looks like a male version of Uru. So maybe Scar really was Ahadi's son and he only took after his mom. If we consider that we don't have any unreliable narrator here, you can see this panel and take Ahadi's side. But Uru is devastated here. I just don't don't think in this situation she would care about her own reputation. I just don't believe Uru would still choose to lie in order to save her honor when she thinks her son is dead. There is a chance that Ahadi is an unreliable narrator, and this panel is just what he thinks has happened. Maybe Uru is just friendly to everyone, or maybe they both lie to some extent. For example, maybe Uru really loved Erovu, but maybe they just kissed but never mated. In that case, Uru would have betrayed Ahadi, but Taka would still be Ahadi's son. But you know what? I prefer to have Scar as Ahadi's son simply for the irony of it. Kinda like an ancient Greek tragedy. We would have the betrothal comic in which Uru did in fact have an affair, but Ahadi still took care of Taka as if he is his own son. And we could have this story in which Taka really is Ahadi's son, but Ahadi acts as if he isn't. Tell me it wouldn't make a great story. But even if Scar really is Erovu's son, it's still no excuse because Uru made a mistake and Uru should pay for it, not Scar. Scar finds the opportunity to run away, but he hesitates. As one of the commenters would point out, with a few modifications, Scar would have a better life here than in Pridelands. Mufasa tells Serafina that Scar had a crush on him. Serafina says he actually did tell her recently, but she loved someone else. That's why Scar was extra grumpy that day. Mufasa thought Serafina loved him back because they were always together, but turns out it was because Serafina took pity on Taka. Hassi is looking around to see if anyone is looking for Taka, but he doesn't find anyone, so he also believes nobody cared for him. Not knowing Mufasa is also patrolling to find any sign. Mufasa finds one of Alexander's followers and chases him, which will lead to his death. Mufasa is afraid of himself, realizing how easy it is to kill someone and descend into darkness. This story is also incomplete, but a variation of it must have happened in the survival timeline, as we see another one shot that shows Ahadi almost killed Taka as a cop. Baby Taka is asleep. Ahadi unsheaths his claws, but at the very same moment Taka wakes up and touches his paw. Ahadi is horrified, realizing how close he got to committing a great sin. Even since birth, Taka was very attached to Ahadi. He brings Taka close to his face. Taka, satisfied, hugs Ahadi's face, while Ahadi says, "Why couldn't you be mine? Oh God, my heart." And finally there's the comic Cat's Cradle, which is an Anthro universe because it's actually a crossover with Tailspin. Here, since they are under human rules, Scar never had the chance to get rid of Mufasa and Simba because he can't take risk. It's harder to clear evidence in this world. So Simba is an adult and Mufasa is still alive. Mufasa and Scar act like cops, arguing all the time, as if only Simba is the adult here. He understands his uncle much more than Mufasa, as he prevents Mufasa from hitting him. Scar apparently inherited a shipping yard from Ahadi, which is far from the empire Mufasa inherited, which is seemingly the only place around here that Shere Khan doesn't own. They will have a meeting with him tomorrow, a tomorrow that we won't see because again the comic is cancelled. But there are a few interesting arts on this page and also on another page that has related commissions. Apparently both Samson and Shiva are into Scar, and Scar will eventually welcome it? Good for them. I don't know if at first the fans started shipping them and then the artist joined in on the joke, or if it was all part of the plan. Okay, the artist never said that the survival multiverse is cancelled, but since it had been almost a decade, yeah, the series is as good as cancelled, but I am already beyond satisfied with it. But if somehow by a miracle it got continued, there are two possibilities. First is that Scar would slowly gain power and have revenge. He will have his cops and the Outlanders, and he would also have Shiva, Samson and his pride. So yeah, very overpowered. In that case he can easily kill the hyenas and the Pridelanders and retake Pride Rock. Then Samson could easily get rid of Scar to become king, and and then Shiva could outsmart everyone and become the solo ruler of Pridelands. These are stuff that I assume considering some of the fan arts on these pages, but I could just be reading too deep into it. But the second possibility is the happily ever after one, which is the one I hope for. There are glimpses of regret in Scar here and there, and maybe he would really seek redemption. Although Scar has a habit of rejecting redemption even when all the stars align for it. Scar told his sons he would get rid of Zero one day. That would be the day the boys finally find out Daddy is gay. But maybe he could find compassion for her like how he did for his cubs. I also would like to see Scar reconcile with the hyenas, or at least with the main three. Maybe something like missing pieces would happen and only Bonsai and Ed would be left for Shenzi. From this commission we can guess Samson will kill them for Scar, but maybe they are just trolling them. Also Mufasa should gain back his memories. I want Mufasa and Scar to spend their final days as brother and not as enemies. I want everyone to forgive and start over. This series could get the happiest ending possible. All the characters would become friends in the end. I mean, I want it to end like Lion King 2, except this time everyone is alive. Imagine Kovu and Kiara failing at ending the war. Then Mufasa and Scar would show up and they would finalize the peace. So at the end, just like Lion King 2, Kiara and Kovu would become the future rulers, but now Mufasa, Serabi and Serafina are there, Scar, Zero and Nuka are there, Shenzi, Bonsai and Ed are there, Samson, Shiva, Aiko and Hassie are there. So literally everyone would be there and they would have a new era of complete peace. Everyone has let it go and even the villains are good people now. After all the tragedies, everyone will realize this cycle of vengeance will never end and they just accept the bad memories and start making good memories for everyone. The story would end with Mufasa and Scar hugging each other, just like my number 2 spot. I don't know how to start this section with anything other than the word beautiful. There's no other word that captures it so perfectly. Now that they are both in the afterlife, free from the foolish constraint and cruelties of the living world, the brothers have finally become brothers again. It's a simple piece, no dialogue, no grand setting, no dramatic action, but it radiates emotion. Their faces are barely visible, yet you can read everything from them. Scar's expression carries a lifetime of shame, guilt, and quiet longing for forgiveness. Mufasa's, on the other hand, glows with gentle understanding, a serene kind of love that can only come from complete forgiveness. It's all there, plain as the moon in the cloudless sky. You look at it and suddenly everything else, every betrayal, every scar, every death, feels small, because in that one timeless moment, all the pain, pride, and anger that once separated them has faded away. Scar isn't the monster anymore. Mufasa isn't the untouchable king. They're just two brothers together again. And that's what makes this art so breathtaking. It doesn't need words to tell its story. It's not about revenge or tragedy or even redemption. It's about peace, true peace. The kind that can only be found when you finally let go of everything you carried for too long. Maybe that's what makes it so powerful, because no matter how many theories or fanfictions we create, whether we imagine Scar surviving, Zero changing, Simba forgiving, this quiet image reminds us in the end, all stories must come to rest. Two brothers, one past forgiven, one eternity shared. Beautiful, simply beautiful. Now we reach my favorite Lion King fanfiction. That is also my favorite Lion King fan project in general. I love it so much that if it was in a ranking of official Lion King projects, it would still be in the top 3. That's because it gave me all sorts of feelings. It had a major impact on me as a Lion King fan. It's bittersweet in the most beautiful way possible. Tears of sadness, tears of joy. They were both part of this experience. I have been thinking about it since the moment I finished reading it for the first time. And you might ask why. That's because it is a perfect Lion King story in my opinion. It has all the elements from the original Lion King and more. It has moments that are relaxing and makes you feel good, and there are tragic moments that will break your heart. And it has a great life lesson, just like the original Lion King movie. But here some characters, unlike that movie, are complex. Of course, it was the beautiful simplicity of those characters that made the movie special, but the added layers from this story makes the characters even more enjoyable. You might totally disagree with me here, and you have the right to, but to me the fact that the writer of this story gave some redeeming qualities to the villains and gave some evil elements to the heroes makes the story so much better. But don't worry, it is not one of those stories that claims the villain was actually good and the hero was actually evil. No, it is nowhere near that level. It just gave enough redeeming qualities to Scar and Zero that you would care about them, but still it was just enough to keep them the bad guys, and it gave enough flaws to Simba and the rest of the good guys so that they wouldn't be boring goody two shoes, but just the enough amount to still keep them the heroes, and also their questionable acts would be understandable. Now, what exactly is this fanfiction about? It is the missing link between the Lion King 1 and the Lion King 2. It is a prequel to the Lion King 2. It shows the events that led to the movie. Lion King 2 had many unanswered questions. For example, they never said where did exactly Zero and the Outlanders come from? Where were they during the final battle of Lion King 1? Did Scar really have mates and cubs? How did he treat them? Why is Simba so paranoid in the second movie? This story has the answer to some of these questions. It also connects 6 new adventures to the original timeline. Because yes, this story is an adaptation of the Kopa is dead theory. I have said before that even though I love the theory, I believe that 6 new adventures and Simba's Pride happen in separate timelines. But this story tries to tie them together and keep them in the same timeline. And it does it beautifully. So if that interests you, go and read the fanfiction for yourself. Don't just assume it is bad only because it is a fan fiction. It is fan made, but it's better than a lot of official stuff I've seen. So from now on, I'm going to spoil everything about this fan fiction. So if you want to read it for yourself, go and do it and then come back to this video. I love this fan fiction, and in order to show my love for it, I need to tell every single important event in it and fanboy over it. So let's start. Zero will reach Pridelands during the final battle of Lion King 1. She will witness Scar's fall, but she can't reach him because of the fire. Zero will see the hyenas around him and she will sigh out of relief because Shenzi, Banzai and Ed were childhood friends of them. But we know what will happen next. Hyenas will tear Scar's body apart. Zero will scream out of fear and Scar will cry out of pain. Zero can't do anything but watch her beloved Scar die brutally. When it rains, she approaches his corpse and cries. Vitani, Nuka and Kovu will approach them. Vitani and Nuka will also run to Scar and cry above his corpse. But not Kovu because he was too young to understand what has happened. Seeing her children grieve breaks her heart even more. But when she realizes everyone else is cheering in victory is the start of her descent into madness. She will vow to kill the hyenas for killing Scar and to kill Simba for not helping Scar despite seeing him in grave danger. But she will need a plan, so she pretends to be at peace with Simba. We will flash forward to the birth ceremony of Kopa, and since birth he was the kindest person you could ever imagine. Even though Kopa can't be more than a few days old here, his purity and kindness is plain to everyone. Kopa is the only character here who is 100% good, the literal incarnation of light. A Gary Sue, but somehow despite having no flaws, he is a very dear character. Since the moment he learned walking and talking, he had been a very heroic and selfless person. Despite his young age, he have been very wise and always helps everyone and makes peace every single day. He has turned the entirety of Pridelands into his burden. He will make time to help everyone and as a result never has time for himself. He is like this because he wants to be ready to be a king as soon as possible, just in case Simba would have the same fate as Mufasa. He is the best big brother to Kiara and his dynamic with Vitani is great. He is really bad at hiding his love for her. Vitani knows it too well, which is a great excuse for her to tease him. Vitani is quite the troublemaker and I love it, but she is very heroic as she also helps Kopa save animals. Especially when the hyenas are the ones to bring trouble. I love how she annoys them to no end and they can't stop her. Zero will talk to Scar's vision a few times. The story never said if it was his ghost or if it was just hallucination. But from my understanding, it is a hallucination. Because I don't think this version of Scar would make a plan that would make his daughter sad. Zero and her cubs pretend that they don't know the hyenas killed Scar because they still need them. So they continue being friendly to them. Nuka still calls Shenzi his aunt and Banzai and Ed his uncles. And they refer to him as their favorite nephew, which is tragic. They used to be family. The hyenas will break a dam as Zero commanded them, which will lead to a flood. And yet again the animals are saved thanks to Kopa. Zero told Nuka to make sure his siblings would be out of the way of water. Nuka being Nuka failed at it. Vitani was with Kopa and Kopa said Vitani in a way that would hurt him. Zero would beat up Nuka for it, an act she immediately regretted but she won't apologize for it. Simba will realize the hyenas broke the dam, the hyenas that were supposed to be at peace with them. He will send them to kill Zero for him, an act that will make Nala and Serabi question Simba. He will also question himself, wondering if he has fallen to the same darkness that Scar and Zero have descended into. When Shenzi, Banzai and Ed reach the elephant graveyard, they realize Zero and the Outlanders have killed the rest of the hyenas, and now it's their turn. Shenzi is the last to die. The Outlanders will tear her apart just like how the hyenas tore Scar apart. But Zero would gain no satisfaction from it. She will capture Kopa and make it look like Vitani had something to do with it, which breaks Kopa's heart because this was after them admitting their love to each other. Zero didn't want to do this to her daughter, but she has descended to madness. She knows what she does is wrong and yet she continues to do so. Zero tells Vitani that if she wants Kopa to leave, she should go to Pride Rock and tell Simba they have Kopa. Kopa will wake up in a cage made out of bones. Zero next to him. She will tell him that revenge is what she wants. When Kopa tells Zero that Scar was evil, her answer makes him see Zero in a different way. He thought her to be heartless, but now she just sees a broken lioness. With his compassion, he makes Zero talk about Scar, which will lead to my favorite part of this fanfiction. We see Scar as a lovely family man, and he is amazing. He's such a bad influence on his cubs, and yet he does it in such a lovely way. He's such a bad person, and yet he manages to be a good father in his own way. Despite the fact that he is not really giving a good life lesson to them, he is always kind to his kids. It's funny. I feel like during that heartwarming Mufasa and Simba moment, he was there and heard what Mufasa said, but he doesn't know the details because he wasn't paying enough attention. He tries to say the same things to his cubs that Mufasa said to Simba, but he will give his own twist to it. It's obvious he has no idea what he is talking about, but he manages to keep the charisma. I mean, just pause the video and read it for yourself. Tell me it is not one of the funniest things ever. Then we see Scar and Zero playing with Nuka and Vitani, and it's the most heartwarming thing ever. After a while, Kovu will be born. Both he and Vitani are adopted cubs of Scar and Zero. Zero says that a drought happened and all the other problems happened because of it. But everyone blamed Scar for it, although he was trying his best. When Scar chooses Kovu to be his heir, Nuka and Vitani would do a dangerous thing to prove their worth to Scar. That's when Scar will have a heart-to-heart with them. He will say stuff that will even shock himself. He thought he loved himself the most, but when he sees his cubs in tears, he realizes that he loves them more than himself. He never thought he would say this, but to him, they matter more than being a king. It's a challenge for him to say it without choking up. It's a challenge for me to read this part without choking up. He tells them that he never saw them as unworthy. He tells Nuka that he chose Kovu to become his heir in order to protect Nuka. If Nuka was the heir, then he would be a target, and he knows Nuka is even weaker than him. Making Nuka his successor would get his beloved Nuka killed. Now Scar knows why Mufasa rushed to the gorge to save Simba from the stampede. An act that looked ridiculous to him now makes so much sense. He now fully realizes what it means to be a father. Now he knows if Nuka or Vitani or Kovu, if any of them were in danger, just like Mufasa, he will jump into danger to save them. Now he will actually take it seriously and give them a good life lesson. He will do a Mufasa again, but this time he truly means it. He will say something similar to what Mufasa told Simba about the stars, but an even better version of it. He tells them that his mother told him that the stars aren't just the great kings of the past, because the stars are endless and there are not as many kings as the stars. The stars are actually anyone who reaches greatness in life. You don't have to be loyal to become a star. You should just do your best. Scar will say, "One day I will guide you to your greatness, just as my mother did me." I feel like Scar already knows he never reached greatness because of killing his brother. I feel like this version of Scar is cursing himself for committing that sin. But still, he truly means it. He truly loves his cubs and wants to make sure they won't make the same mistakes as him. Later, when Scar was away making peace, their cubs fall ill. Zero will take them away from the Pridelands to find a cure. She would ask Serabi and Serafino to tell Scar before she leaves, but they would lie to Scar and tell him that Zero has abandoned him. That's when Scar completely gives up and becomes the fiend Simba will meet as an adult. Scar will die thinking Zero's love for him was nothing but a lie. This story is seemingly just a part of a series of fanfictions, but I never got the opportunity to read them. But they are apparently much darker than this one. Seemingly Serabi has done another horrible thing that Zero can't even bear to say it. An act so bad that could turn Kopa against his family. An act that can only only be read in the other stories of the series. Now Zero is completely broken, sobbing endlessly, forgetting Kopa is there. Kopa would now realize these people who he was told that were monsters were just hurt people. Again he shows compassion, so Zero tells Kopa that Vitani does in fact love him and she had nothing to do with his capturing, which makes Kopa happy. He knows there might not be a tomorrow for him and yet he begs Zero to let go of it for the sake of her children. There is no doubt she loves her cubs, but she loves Scar more than anything else, and this love could doom her remaining family members. Now, before I reach the final chapter of this fanfiction, I should mention that the original version of this story alongside the other stories of the series are lost media. All the accounts of the writer of this story are deleted. That's why I never could read the stories of this series, and even right now I am reading the story from a downloaded copy of it from the internet. I believe this story comes from fanfiction.net, but I read it in Wattpad and I don't know if it was the Wattpad account of the same person or if it was someone pretending. The ending of that version was darker than this copy and I actually prefer the darker one. I will say my reason at the end. Simba, Nala and Vitani reach the elephant graveyard. Nuka tells them where Zero and Kopa are. Simba and Nala go, but Nuka stops Vitani. Simba tells Zero to free Kopa. He admits that he let Scar die even though he could save him. He wants him and Zero to have a duel. Zero can have her revenge if she can beat Simba in a one-on-one. But Zero believes that death wouldn't satisfy her. She wants Simba to wish for death instead. She grabs Kopa and drags him over the edge. While Kopa is dangling, down the cliffs Nuka and Vitani are giving each other death glares. Vitani wants to help Kopa, but Nuka says Zero told him that if she goes up there, Kopa will die at that exact moment. Nuka doesn't want Kopa's death because that would break Vitani's heart, so he will engage in a battle to stop Vitani. Simba and Nala beg Zero, telling her that they will give her anything. But Zero only wants one thing. She wants her husband back. She wants the father of her cubs back. Kopa is afraid, but he still shows compassion for Zero. She knows what she is doing is wrong. She knows it won't bring Scar back. Her eyes filled with regret, and yet she chooses to do the wrong thing. She throws Kopa off the cliff. Simba will fight Zero so that Nala could save Kopa without interruption. Zero is 100% evil mode now. She asks Simba if he would like to evenly odd. Simba says he won't go near her family because he isn't like her. Only she is his target. They will engage in combat. While Nala is running to save Kopa, the Outlanders attack her. Nala impressively defeats all the lionesses. Nuka is no warrior, but Vitani is still a cub, so they are evenly matched. After a while, both of them are hurt bad. Nuka takes a look at Vitani. Just like him, her body full of injuries. He feels guilty. He can't harm his little sister more than this, so he lets Vitani go, but warns her that she won't like what she may see. Kopa is hanging from a cliff. Nala trying to save him. Kopa realizes that the cliff isn't strong enough to hold both of them. If Nala tries to save Kopa, they will both fall to their death. So Kopa decides to sacrifice himself. His mother would always save him, and now it is his turn to save her. Kopa tells her not to blame herself, and he will thank her for everything, and then he will let go, falling into the darkness while Nala screams his name. Simba will knock Zero out. he will extract his claws, ready to kill her, but he will remember Vitani, so he will stop. Vitani is the first to find Kopa's lifeless body, then Nolo and then Simba. Once again Vitani breaks down, first her father and now her love. Simba is in denial. He expected that just like his father, one day he may die to save his son. But he never thought it would be the other way around. Nuka takes Vitani away, thinking that Simba will kill Zero now. Zero wakes up sharing the same thought. When she sees Kopa's lifeless body, she doesn't feel satisfied, only hatred for herself. She accepts her punishment, waiting for Simba to finish her off. But Simba has another plan. Just like what Zero did to him, he will make Zero wish for death instead of simply killing her. He will banish Zero, her cubs, and her pride. Now Zero is begging, asking Simba to just kill her, but Simba won't have it. He knows her cubs are innocent. He knows Vitani did all she could to save Kopa. He knows his father would never do this cruel act, but he tells himself that he is nowhere near as good of a person as Mufasa was. He knows what he is doing right now is evil, and yet he chooses to punish the innocent alongside the guilty. He will send Zero's cubs away, knowing they would starve to death. Now the Outlanders have taken refuge in the Termite Hill. Zero sees her daughter crying her heart out, and now she fully regrets her actions. Now her daughter is feeling the same pain she felt when Scar died. She made sure her daughter would end up having the same fate as her, and now she regrets it. She knows she will lose her daughter if she tells her the truth, so she lies to Vitani, telling her that she just wanted to use Kopa as a bait. Her only target was Simba, but he didn't trust her and attacked her while she was holding Kopa, sending him down the cliff. Vitani's sadness now turns into rage, vowing she would make Simba pay for it. Now Zero knows she can no longer look at her own reflection with anything other than disgust. Vitani's vengeful face reminds Zero of herself, which horrifies her. After Kopa's memorial, Simba, Nala, and Serabi start blaming themselves. Serabi shouts to the sky, asking the kings of the past why they punish everyone else instead of her. She has committed some sins before this story that we weren't told here, and she believes all these nightmares are the result of her mistakes. Now here we will see the big change between this version of the story and the version I read first time. There the story would end in agony. Simba, Nolo, and Serabi roaring with grief and self-hatred, believing that Kopa has paid for their sins. Again, sins that most of them weren't committed in this story. Zero would see a vision of Kovu and Vitani's biological mother, a lioness she has probably killed. She will mock Zero for her acts, sarcastically calling Zero mother of the year when she lies to Vitani. Then she will keep asking Zero who is a monster. The vision will turn into a reflection of Zero, and it continues asking the same question. In the end, Zero will say, I am a monster. But in this version of the story, the ending is bittersweet. Kopa's spirit shows up and will teach his family the same lessons they will learn at the end of Lion King 2. His spirit also visits Vitani, telling her that it will be okay one day. I personally like the darker ending because in that case this story would work better as a prequel to Simba's Pride. What would the point of learning the whole We Are One thing be if Kopa had already told them about it here? The bittersweet ending looks forced to me, as if the writer just edited the ending after seeing some negative reactions to the dark ending. But I say the dark ending has to happen so that the ending of Lion King 2 would have a meaning. This story tries to reach forgiveness, It tries to show how dangerous hatred is, and that vengeance will do nothing but create a ring of revenge. A cycle that if we don't stop it, it will destroy everything in the end. This fanfiction is a masterpiece because not only it teaches an important lesson, not only it is an interesting take on Lion King 1, but also because it makes Lion King 2 an even better movie. It is my favorite Lion King fan project because I have wondered about it the most. The night I finished reading it as a teenager a few years ago, I was thinking about it instead of sleeping. There were some Lion King fanfictions that made me sad, but this one is my favorite because it is the only one that made me cry. If you are still watching this video, thank you very much. If you are an obsessed Lion King fan like me, then hopefully this big video was a good celebration for you. You have already experienced most of these projects for yourself before, and this video made you happy that finally someone did talk about it on YouTube. But if you are not an obsessed Lion King fan like me, and you hadn't checked out any Lion King fan project before, then hopefully you have learned to respect the Lion King fans. I know when people talk about talented fan bases, usually they would talk about stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog, Undertale, Star Wars, Harry Potter, Nintendo, Marvel and DC. I know the amount of Lion King fan media isn't as much as them, but hopefully now you have realized that it is almost as big. So next time when someone was talking about a very talented fandom, then try to bring up the Lion King as well. You might have also realized why I love the Lion King this much. Of course, the official media are so good that a person could already fall in love with franchise. But for me personally, the fan projects are the reason that I am still here. Even without the fan projects, the Lion King is still in my top 5 favorite franchises. But if we include the fan projects, then Lion King is probably my number 1 favorite franchise. I will forever be a Lion King fan because there is always something to experience in the fan base. And yeah, I believe I have talked enough. So as I promised, my next video would be a review and ranking of the first Kimba the White Lion animated series, the 1965 one. 52 episodes, I'm going to review and rank all of them. But after that, I think I'm going to break a promise. I'm not sure if I promised it or not, but just to be sure. I've mentioned a few franchises that I was supposed to talk about in the remaining months of 2025. But as you can see, only one month is left. And I definitely cannot talk about even one of them in only 1 month. I guess I should ignore the rest of my 2025 roadmap and instead I should focus on my 2026 roadmap, and hopefully in the next year I would go as planned. So the other franchises that I mentioned will not be done anytime soon, but I will eventually do them. I might do them in 2026, but no promises anymore. So yeah, next year I will talk about a video game franchise and a cartoon franchise. The video game franchise would be Crash Bandicoot and the cartoon franchise would be Toy Story. And also note that all the franchises that I have talked about before, I would still make content for them, but not as much. So if you have only subscribed here for, I don't know, for example, only Lion King or only for God of War, then stick around because I will make big videos like this. As you see, last year I reviewed every official Lion King project, and now here I am with this gigantic Lion King video. And yes, I have ideas for more Lion King videos, and some of them are big videos. If you are interested in my future projects, subscribe to the channel so that you won't miss my next videos. If you have any criticisms or ideas or anything, feel free to mention them in the comment section below. I've been Bashir from Retro Cafe, and I thank all of you for watching this video.